Op soek na jou droomhuis, daai chic charmante pondokkie, dalk 'n minimalistiese snoesige varkhokkie, of selfs 'n majestueuse paleis. In die Hermanus area is almal tuis. Is jy 'n wynplaashaas? Of liefhebber van die natuur? 'n Voorstander van moerensoek? Of dalk 'n kenner van die plesierbier? Het jy al 'n dekadente frikadelbroodjie hier kom probeer? Jou lyf optergehou in die waters? Lang stappies gaan vat op die magiese strande. In Hermanus gebeur dinge, my maters. Son, see, wyn, kuns, glans, genot, geluk en soveel meer. So af en toe kom 'n bekende ook hierdeur. Kom deel 'n brander saam met Tristan wat kan vlieg. Rian Man se rol gereeld hier verby, ek moet bieg.
Hi.
Kyk, waar jy kyk is alles mooi. Lekker eetplekke, boekwurmsentrums en dalk 'n onverwagse waai van 'n oulike nooi. Lieflik, pragtig, wonderlik, uitmuntend, beeldskoon, Hermanus. Jy's welkom.
Home is our story. SEAF. Expertise built through generations of trust.
Wow, good morning, the whole world. Good morning, South Africa. Good morning, gigs. Finally, we are here on the shores of South Africa in Honors. First time ever a World Tour event is being held here on South African soil as well. My name is Dion Meyer. I'm joined by Gigs Elias, global surf commentator and legend around this part of town. Welcome to Honors, welcome to South Africa, and welcome to the next stop on the IBC World Tour. Mate, we took some beatings yesterday with this massive swell. Some more gnarly conditions coming in. It's Africa. It's the one thing we can't complain about in this event, brother, is a lack of swell.
Well, firstly, Dion, thanks for having me as a guest for the opening day of competition. Milestone, as you mentioned, you know, countries like Peru and Chile and the rest of the globe are used to having events of this stature. But, well, it finally gets to the shores of Africa. I know for you it's been a personal crusade, and we'll talk a lot about that through the day as well. But just talking to the excitement of the build-up to this event as well. Of course, a moment where we can both as South Africans be proud of the very history that's being made here this morning. The IBC finally gets an event in South Africa, and a much, much speculated and anticipated arrival of the event as well, considering the fact that the country has so many world champions that have birthed out of the region, and in fact, out of this very beach behind us.
Yeah, kind of the new Port Macquarie of bodyboarding. It's a town in Australia that also just breeding a lot of bodyboarding champions, and Onrus is one of them. Tristan Roberts, living up the road. He's been in here since he was a little grum. Like we said on the opening ceremony, the guy's like this worst little neck tan, his little lampshade, and then just in the water in all types of conditions, onshore, offshore, it doesn't matter. He's been surfing and he puts in the time, and I think the time that he's put in as a young grum gigs has allowed him to sharpen his trade, get ahead of the curve, and he's so committed. And 2019 world champ, current leader on the world tour. It's a big thing.
It's a huge story, and Dion, the other thing to talk to with that is the fact, as you mentioned, that he grew up right here. This is where his skills were honed. So we've spoken about being proud as South Africans, being proud as a Hermanus resident. I can tell you that the town absolutely just hails him now. It's been such a big flag in the ground for the town of Hermanus. The fact that he's an inspiration. He comes out of the high school just behind us over here, so he was schooled here. A World Junior title out of this beach in 2014, the only surfer ever to go junior and open world title. It speaks hugely to the town of Hermanus. It also speaks to the region as far as it breeding talent, the inspiration of a world champion coming out of a town. So for me, wearing the Hermanus hat for a moment, just to chat about that point, it makes a massive impact, especially on the kids. And of course, that's what the IBC is trying to do, showcase the sport. So the inspiration of Tristan Roberts, as far as coming out of this region, it's a huge plus.
Yeah, absolutely. And not just limited to Tristan. Now, yes, we are on his doorstep. We are literally in his backyard. But multiple world champions, one of the most successful water sports in our country that has the most world titles, which is 2 times world champion Jared Houston.
Yep.
Also from Melkbos.
Yep.
You've got young Campbell that's lived in Durban, moved down, is living in Strand at the moment.
Yep.
And you got Sasha Specker, 2012 DK world champion, and 2 times world champ, and youngest world champ, Andre Bertha. So that's 5 guys. And then you still have the pedigree of the older generation of Alistair Taylor. Again, a guy that put the sport in our country on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I was very fortunate to grow up on the Durban beaches, watched the rise of Alistair Taylor, and then certainly his inspiration to really stoke out names like Billy Thiel and Nigel Tarberton and Mike van Heesteen and all of that crew that came out of the 80s into the 90s. And of course, that whole South African, it hit its first real crescendo with Andre Bertha's world title in 98 through 99. For him to repeat as a world champion was massive for the sport in South Africa. And of course, when you look at 2 decades later, that momentum's still continuing, Dion. But the other point to talk to with that is that South Africa was in apartheid in the 80s and the 90s. So it was very difficult, other than the pilgrimage of a committed crew of bodyboarders going over to Hawaii. It was really limited what knowledge we could get out of America and out of Australia as far as the sport goes. But there was that unique push, and as we mentioned, straight out of the Durban beaches to start. And well, now it's nationwide, it's global, and it's just an amazing sport. And the fact, as I said, the inspiration, the healthy aspect of it, long may bodyboarding live.
Long may we reign. Well, guys, we're in our ad hoc studio here on the beach, and yesterday we woke up to some really big swell. The structures, everything getting washed over, things getting big, heavy, strong things getting just folded like little tacos. We had to rebuild. It was a heavy day yesterday. We're here. It's on. It's happening. It's the priority screen. It's insane just to think that the entire, if I'm looking back over my shoulder, we're looking at all the spectators arriving. It's just gone 8 a.m. here. And you know what? We're about to head into some great action in the water. The first heat is about to get underway. So we're going to come back with a quick little ad break and then jump bang into the action. Yeah, at the 2022 Walker Bay Pro in Onrus, South Africa. See you in a bit. Right, back into the action. The heat has not started yet. A couple of seconds away. It's going to bring you the graphic as to who is currently in the water. We'll be running mains right now, and then we'll be making some calls throughout the morning as things develop. Gigs. Well, here we go. Durbanite, Tegan Carnival up against Hawaiian Patrick Orr, and one of the local inspirations, the legends here at Onrus Beach, Yuan Chuki.
Well, a whole theme to talk about here for the opening heat of the morning, Dion. I like the fact that you've got South Africans from both ends of the country, so that's a good talking point. And then, of course, the Hawaiian input, that's always valuable. We think of the culture of Hawaii's influence into the sport of bodyboarding. Looking forward to seeing what Patrick Orr from Hawaii brings to the lineup here in Onrus this morning.
Exactly. I wonder if he knows how cold the water is. Probably wearing 2 or 3 different types of wetsuits. I know Dave Hubbard has once or twice locked himself with 2 wetsuits. it's just too cold for these guys. Well, here we go. Heats underway. 25-minute heats. We're using live scores here, and you can check it real time as well, as you can go onto Livescore and look for Walker Bay. Well, the conditions, around 3 to 4 foot. Here we go. That's right in red. Patrick Orr cruising down the line on an absolute screamer. Can he get in front of it? Chasing. Very consistent rider, Gig. So he'll be looking for a little Rolo. There he goes up. Nice little elevator right down into the face. Keeps going. And here we go. So the banks have been shifting and moving. Now we can finally see banks hitting and some good right-handers first wave.
Well, opening wave goes to the Hawaiian. We like the story that comes out of it. You mentioned the sandbanks there, Dion. Of course, this is a sand-based cove. We're looking at a lineup of about 500 yards left to right on either side of screen. The camera probably pointing to the middle of the beach as we speak to you. And the fact of the matter is that the big swells, we're all on the 34 degrees south, so we get a lot of swell here. We're nearly on the southern tip of Africa. That's where we are located as far as latitudes and longitudes go. And the point of it is you spoke about how much impact of swell we had yesterday for the lay day. And, well, the sand can move around, Dion, but nothing wrong with the look of that opening right-hander this morning for Patrick.
Yeah, crisp, clean offshores, grooming us, blessing us here. Finally, we got the sun coming out because we've been battered by gale force winds, gnarly rain, 6+ meter swell. The beach was just washing up like crazy. And here we go, right in, what's that, yellow, blue.
That looking like Chuki de Goede, the local. He'll approach the section. You'll get a roll with a bit of cushion on it, Dion.
Yeah, nice, smooth, soft landing. And I remember as a Grom watching this guy surf here. And I don't know if you recall the Onrus Classic many moons ago. And I was in his heat. And I just was paddling through. And I'm just rattled because I'm surfing up against, one of the stalwarts in the game. And he just locks into this left-hand barrel and just disappears. Comes out, gets a 10. And I just like, no, I can't. I'm just going to go back in. That was early days. Chuki has just been such a legend in this game.
Well, great to see the scorecard starting to turn over. Starting to look at some scores, and it looks like the Hawaiian went mid-range 5 to get going. That sets the bar for the heat there, Dion.
Yeah, it's good to just get the cobwebs off, just get some rhythm, get going a bit, get that, get the scores on the board. Make sure you just keep it ticking. Usually the guys will go for the safer maneuvers, like your rolls, these are pros, so they're not going to hold back when a section shows itself. So at the end of the day, just keeping that system going, keeping that thing going, keeping warm, I guess, is the most important, and then building from that top 2 score. So right now, Patrick Orr with a 5-point ride, and Yuan de Goede, a.k.a. Chuki, with a 3.17.
Dion, just having a look at the screen and seeing what our viewers globally are, there's probably a bit of a feel of Portugal to what the viewers are seeing this morning. Similar water temperatures, perhaps a little colder. But, I think of the sort of when the swell pulses and hits the beaches of Sintra, you just see lines of white water. Surfers have got to navigate those channels. They've got to work the way. They've got to work the grid. They've got to get back on the outside and turn it over, get a few rides in the 25 minutes. So there'll be a couple of challenging paddles for the surfers as the tide goes out.
That's correct. And we're kind of sitting in a neap tide cycle right now, so we're not going to see some major tidal movement, thankfully, because man, with this big swell coming on Monday again, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get bombarded by another massive swell, almost 6 meter, a 20-second period swell. When last did you see a 20-second period swell like that?
Well, Dion, it's interesting that the first ever bodyboard event to be held in Africa is trying to dodge swells.
Yeah,
We're trying to use the gaps in between the peaks of swells. But certainly midwinter down here in the southern hemisphere, and that is the story. We just get absolutely hammered here. It's why it's such a popular destination. You think of on all the sports, if they're going to do events in South Africa, you're going to pick the midwinter window, and well, you guys have done that, and sure, you got a lot of swell to pick through.
Yeah, we're getting smashed, and that river yesterday. So Onrus is a small little bay, as Gig was saying, and we have a little river that comes out, and it was so big yesterday that the ocean was surging up the river, washing some grams up there, playing in the river, but properly pushing water back into the river. And just shows the absolute brute force of the swell we got yesterday. And this 20-second period, well, we're going to have to pack up everything again and put it away safely back on top of the mountain.
Look, to be honest, it's not often you'll see the storm surge go right up the little local lagoon here. In fact, that little lagoon right in front of the athletes' area, Dion. But that speaks to two things. It speaks to how much force was in the swell yesterday, for one. And the other is that this is a Mediterranean climate here in the southwestern Cape at the bottom of Africa. So generally, we get a lot of rain in the winter. You were speaking about surfing against Johan de Goede as a grom. That would have probably been around the summertime, and you wouldn't have had that river flowing the way it is because of the Mediterranean climate. Wet winters, drier summers.
That's correct. And wow, wet winter in the back of this winter so far. But that's usually the thing here in Cape Town. We kind of think June, July, it's your winter, it's your wet months. But usually, and it's been actually changing quite a lot, and I'm sure you can agree that over the years, it feels as if the winters has pushed on and kind of becoming a little bit more towards the end of August, September. Still heavy rains, colder temperatures, starts warming up really. 1 or 2 nice days, and then October it gets a bit warmer and stuff like that.
It's interesting you say that. We'll put our geography lesson quickly to test here, but there was snowfall in the Alps in April, and the wine farmers here in the southern hemisphere definitely harvested more than 1 calendar month late. So it's easy to equate those things to economy and to weather swing. And so, perhaps what we will experience here is, of course, winter solstice, 21st of June. You've got a feeling that July is usually the midwinter feel to the season here. Got a feeling that it has shifted into August, and perhaps that's why you're dodging so many swells here for the first ever event of your level here.
All right, well, Patrick Orr sitting ready with a 5-point ride, holding that first priority. Second priority is
priority in the water, yellow with first priority, blue with second priority, red with third priority, red leading this heat with 5 points, blue needing a 184 with 3.17, and yellow still needing to get on the
guys
scorecard.
on the ground, setting up, solving a lot of problems. There's 2 people that we have to acknowledge that really came to the forefront. Dion, how can we help? And they just machines working and making sure that everything is set up and everything is good.
Well, to have a young rider like our man.
Sorry, my mic has been off. I apologize. So Tegan has been working really hard.
Yeah.
And Tian's been working really hard behind the scenes. Just.
Well, to be an athlete in the event is one thing, right? But to sort of double yourself and offer your work services on the crew as well, just speaks testimony to the young bodyboarders, their character, their passion for the sport.
Correct. And the guys that see the bigger picture, you see there's something that we want to build here, not just for themselves, but for the whole community, for the sport of bodyboarding within this country that holds so many world titles and just needs a bit of a push and some more recognition in South Africa, just to solidify their hard work, the athletes' hard work. And this is why we're here. This is an ode to our athletes that has given so much to the sport, and for finally being able to be here on the beautiful shores of Onrus, in our little beach studio, offshore breezes, sun coming over the mountain. We can't ask for better.
So Dion, I can see that you're emotional. I can see that you're so heavily invested in this. But just to be sitting here now, and as the sort of boat starts sailing, there must just be this relief for you. You're just kind of feeling, okay, all right, we've reached this point in history. Now let's enjoy the ride. You travel the world globally. You've spoken to a lot of event action over the years, but this one will have that personal satisfaction for you.
Yeah, I guess this one is just so much sweeter. It's I just think it's hard to try and put in words, and I think any promoter on tour understands what it takes to put up an event like this, and to get the thumbs up here from everybody this morning that everything is working, everything is in place. man, that was tons and tons off my shoulders. Sitting here now, we can talk and do what we are good at doing, and that is bringing people all the information on the water and just showing them where we are and what we can do here. And let's talk about the conditions. We haven't even touched on that this morning yet, Kicks.
Well, as you see on screen, regular swell pulsing through the lineup here. It looks like Patrick Orr's going to go wave number 2. A little look, maybe even impacted his priority there. But talking to the conditions, Dion, it is offshore. Yesterday, sort of side onshore, and really, it must have been 12 to 15 feet out there. The fact that it's dropped so quickly is actually quite unusual. Normally, the swell will have a duration where it'll stay at least the same size for 2 days here. So that swell was way up yesterday, but this morning it settled in, and I think we could end up with really a very usable day of, in fact, a full day of competition for day one as well. And as you mentioned, it's gone offshore. That's good. We've got the mountains behind us. They do tend to bend the wind a little bit, which helps the on-risk cove here. And the other thing is that you've got a swell that's settling down, and you've got an outgoing tide from about 11:40 this morning. So I think we've got a full day to work with here.
Yeah, definitely do, especially that neap tide cycle that is going to be allowing us to run the whole day. High tide's also very fun here. You got the washing, or the waves washing through, breaking right at the back. Now we're seeing the guys surfing way at the back line. It's quite far from where we are. It's at least about 200-300 meters to our backs, and you know, the guys are sitting there right in that pocket of where the right-hand peaks bounces off the rocks we got here in this cove, making almost like a little bit of a, not a wedgie, but it kind of gives you the right-hand takeoff to the middle of the bay.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, when the swell drops down a lot, which it will do in summer, Dion, you'll get the little lefts running towards the rocks, and then, as we mentioned, you know, with a bit of rainfall and the rip going out on the right-hand side of picture, you often get a little repeating left-hander on the smaller swells. But today, it's on the outside banks, and we've got a new ride up, and finally a ride for Tegan.
All right, Tegan with a little reverse spinning, little cutty, just looking for that section. This kid, he kind of busted his knee a couple of months ago, and he's been through recovery, and it's good to see him back in the water. One of those guys that he's like a free surfer. He loves to charge, really good at it. He's been bodyboarding for competitively for a very long time, and I think this is also his first World Tour opportunity. And again, it comes back giving the local riders the opportunity to surf a full-on World Tour event without having to have that extra travel expenses, the flights, the accommodation, you know, your food, and all of that type of stuff. It's right here on your doorstep. A quick drive from Cape Town, and bang, it's game on.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's got rider up and riding, it looks like.
That's Johan de Goede, that's Chuki, good old Cuddy. Throws buckets out there, as you guys would say. Just sitting in the pocket now, he's waiting. You see something down the line, probably link up with a little Rolo there. It's just consistent, safe surfing. You know, the first heat of the day.
He went incomplete there as well.
Yeah,
I thought he would.
correct.
I thought he would pull that one through.
Same.
Well, so it's the second ride on the scorecard for Chuki, as we affectionately call him, Johan de Goede, the local out of the Hermanus region here. He's going to put a second score on the board. He's not going to blow the lid off the scorecards. And interesting, yeah, he's going to go for a little run around here. It looks like he'll track, and then on the outside looks like Patrick Orr trying to punch through the lip for the roll. And looks like Red got a third wave there, Dion.
All right, well, Patrick Orr keeping busy, not letting the cold deter him. And Tegan with a 2.117 and Chuki a 4.85 now total score. So Patrick Orr leading this heat. We'll wait for his second score to drop down. Well, let's talk about the women's division. This is something really special here in South Africa at the moment. We are celebrating Women's Month, and you know, we've got a lot of activation happening around the women's division here, Gigs. But I think the most important thing that we need to try and our viewers understand that we've been crowning the women's world champion in our first time having an event. There's a lot of scenarios. We're going to grab that printout soon and try and go through them, but there's a lot of scenarios in terms of who needs to be in what heat and who needs to make it to the semis and blah blah blah. So there's a lot of
implications.
A lot of implication that, that there's 4 riders in contention for the world title here in Honduras, you know. So it's a big thing, and whenever we ride the women's, that might be the day, and also for the first time ever.
So we're confirming that the women's champ will be crowned here in South Africa. That's massive for the event, Dion.
That is massive. And for the first time in our sports history, we managed to put up equal prize money.
Amazing. I mean, the fact that the sport of bodyboarding is able to do that just speaks volumes again to the commitment across the genders. Of course, the other thing is across the ages as well. You'll have quite a spread of ages to talk about. And, well, there we are. There's a good quick look at what we're dealing with this morning. We spoke about the rain breaking the river through. That will be pushing a lot of sand through to the outside sandbar.
Yeah, definitely. And the lifeguards, these guys all live here in Onrus, and they have qualified from the Sea and Sun under the watchful eye of Henk Esterhuizen, aka Henk Hermanus. And he's, he's probably the one guy that I will trust with my life in the water. The way he reads it and understands the ocean, and his school that he basically has these camps where the kids come to him for a week and they do life saving and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, it's basically a waterman's based boot camp.
Basically, yeah, you're right.
And he basically filters through the process and qualifies lifeguards to the responsibility. And I know that a lot of the teenagers in the area, they look so forward to that beginning of summer, in a couple of months' time here. And everybody just talks so well of the London Sea. And, of course, his whole family been very involved with that.
Yeah, his dad, Sparks Esterhuizen, and, starting the whole Sea and Sun thing. And from there on out, it's just grew to probably one of the most respectful life-saving academies in our country. And that's incredible, and we're super fortunate to have them watching over our athletes.
Well, I can tell you the other thing is that you do need to understand the ocean. Even in summer, Dion, we can get quite thumping swells here, and certainly a very wild and rugged coastline here between Cape Town and the southern tip of Africa itself. So good to know that, the lifesavers that are employed through the summer months on the beaches here, they've been through that London Sea Academy. And, as I say, it's just everything bases around the beaches here in the Overberg as well. The region has a series of mountains very, very close to the beach. So everything is focused around the coastline here.
That's it, and a beautiful coastline as well. And, we don't want to... It's about, an hour and a half away from Gansbaai, which is another great little place, very famous for its cage diving activities.
Yep.
We should talk about it because it is the region, and people also always think the stigma around sharks and stuff like that. Yes, South Africa has great white sharks. Yes, they are here, but it just and touching with it just seems that there's something's going on here. There's a couple of orcas that's upsetting the entire food chain.
All right, so we're going to have the topic of marine life for the next couple of
live
minutes
from the Discovery Channel here in Onrus. Well, a little bit of situation set up here, gigs. Patrick Orr, 5.83, Chucky second, 4.84, and Tegan 2.17. Remembering this is not an elimination round. This is non-elimination. So the top two guys will make it into round number 3, and the person that comes last will surf again in the repercharge.
Well, that's a fair way to filter it, is to not have that elimination first round. Is that standard for all the RBC global events?
That's the format we try to adopt. Yep. It also depends on the number of entrants, so then there will be a trial, and then there will be the main event with a similar format.
Well, first event ever in South Africa. How are the attendance numbers? Did you get to the amount of men and women in the draws that you expected?
Unfortunately, no, we did not get to that.
Tough question to ask, but
it's sometimes a bit of a bitter pill to swallow, because I just don't understand why the local riders, the majority of the local riders, didn't take advantage of this opportunity, regardless of who they're surfing with or surfing against. It's opportunity to hang out and meet people you only get to see on TV.
But it's a double-edged sword as well. It's a fairly expensive entry process considering the weak currency of our rand.
Yeah,
but at the same time,
absolutely.
If you want to at least have that experience, you don't have to take on all the expenses of traveling overseas. So yeah, you want to try and encourage those local riders to get involved, but non-elimination to start, so that's great. Everyone will get a second roll of the dice, so to speak. And just having a look at picture on screen here, the beach off to the left, and then you see rights and lefts on the outside sandbar. Tide is coming in, as we mentioned, local time here, heading towards 8:30. There you see a bigger set on the outside, just sort of flushing our riders through. I mentioned it's got a similar feel to Portugal, maybe just a little chillier. But this beach certainly
Wow.
takes
Some power,
all
eh?
sorts of swell here, Dion.
That is some power braking far back. I wonder where our riders are, because that means you gotta have to duck dive fairly deep and make sure you get under that one. But the set's plenty, but very manageable. They're not consistently bombarding the riders that you just duck diving.
Yeah.
So you do get that reprieve where you can calm
yesterday
down.
was impossible.
Oh, no, it was amazing.
Yeah, yesterday was impossible. Today is manageable, and we're seeing a very strong rip, very evident on the right-hand side of the beach. I'm noticing a couple of riders going to do the rock jumps as well. Not sure if the production team will try and pick out our riders. Some of them are using the rock jump over on the right-hand side of the beach. But there's a pronounced rip there, Dion, so no problem with gaining access to the back line.
A bit of a conveyor belt, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, if you just join us, welcome to the 2022 Walkabout Pro here in South Africa, Onrus Beach and Hermanus. Massive thank you to everybody tuning in and all our sponsors making this event possible. Now, we've got a couple of great sponsors we're going to be talking about. SEAF is one of the local estate agents here, and they've been an absolute pivotal part in supporting and seeing the bigger picture of this event here, and we'd just like to thank them for their involvement and being a part of this, and we're looking forward to a long-standing relationship with the expert team at SEAF.
No, Zelda and the team from SEAF here in Onrus itself. Onrus is a very, very sought-after residential area as well, to live on what they call the island here and to have an investment property here. It'll give you the best summer lifestyle you could ever wish for. And yeah, of course, wonderful to have them as an activation partner here. Of course, a lot of working parts, Dion. You've been slaving behind the scenes, sleepless nights, but to see it all come together, and lots of people to thank, of course, on the way during the week ahead.
Yeah, lots of thank yous coming your way. Another big thank you would be, and it's just, we're going to get to all our partners and we're going to get to all our sponsors, but the Crocs South Africa have come on board, taking up the women's division. Here we go. Here's a little bit of a view for you guys where the guys will be jumping off the rocks right over there. There's a bit of a keyhole there, and that keyhole then will take them straight into the rip conveyor belt, swing them around into the back line, and that's perfect. 3 minutes, 37 seconds to go. Patrick, or the cold Hawaiian right now, we would say, holding it down with a 5.83. Chucky right behind him with a 4.84, and Tegan with a 2.17. The first heat's always the guinea pigs, always a tough one. Here we go, up and riding. That is Tegan. Yeah, come on, looking for something good. Hooks a little cut back. Just maybe should have held back on that cutting and waited for the section. You know, these guys can grovel really hard because that's Durbanites. That's what they do. They used to.
I was just going to say, that looks like him going into the left bowl at North Beach. Meanwhile, on the outside, we'll try and pick up the Hawaiian Patrick Orr.
Just skimming. Mark 2 down the face there.
We love it. Well, remember, he opened with a 5 and he's needed a backup score, so he's going to find that with just under 3 minutes to go here, Dion. And yeah, it's looking like he'll be sailing straight to the next round. It'll be a bit of a tussle perhaps between the two South Africans for that cut-off slot.
So you'll see the guys coming, once they've taken away, they'll come back into shore. Then they'll hook with that rip current that will take them back out. Trying to take a wave and turn around and try to paddle straight back out, well, you're going to be wasting a lot of time and a lot of energy. So understanding this place is quite important to make sure that you guys kind of get yourself going.
Yeah, absolutely. Heats are definitely manageable out there. That was, as you mentioned, Dion, the guinea pig heat of the morning. And, well, Patrick Orr's done a good enough job there. As we mentioned, he opened with around a 5-pointer. We'll just wait for his backup score to come in. And with around 2 minutes to go, we'll keep a close eye on Johan de Goede out the back as well. He'll want to just get another number. Meanwhile, Tegan's upped his personal numbers a slight touch with that sort of that wrapping cutback on the left. But he's still trailing Johan.
Still trailing, but you know, anything can happen in 2 minutes. He is back in the back line next to Johan de Goede. Patrick Orr opting that it's had enough, it's way too cold, and he's going to come back out, warm up, and get himself ready for the next round.
Well, 90 seconds to go. I'm just hearing the beach announcers calling out the priorities. I kind of haven't seen too much of a requirement for priority as everyone's been fairly spread out over the about 80 yards spread out between the riders out the back there. So hasn't really been much of a priority discussion at this stage as we come down to 1 minute to go.
Exactly. So sometimes you need it, sometimes you don't. You know, so this I think a priority works a lot better on a reef break scenario. You know, kind of where, you know, places like Fronton, like Pipeline, like Arica in Chile, or whatever high performance reef there is, because it also keeps things a bit safer. It controls the lineup a bit, and also,
absolutely,
you know, in a way, everybody gets a fair turn to get one of the good set ways. So
it's a matter of, does any of our riders still find another rider here? Is that priority situation just as we spoke about it? And it looks like Johan de Goed is going to use it.
Yes, charging down the line, foot on the gas, nice little cut back. Elevated by the offshore. Now he knows his waves. He knows what. He immediately saw something, put his hand in the tack position, held the rail. Now they're landing again, just getting the better of him.
Again.
There he is. He's kicking. Can he get in front of it? He's still going, Gigs.
Dion,
still
is that
going.
a complete?
And that should be a complete maneuver. Yeah, if he managed to eventually get in front of it, but the scoring scale will be very low. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be back with the next heat of round number 1 of the men's here at the 2022 Walker Bay Pro right after this quick ad breaks. We'll see you in a bit.
Home is our story. SEAF, expertise built through generations of trust.
Straight to the water. All right, welcome back. Wow. Mega hit. Good talking point. Another Hawaiian up in this heat, up against 2 Cape Town riders hailing from, the Gat, as they call it, close to Llandudno. Right-hand wedge specialist, Jeff Hubbard. Well, needs no introduction in this game. Made the pilgrimage all the way here from Hawaii to South Africa. Only managed to get his bags late last night. This has been heavily delayed. Up against Benji Oliver, one of the Tunt wildcard riders. That he came into the Tunt Invitational, and man, this kid absolutely shreds. And then John Catlin, also known as Cato, one of the older guys in this game. Not an old guy, but he's been in this bodyboarding industry for a very long time and an absolute shredder. So Jeff's got his work cut out for him. That's 100% sure. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Hubbard, Benji Oliver, Jonathan Catlin.
Yep, it's going to be a good opportunity for the young South Africans to mix it up with the 3-time world champion. Of course, wonderful to see Jeff Hubbard making the trip across here to the bottom of Africa. And I remember meeting him back in '98 at North Beach. He was hanging out with the crew there, and he spoke about his luggage being missing. He didn't seem too phased about it. He's stoked to be back in South Africa, and well, as I say, he's here to soak it up, and he's here to get a result as well, no doubt.
Yes, we got, at the end of the day, these guys are fighting for the world title. After this event, we'll be moving to Sintra in Portugal, and it seems like the world title will be decided in Fronton. Now, Fronton is one of those high-performance, gnarly bodyboarding slab waves that is just controlled by bodyboarders, the whole lineup. It's a very dangerous wave, very scary wave, and it's kind of the epiphany of our sport, and one of those waves that really pushes the guys.
Well, horn's just gone here, Dion. So heat start, 25-minute heats. Hubbard takes on the 2 young South Africans, and of course, what an experience for young Benji and John to get involved. And it looks like John is going to get first out the gates here.
That's it, long little wall, cruising down the line. Cato looking for something. Here we go. Tries a little bank reverse at the top. Manages to spin at the top like a bottle top. Maybe comes around, but the whitewater just smashing around. Now the thing with that type of maneuver, Gigs, you need a lot of speed. Because you want to be coming down the face of the wave with a lot of speed. See that oncoming section, and you hit it, and then you turn and you elevate in the air and you land in front. So you need a lot of speed.
Signs of the tide pushing in there as well, Dion. Its wave just kind of stood up and then sort of backed off a little bit, went a bit soft on John. Nonetheless, a slow motion spin incomplete to get his campaign underway here. And as we mentioned, great to have Jeff Hubbard here from Hawaii. I mean, one of the progressive elements of the sport. You think of his influence globally.
Here's a little replay, bangs it, and boop, you can see just at no speed, just drop the anchor, drop the fridge, drop everything, and then stayed in place. So you need a little bit of speed on that one. Here we go, a beautiful replay brought to you by our awesome production crew. You're on the beach, you guys have no idea, we haven't built huts, we're really making things work here. And you know, this is Africa, we are Africans, not Afrikaans.
Well, you might want to explain that to a broader audience at some stage, Dion. Of course, 11 official languages here in South Africa, and Afrikaans is one of them, the dialect of the Dutch, who originally made their way here. Well, it was Jan van Riebeeck who sailed into Cape Town in 1652, Dion. And
It's a while ago.
Yeah, and there was a Dutch teacher in 1815 called Hermanus Pieters, who made his way down from Caledon, and he used to come and hang out here and fish. And he used to bring a couple of his wild his cattle and his sheep with him, and he was like, wow, how is this little place? And he found a number of little springs, and that's where the name Hermanus Pietersfontein came in. And then, well, mid-1800s they decided that's way too long a name, they'll just chop it down to Hermanus. And so there's a Dutch heritage to the region, and of course speaking to the Afrikaans language that you mentioned there, one of 11 dialects.
Ja, so baie welkom vir almal wat kyk.
Ja.
Ons is baie voorreg om julle hier te hê in Suid-Afrika. En daar duik jy man onder die brander en Benji Oliver al die pad van Kaapstad af. Well, there's a little taste of South African Afrikaans, one of the many languages in our rainbow nation, 11 official languages. And you know what, so rich in culture, so rich in our diversity. It just makes this place even more special.
Yeah, absolutely. You think back to the heritage here, you think back to the Hottentots, to the Khoisan, and there's a lot of respect that is paid to them from the heritage and history side. You mentioned the 11 languages. As you travel northwards, way up in the north is the Sothos, the north and south Sothos. Of course, there's Zululand, there's Xhosa, there's many versions of the tribal languages. And well, certainly down here, the origins of it is some of the oldest life as well is from the region here, the Karoo itself.
Yeah.
Call it the cradle of mankind. There's a lot of history to mankind itself from the African shores.
Yeah, just actually we got a lot to talk about, just to try and educate people, and just, you know what, we're just promoting our beautiful country because it is such a beautiful place. It's such a great touristic destination for you to come and visit Cape Town, visit South Africa itself. You've got the Kruger National Park, you've got the Drakensberg Mountains, the inlands, and if you're a fishing fanatic, you've got a lot happening for you here. You've got your trout fishing, you've got your fly fishing, if you've got things like that. So you've got all those things happening, and it's just so much to do. And the food, let's talk about the culinary value that South Africa produces, and you know what, the value for money you get as a traveling tourist.
Well, you can see lots of people down at the beach here, and talking of the culinary, they'll definitely be involved with some of their bacon and eggs this morning. Of course, this is Onrus Beach. If you're just joining the broadcast, it is the RBC coverage of the first ever global event from South Africa. We spoke about Seef and Onrus. Now, this is your residential area of Onrus at the foot of the Hemel and Aarde Valley. To translate that from Dutch, it means the heaven and earth valley. Of course, right behind us, going up for the about 30 kilometers, is about 15 wine farms with all export quality wines, and a lot to talk about. In fact, a lot of the vintners, a lot of the winemakers are active beachgoers. A lot of them particularly will come and surf at Onrus Beach itself. And of course, just to pay respects to the topic, there was a beautiful lady by the name of Elzaan Metlekamp. She was the national champion many years ago, and she married and settled here in the valley. And of course, passing away a few years ago, the late Elzaan Metlekamp, marrying the Newton-Johnson family. But she was an absolute ripper on her bodyboard, as we mentioned, SA champ in the 90s, and yeah, she was a regular in the lineup here, Dion.
Yeah, long may her memory reign. All right, well, we're ready with an interview. We're going to be chucking Alexander Render. Alex, we're ready for you. Bring us that interview.
Just over 19 minutes left. In the lead, John Catlin in blue. And then still needing to get off the scoreboard is red, Jeff Hubbard, yellow, Benji Oliver. And then blue having his first wave of 1.83. First priority yellow, second priority red, and third priority blue at this stage.
All right, thank you for that great interview. Chucky, taking it the last minute there, taking it away from the cold Patrick. Oh, here we go, rider in yellow, that is Benji Oliver. Bumpy in that rip current that's over there. So way selection, super important. Being in the right position, well, even more important. And you can see the guys just wanting to shake off a little bit of the cobwebs, get going. The conditions are pretty difficult, but it's super clean. And we're just coming off the back of a really big storm. The forecast for the rest of the week, well, it's looking pretty tricky for us as well. We're going to be running tomorrow up until such time as we deem it unsafe, because that 20-second swell, here we go, that's red looking, leaving. That
little look for Jeff Hubbard there, Dion.
Yeah, I'm pretty keen to see him send. Yeah, I'm sure everybody else is pretty keen watching him send. So if you're back home,
starting to notice a couple of lefts coming through the lineup as well now.
Yeah.
Jeff, in fact, was just out of position for that one. He paddled for the first one, missed the second one, which walled up a little better here, Dion. But certainly it is tricky out in the lineup. I mean, particularly the points in that last heat. It must have been pretty tight numbers between Chucky de Goede and Patrick Orr, because that was a kind of sleepy roll for Chucky at the end to get the heat win. So it must have been a really, really tight set of scores there.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. It was very tight for him, and unfortunately, fortunately for him, he came away with the win there.
Well, picking up around 17 minutes to go. No big numbers out of this heat just yet. Catlin's 183, Oliver's 133, and no rides yet for Jeff Hubbard.
Oh, Jeff just keeping it coy and chilled. And we see yellow paddling on this one, and the wave standing up and just letting go. So unfortunately, still needs some more action, but lots of action.
Well, Jeff Hubbard, of course, the 2012, back then, the IBA World Bodyboard Tour. And of course, his brother, David, also a drop knee world champ. So great to have him here in South Africa. And of course, he's one of those characters that really pushed the boundary of aerials and where the current state of the sport lies. So a massive shout out to Jeff Hubbard.
Yeah, Jeff, man. The flying Hawaiian just apologized for the no audio on the interview with the Chucky. We just sorting that out. It's very remote here, so we're making it work. But just glad to bring you guys a beautiful stream here on a beautiful beach at the 2022 Walker Bay Pro. I'm joined by Gigs Elias. Gigs, up and riding. That is Jeff Hubbard. Finally gets on the card. Opens up a little nice roller, very cylindrical, and follows up with a quick little forward spin. And now he's going to make his way back to that rip to kind of make his paddle a little bit easier.
What did you make of that opening roll of Jeff Hubbard? He kind of twisted it through the hips, eh? It wasn't really a full lip launch.
Yeah,
right?
a little bit.
Right?
Yeah, a little bit forced through the lip. Not too forced. I mean, it wasn't like. I think the stigma is when once you see Jeff up and riding, you're expecting mega boosts and stuff. So I think for him,
well, he's got to surf to the conditions at hand, of course.
He's just feeling it out. Feeling it out, getting used to this shock to the system, because it's definitely a lot more layers than a board short, that's for sure.
Well, the fact of the matter is, a lot of wetsuit companies, very specific targeting bodyboarders these days. And of course, the actual neoprene itself, the extrusions of the neoprenes. Wetsuits are way more flexy and way more heat retentive now than they've ever been. So, that discussion about cold water and, board shorts versus wetsuits, it has been narrowed over the last
100%,
few years.
100%. It's really come down And you know, it's actually so comfortable inside your wetsuit. You don't feel restricted anymore. I don't know if you like recall the wetsuits from back in the day. One, you're gonna get a rash around the neck. You're gonna get your elbows chewed out, and it's just a stiff little thing. Now it kind of feels like a second skin. You're moving with the 4-3.
Yep, exactly that.
Turn right and red, 4.5 on your last wave, 4.5 your last wave, leading this heat at the moment.
All right, back to the action. Quick little in and out there.
Right and yellow, needing a
And that was the rider yellow, Benji Oliver, ducking out of that one. We'll just bring out a little replay here of Jeff Hubbard's. Let's have a look, see.
second priority.
No replay yet.
Well, ironing out the creases this morning, Dion, day one. And
Day
of course,
one.
as we mentioned, this event site being absolutely hammered yesterday. In fact, it completely disintegrated.
Yes.
You basically started at ground zero again yesterday afternoon here on site. So we'll get it right. We'll get it smooth and running. But certainly the first ever event here in South Africa, not without its challenges.
Oh no, it has been. We've been smashed with challenges, but here we go. Another challenge. That is Benji Oliver looking to up his game as we follow the rider down the face. Lots of speed, lifts his leg. You see there's bouncing, skipping like a stone, and then just kicking out of that one. You know, just that oncoming section, just not giving him anything. I'm sure he'll be a bit frustrated with that. Low scores. Jeff Hubbard with a 4.5. We haven't seen those mega scores yet, but you know we're getting on. We're getting going. Scorecards ticking. Tomorrow is looking absolutely thumping.
Well, a similar start for the Hawaiian as to Patrick Orr, who started off with a 5. They both picked them on the right-handers. Thinking back about 40 minutes ago, Patrick Orr's opening wave, that one stood up a bit more. Jeff kind of constructing that score. You know, he basically created a 4.5.
That's it. Here we see Benji just skipping like a stone, not getting anything out of that one. Foot in the gas, and you can see that oncoming section just taking, you know, just
Again,
kind of killing it for him.
Yeah, again, Dion, I think it's just signs of the tide pushing in, and the boys are about to get absolutely worked by a big set here as well. See it rolling through the lineup. Of course, fitness always plays a huge part. All the top riders will have that quite stringent routine of exercise and training. I know that Tristan works very, very hard in between surfs on the rest of his thing, on his diet, on his cardio.
Physio, his flexibility, core strength, and those, and that's key to bodyboarding. Core strength is possibly the number one thing, because remember, you're laying down, so everything you're doing is with your core. You're arching your back when you're doing your inverts, your back flips. It's all on the lower back and on the core, and just you know, having a tight core or a solid core is going to help you along the line.
Well, I'm just thinking how we can collaborate the bodyboard tour with everyone that does Pilates around the world. We could up the numbers quite
yeah, that's correct.
quite significantly.
Because the yoga and stretching and Pilates
we're thinking of some strategies to rope in all that. Well, of course, I mean, you think of the Pilates and yoga movement globally. You know, that would easy tie in with a good push
so if there's
towards
anybody
the bodyboarding
watching
numbers.
and you've got a couple 100,000 lying around, you know, let's go.
Exactly.
Let's talk. Well, Jeff Hubbard sitting pretty in first place with a 4.5. John Catlin with a 2.66, and Benji right behind him with a 2.26. Approaching that 10-minute mark. Heat number 2, round number 1, non-elimination. So just testing out top 2 guys for making it to round number 3. And then the guys coming last in this round have another opportunity to keep themselves in the game and keep fighting for the title of the Walker Bay Pro.
Well, you're talking about different waves. You mentioned El Fronton and, of course, Hubbard getting a win back there quite a while ago, back in 2010. You mentioned that coming up on the calendar again later this year.
That's it.
But let's just bounce quickly around what has taken place thus far. I mean, 2 events in Peru, 3 in Chile, 2 in Brazil, 1 in the Maldives, and now here to Africa and then up to Portugal. So, you know, it's been an interesting year for 2022 so far. Are you happy with what you've seen as far as the global unfolding of the tour thus far?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the IBC, which is kind of the new governing body since just before COVID it came, and then COVID, you know, we couldn't put up a tour in 2019 or 2020, and 2021. You only saw the fronton events working. And last year, a few events, you know, with the COVID restrictions, being a bit more eased. He managed to get some sort of a small tour, but now this is our full-on first year. We're actually going
Getting a full calendar again.
Full calendar, full going, and you know what? It's very comforting and very cool to understand. Here we go. A rider up and riding. That is blue. John Carrow. Can he get a little section? Loves his inverts. Going to play it safe. Banks a nice little roll into that oncoming section. But gigs, man, that is a lot of water that you have to deal with as you land.
Yeah, the swell has got a lot of energy still. Looks like Hubbard's going to pick up on wave number 2. Yeah, it's got a little bit of a tapered wall. He'll get the trim going. Board speed up.
Yeah, you see that high line now. It's mid-phase. Box a
yes.
loopy roll. That's it. Textbook. You can hear the crowd loving that one. The landing smooth as butter melting on the croissant.
Yellow, you have first priority. Yellow.
Got him on that one. All right.
You got me on that one.
Jeff Hubbard will definitely be putting the highest score of the event. So it was only the second heat, and that's just a taste of what to come.
Well,
when we get the replay, we'll have a quick look and
Yeah.
see how he drew his line. Saw that section right at the end, and he knew that he needs to keep it high, drops it down with a lot of speed, gigs, and bangs it with a nice roll over.
Well, it's going to be good to see the interpretation of the score for that particular wave. I mean, as this way, he constructed the 4.5 as his opening score. That one now his second ride, waiting for judges' opinion. And it's going to be interesting to see where they set that, because that's what we've come to see. That's what everyone is. And you heard the beach erupting. So let's speculate. Where do we think that number's going to go?
Well, I reckon that's definitely going to be in the
good category?
In the good to excellent category.
Okay.
Probably going to tickle that 7s. Probably going to tickle the high 6s, 7s. You know, there hasn't been any of that maneuvers.
Notice how I painted you into a corner with the answer.
Oh, you know, I can box myself out of that. Unlike Kamaru Usman this morning. He's so yeah, Jeff. Here we go. 12.5 total.
So 12.5 minus the 4.5.
ride.
Yeah,
8-point ride.
An 8-point ride. So it's straight onto that excellent category. So that's what we've come to see. Jeff Hubbard sets the pace for the heat, Dion. And just to talk to the judges that are on duty here at the Walker Bay Pro. I mean, head judge.
Yeah, head judge. You know, the one and only Chika Goritana. That has been probably the head judge in bodyboarding for, I would say, around about 20 years. Heavily respected judge. He commands and demands performance from his team. He commands the whole team like a general. You know, they really come here and they do their job. We got Felipe, who is a Chileno and also one of the best judges on tour. We've got local South African World Tour judge as well, and that is Rossi, Mark Rousseau, also one of the guys that shapes boards here. You know, he's been in this game his entire life. You know, so you have guys that really understand it, and the fact that we have these guys here is also due to the fact that we going to be crowning the women's world champion. So you need the best panel for this, and I have no doubt that all the scores they give, you know, it's going to be the best.
Fair value, yeah. And of course, good for them to sort of be involved, you know, at every stop. It brings a consistency to interpretation at all the different venues.
Absolutely.
And of course, we know that this will be your favourite event of the year, being a South African. But just to talk to the other events that have taken place thus far, what's your sort of summary on that? You know, on Peru, Chile, and Brazil?
That's cool. Yeah. So the Peruvians, the Lurin Pro, and so they were very focused around the world tour, around the Pro Juniors. So we have the Pro Junior category. We have the Pro Junior Women as well. Then we've got obviously the men's, the women's, and the elusive DK guys. So that was really cool. And then we had the South American leg, it was dubbed the South American leg. So we started off in Arica, El Floppers, which is probably one of my favorite waves in the world. It's insanely far to travel from here, about 42 hours from South Africa, Cape Town, Doha, Sao Paulo, Santiago, Arica, and by the time you get there, you're triple fried and some. And then you just get going. And that was really cool. It was probably, for me, the highlight event of the year so far.
Another big set, cleaning everybody up as well. Yeah, Dion, just to mention that, 5 minutes to go and everyone's getting a good thrashing out there. The two South Africans definitely looking for backup scores as well as we go under 5 minutes to go. But just talking to that point that you're saying, the South American leg, the start of the 2022 calendar for this year.
Yeah, so Rico was insane. It was the finals was quite possibly one of the best displays of bodyboarding between Amari Laverne, who put on a masterclass, 2 10s in his heat, up against Tristan Roberts. So very different game plans there. Mars, it was pumping. It was as good as it gets. Mars would just focus on the left-handers. He clocked in some barrel time and massive inverts. And Tristan, I just called it in the beginning of the heat. I have the feeling Tristan's just going to go for the big right-handers. Waited. He had some massive opportunities, big air reverses. If he landed his air reverse, his invert, it would have been a perfect heat on both sides. Fortunately, the commitment, it was massive, dude. It was like 10 foot, 8 to 10 foot. It was massive, just bombing waves, and they hit these sections, flying into the shallow reef. And then Tristan kind of changed his game, focused on some less, managed to get a 9.9 and another 8, and it was just a masterclass. It was a masterclass, and from there on we jumped to a kike.
Well, it's not often that you get perfect heats,
No,
right?
no.
So 20-point win there for Moz. Amazing stuff to get the year going.
And his lowest score there was a 7.9 in that heat. His lowest score. Mike Stewart was there, and he said I think it was the highest wave score. Yeah, he had like 4 or 5 waves. That's all. But it was the highest collective score in any heat ever surfed. And you know, for Mike Stewart to say that and to acknowledge that, yeah, it's a big achievement.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Love where the sport is. I love plugging in with you guys. And again, thanks for having me on as a guest for the day to be part of history. You know, first event ever in South Africa. It's a huge story. And of course, a great value addition to that calendar of 2022. And then from the South American leg, what did you make of the Maldives?
Oh man, jeez. So yeah, it was Maldives just blew the lid off everything in terms of their production value. The president of the Maldives going there, the wave actually turning on and just being super fun in the semi-finals day specifically. Such a rattle, wedgy left-hander, a couple of right-handers around there. But you know, for the first ever event in the Southeast Asia continent,
yep.
it's incredible. And to be at that level of production, massive. I mean, I had proper FOMO, believe it. I had proper FOMO. We had a job to do here. You know, so J Real, you know, we had a couple of legends going in, joining the commentary team. You know, our fellow commentators, Begonia, Fabio Aquino, and Jay. You know, they just incredible wealth of knowledge of the sport there, and to have these guys also on board, you know, it's massive, and to have you on board as well, it's an asset. And the value you guys bring to this event is insane. So Maldives was just on another level. Tristan, I think he got pipped in the semis against Amari. I mean, him and Amari always just fighting. Those are the two guys. When they get, I would love to see the stats one day of how many head-on-heads and who's won what. But Tristan got the better of Amari in front of his. And that's Amari's backyard. He lives on his balcony. He looks straight into front on. And it got him there in 2019.
Of course, 2019, Tristan Roberts getting that world title. A huge, myself being a Hermanus resident, you spoke about the president being at the Maldivian event. Everybody rolled out the red carpet for Tristan Roberts here in 2019. Let's have a look at the surfing action here.
All right, that's white, yellow up and riding. Benji with a nice little roller finally gets himself on the scorecard. He'll be stoked on that one, and that should punch him into that second position. Quite a slow heat. Yep. We're coming down to less than a minute, ladies and gentlemen, of... here we go. That is red up and riding. Just the cameraman's just missing him there, unfortunately, Jeff Hubbard. So we're getting down to the last couple of seconds of this heat. 45 seconds to go. Jeff Hubbard coming out of something there. Hopefully we can bring you the replay for that one.
Kind of a victory lap there. He didn't do much on it to add a little peep out at it, and it was a soft left, and he's kind of just making his way in. Of course, massive 8-point ride with that beautiful
that was beautiful
roll for him. So amazing stuff. Jeff Hubbard setting the pace for the second heat of the morning as we start wrapping it up.
Yeah, 23 seconds to go. Coming down to the wire on this one. Here to 2022 Walker Bay Pro here in Hermanus, in Onrus, in South Africa. I'm joined by Gigs Elias and Alexander Render doing our post-heat interviews on the beach. We're going to be shuffling in the commentary a little bit later on, where Alex will be joining Gigs and myself here in the booth. Well, that is the end of heat number 2 of round number 1. We'll be back. Welcome back. Well, talk about Tristan, the golden boy. And next water, heat in the water we've got here. Crisp, clean offshore morning here in Honors. Next heat in the water. In red, Tristan Roberts. In yellow, Victor Holloway. And in 3, Luke Stanforth. All 3 riders from Honors. Basically, all 3 Honors scollies in one heat.
You may want to explain to everybody what a scolly is, Dion. South African slang again, in full swing from you. But a scolly is basically a rubbish.
Yeah, rubbish, but not rubbish.
But in an affectionate way.
These are, yeah, in an affectionate way. These kids are, growing up together, all the little naughty guys, cruising together their whole lives, and now they have the opportunity to surf together here at the Walker Bay Pro. Well, men's round number 1, not elimination. Top 2 riders make it into the next round. The bottom rider will be surfing the next round, which will be round number 2, which will be elimination if they do not make it. All right, we got a rider up and riding, letting that one go, and we believe we do have the wrong graphic on this one. Here we go. This is the correct heat in the water. Heat number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies about that. Back into the action. Wesley Coetzee, the Durbanite. Here we go. Luke Burton, Wesley Coetzee, Roland Jack, and Jordan Pease up and riding. Round number 1, heat number 3. And Wesley Coetzee is also one of those dark horses in our country. He hails from Margate, from the south coast. And man, he's got a lot of talent. He just needs this one platform to elevate himself in. And this is the opportunity we can give all of these riders.
Well, Wesley Coetzee had a very spirited performance up at Tunt, your
Absolutely.
invitational event a couple of weeks back. Yeah. And certainly showed some fearlessness there in the lineup. And we'll see if he brings that focus and energy to his first international event of this level.
That's correct. And you've got Luke Burton, also hailing from Cape Town. Dadestian, his local break. One of Jared Houston's haunting grounds as a grommet. And mine as well. Jordan Peace, also coming out of the junior rankings. And Roland Jack, one of the, staunch supporter of the sport. Surfing his first international event as well, and so grateful to have the opportunity to be here with the boys. And he was a bit stressed this morning with the big waves, but you know what, he's out there, and it's going to be great to watch these guys surf.
Well, it's great to have the participation, as you mentioned, an opportunity for South Africans to really dig in and get a taste of international level. And of course, the town of Hermanus absolutely opening its arms to what you guys have unfolded here this week, Dion. And yeah, everyone's stoked. There's a tangible buzz. It's all happening. I've had a little peep at the athlete area again. It's all happening down there. And of course, so the local restaurants are serving out the cappuccinos, and people flocking down here. It's been the talk of the town. It's been the talk of this, what we call the Overstrand and the Overberg region. And great to have the South Africans, as you say, mixing it up.
Yeah, mixing it up. And milk. Wow. Jeez, we've been eating there. Here we go, up and riding. That is rider in white. That is Roland Jack. Opening his account, a little handbrake. They're looking for a little something. Smooth little face. Nice little reverse spin. Hooks another spin to win. A little forward spin. But there we go. Can he get a nice little rolo? Looking, pushing on the nose. You can see how he's pushing on the nose, trying to just stay ahead and keep his board balanced. But he's going to be riding this one until he gets a little section. Hopefully something shows for him. There you try a little something. Can he stay in front? That whitewater just running away. And now he's got a fairly long paddle to get back to the ripple. But surely when he gets there, it'll just be punched back to the back line quite quickly.
What's interesting there is Roland covered quite a lot of distance. In fact, traversed more than 2/3 of the beach there. It's not, as I mentioned, it's not the biggest beach in the world. It's about 400 yards left to right across with rocks on either side. And looks like yellow on the outside, Dion.
That is yellow up and riding. Luke Burton from Dadestian cruising down the line. Bounces foamy cappuccino mess. Just looking for a little something. And bogs out of that one. And two little low-scoring rides, but I guess the guys just want to feel it out a bit.
Well, it'll be interesting to see where the score goes for Roland Jack's first one, the reverse spin, then the regular spin, changed direction twice, didn't get a special launch on the inside, did the soft roll, but that'll be the best wave of the heat thus far, and we'll see what kind of number the rest of the field will chase here, Dion. Still plenty of time.
Plenty of time. 21 minutes, 32 seconds to go here at the Walker Bay Pro. This is men round 1, non-elimination, heat number 3, and we got a sneaky glimpse earlier about the heat that is to come. The LOC 316 guys, that's what they call themselves, the LOC 316. Given the 316, here we go. Quick little replay of Benji, of Luke Burton's long ride. Unfortunately, not getting much on this one, Gigs. You can see all that foam. There's so much water moving at the moment.
Yeah, and then it just gets compressed and it swamps him at the end, so he's not going to fetch a big number for that. But 283 for Roland Jack sets the pace for the heat. 2 spins.
Yeah, sets a pace. Just,
Basically,
settling the
you've got to
nerves.
get off the lip, right?
Yeah.
That's where the points
That's
are.
the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Critical section, always a critical section. Like let's compare Jeff Hubbard's roll. All right, that was in the critical section, on the lip as it was curling. He went and he got absolutely
And his
catapulted.
line of projection there was no hindrance to that. I mean, the acceleration through it made a lot of sense for the judges to go, right to the excellent category score already in second heat of the morning. So, yeah, good stuff. Sets the pace. And point to the story with the discussion, Dion, guys have got to get pitched out of the lip.
Yeah, you got to get catapulted. That critical section, get yourself in the air, land into the flats. Here we go. This is Blue looking at this one. That is Jordan Peace. Nice looking wave, clean face, lots of speed. There he goes. Hits it through the lip roll. Can he come out of that one? Because that was a good projection. But again, that white water just holding them down in an underwater tour courtesy of Orneris Beach.
We've got about 2 hours to go until low tide. So perhaps, I think maybe a little bit of the waves will frustrate our riders a touch with the higher tide. But certainly with the higher tide, they're going to have to look for the bigger walls, the bigger opportunities. And as I say, we do have a pretty consistent swell here. It has tapered off since yesterday. Yesterday, completely unusable. But today, sort of waves in the 4 to 5 foot category. And well, that wind is being very kind to us. And on the outside, looks like Red's going to get his campaign rolling here as Wesley Coetzee. Little skid and slide there.
Yeah, Wes losing his rail a little bit, wanting to do a cutback, but I think he just lost his rail. But there you go, still lots of speed. Goes for an ARS and an ARS ejection, and he's going to pay the price for that one as a long swim.
Oh, he wanted to capitalize on that. On the outside, yellow.
All right. Oh, another screamer sick. Good waves coming through. That's a good
There we
roll.
go.
That's in the critical section, in the flats there, and good kicking out there.
Good for work for Luke right there. That's exactly the point we were talking to, Dion. He hit it. There was really not much on offer on that except that one bowl, but he capitalized, done it, and that's going to be the best score of the heat thus far.
Absolutely. That will put him in that P1, and we see the priority sitting with white and blue. It's going to be changing, so blue will have that first priority quite soon, but just keep your eyes on the screen. You go to live scores, Walker Bay Pro. You can watch all the scores drop real time there, and ibcworldtour.com as well. If you just joined us, welcome to South Africa. Welcome to the Walker Bay Pro, first time ever, and we have an event here on African soil, and that's pretty cool.
And as well, you mentioned, Dion, a long time in the making. It's a dream of yours. I know that you've played a huge role with it. And I mean, of course, you don't do it alone. There's a whole bunch of people with you that scrum this thing and push it along.
Yeah, you know what? It's something it's an impossible solo task. You know, the team, the sponsors, our partners, the people involved. You know, just really want to thank everybody. You know, it's just so cool. It's just really cool to be able to be. And look at the amount of people here on a Sunday morning. I'm sure when Tristan goes in for his next heat, we're going to have some more people on the beach. And Luke Burton getting a good score with a 5.17, and he's got a nice little heat lead there with a 6.17. Wes with a 2.93. Roland Jack with a 2.83, and Jordan Peace trailing behind with a 1.33. Ample time left in this heat. This is heat number 3 of round number 1, non-elimination. Top 2 riders will make it through into the next round, and the bottom 2 riders will go into round number 2, which will be the repercharge. If you don't make it there, you will be unfortunate ending your Walker Bay campaign and your World Tour charge. Welcome to everybody who's joined us. Good to have you guys around. Ironing out a couple of gremlins, kind of like that messy rip ball we see there in the back. Yesterday, as we told you guys earlier, we got absolutely smoked here on the beach. All of our the waves were so big, it washed up way further than what we anticipated, and a lot of our platforms and things getting absolutely destroyed with an absolute power of the beach. And I believe they actually managed to get a couple of our pallets on the bay next door at Sunpai.
Well, yeah, nothing like patching it all back together and talking about getting it together. Here comes your world champion, Tristan Roberts, local support. I've just spotted him. The cameras will try and pick him up now as he runs along the beach here.
It'll be interesting to see where he approaches the water from here. And it'll be very interesting to see where he'll come out. You're probably going to do the rock jump, or he might just take the lazy option and go with the...
well, you got the rip. So the rip is fairly pronounced. Let's have a look at Blue on the outside. Maybe we'll pick him up on the screen. But just talking to the point of where Tristan Roberts is going to paddle out, I think he... well, we've just answered the question. We've just speculated where he's going to paddle out. He is going to... Looks like he's going to go down to the Sunpai side of the beach and paddle out on what we call the far side.
Right, Luke Burton, first position, the man from Melkbos. Troubleview, it's got many names. But we've all spent many of our rattled youth in Troubleview. Unstable View, that's also one of them. Bless that place. And yeah, Luke Burton holding it down. Wesley could see right behind him. A little bit further way back, and it's quite close between second and third. It seems like right now in this heat, that the battle is on for that second position. But we've seen a couple of good clean waves cruising down here, down the face, and some decent scores going down. Highlight so far will be once again Jeff Hubbard and beautiful roller. Yeah, the conditions tricky, but shifting, moving, pretty big still, and it's going to calm down during the course of the day.
Dion, it is, yeah. So we'll hit the high tide, local time here in South Africa, 9:10 in the morning right now on a beautiful Sunday morning. About 2 hours to go to the high tide. Then the tide will start falling out. I think it'll help the waves pocket out a little bit. I think this wind has been very kind to us today. I mean, we've pretty much got offshores and should, we trust, stay fairly offshore.
Look at that
all
wave.
day.
Sorry to interrupt you, but look at that thing offloading right in front of the riders. Mayday, dive. This is what's happening here.
And Dion, we also mentioned Tristan Roberts coming up next, and what I noticed was we were speculating where he was going to paddle out. Was he going to do the rock jump? Was he going to use the rip? Well, he's completely proved both of us wrong. He's going to go to the northern end of the beach, which is off to the left, and he's going to use that set of rocks. We haven't seen any riders approach the beach from that side just yet. So, well, no one knows the beach better.
Yeah, this is very interesting for me as well, because that's kind of where you get into surf far side. Now, far side is one of those right-handers that kind of links in here on the far left of the beach. Super fun wave, but he must have seen something that the other riders haven't seen yet. Everyone's been very focused to what's happening in the middle of the beach.
Yeah, he's going to pick a peak about 100 yards further over.
That's correct, and he's going to, and there's also another rip on that side that then runs you back out into the channel. A lot more duck diving, I think that Tristan's in for, but definitely you can see some of the longer right-handers will be, giving him some good scoring opportunities. As we see here, talk about scoring opportunities. That's our heat leader, Luke Burton, getting again the pick of the litter, coming down the face, lots of speed. There's a good little section, banks it through the lip. Can he hang on again? That impact zone. There he is, popping out. He must be in that washing machine, holding. Unfortunately, losing his grip on the board. That water so violent on that sandbank, Gig. So violent.
Just a split second late to approach that lip there, and just all that white water, that turbulence just literally clawing him back. But perhaps just a half a second late in approaching the lip there, Dion.
That's quite a horrible feeling when you like getting stuck in
clawed.
that. Yeah, stuck in that in that washing machine. You're just getting ragdolled, and you don't know what's up. You don't know what's down. I mean, you've had your fair share of beatdowns.
Well, the waves in South Africa have power and punch, especially this time of year. You can get pretty rolled here and pretty worked. I'm just noticing yellow in the middle of the beach. He's going to head back to the south, off to the right.
I'm going to ask our production crew if they can maybe see if they can find Tristan Roberts there on the rocks on the the left side of the beach as we're looking at it. But we've got some live action here first. That's Wesley Coetzee, the wild card, the black horse, one of those men that can really put on some big numbers. Explosive rider, hooks a roller. Can he come around? Unfortunately, loses it again. It seems to be a little bit rattled and a bit of out of just out of
And he got good line. I mean, he's extended that speed. He was trimming. It somehow just got stuck on the approach to the lip again. I just talked to the point that I think it's that high tide is just softening those lips a touch, making it a little trickier, and so the timing just a touch off for Wesley Coetzee there.
Yeah, that's correct. I think he should maybe look at re-looking his. Let's look at this a replay, Gigs. Perfect line, lots of speed. Look at that, clean. The water just coming off the bottom of the board. There's a little something, but unlike Jeff or some like the other guys who can actually try to hold it onto that roll, he probably saw something and
so
just
perhaps
failed.
2 errors there. One was he approached it late, and second, he should have maybe hit it earlier, but tweaked
That
his
higher
rail a
line,
little earlier.
also potentially that higher line.
Yep, the higher line.
Okay, well, let's see. I mean, I would like to see Wesley do well here. I think it's one of those riders in our country that really does, that really can showcase his ability. But maybe the pressure of being at a World Tour event, I'm not too sure. But let's see if there's a bit of a lull in the action. We can catch Tristan jumping off the rocks. I just saw him disappear behind into that channel. There he is, just making it through an absolute massive washing machine. So very interesting. It's a long swim, Gigs.
He's given himself a heck of a paddle here from that side. I'm surprised. He could definitely enter that part of the lineup from the regular side where everybody else has been jumping, but he knows the lineup well. I mean, no one knows it better technically than Tristan. And we are just peeping out of
Right, so here we got two guys on the other side of the beach. So Tristan is on the way at the other side of the bay. So very interesting approach. So I'll be keen to see how long it's going to take him to get out, because he's got a long swim ahead. But he saw something that the other guys haven't seen, and that is what I think is definitely going to be the pendulum here.
Well, imagine the other two guys are going to get to the lineup. They're going to look around and they're going to go, well, where is Tristan Roberts? So Tristan 500 yards away from our other two competitors, and he's going to approach the beach from the other side. So perhaps by the time both blue and yellow figure it out, Tristan may have already snagged a couple of waves. That's, of course, coming up in the next heat. Right now, it's still a fair distance away. Still 8 minutes and 45 seconds to go. And once again, to the global bodyboard community, it's just a huge thank you for having me as a guest here today. My name's Gig Cilliers. I live here in Hermanus, own the local surf shop. And yeah, we are very invested in bodyboarding. Of course, all the levels from entry, intermediate, and of course top end, and of course the local world champion Tristan Roberts, a huge inspiration to all of the kids in the area. So bodyboarding on the rise in the region here of Hermanus. And of course, just an absolute honor to be part of history. First ever IBC event here on South African shores, the Walker Bay Pro. And we trust that you are enjoying the coverage as we iron out a few creases and we get coverage going for day one of competition. As we mentioned, next heat will feature the 2019 world champion Tristan Roberts. Currently out in the lineup, Luke Burton has accumulated 2 scores for a 7.07 total. Wesley Coetzee is trying to get his numbers up. He's lying in second. There's a bit of a pattern to the heats at the moment. A couple of big sets roll through, flush our riders around, and then they've got to reposition. Look for the medium-sized waves that will perhaps pitch out and offer a bit of a lip. But for the most part, we're seeing scores come out of the beach break right-handers here at Onrus this morning thus far. 3 heats deep into the opening round of competition here at the Walker Bay Pro this morning. Luke Bruton out in the lead. Of course, once again, a huge thanks to the partnerships and sponsorships from the local community. Seaf Properties here in Onrus, contributing massively to the infrastructure and their input. Great to have them on board. Meanwhile, on the outside, looks like 2 riders up and riding. Looks like yellow. It's going to be Luke Bruton, heat lead, and he's going to approach that. But he'll eject out the back. Further down the line, our rider in white on the same swell, different part of the beach. Roland Jack's going to post another ride. Open with a 283, just gets a flat-out spin. And he'll track it straight through and try and find his way back to the rip on the right-hand side of the beach. Nonetheless, he's building scores, getting his numbers. Of course, best 2 rides counting. We're coming down to, well, that 5-minute mark is about 45 seconds away now. Dion Tristan has had a successful paddle out the back, as we said, from an unusual jump-off spot. It's kind of a go-to on the smaller days, but on these bigger, washy days like this, he's definitely put himself under a bit of the pump there. Meanwhile, his 2 opponents in the upcoming heat are safely in the lineup as well.
All right, quick little replay here. This is red and white. Roland Jack cruising down the line of the straight hander with a spin in the face. We'll just smoothen up the engine here, ladies and gentlemen. Roland Jack coming up in that 2nd position, and Luke Burton with a beautiful 7.07, improving his first score. Nice little Rolo there. So yeah, Tristan making his way in a very interesting space. It's massive where he was paddling. It's like touching that 6 to 8 foot faces. I would guess it's. You know, we're quite far away from where it's breaking, so there's some size out there. There's definitely some size, and then you got the guys sitting, weight on the other side. And let's see if we can see that little guy's head.
We've also got a couple of indicator reefs off to the right, just outside of the Bay of Onrus, and that often will indicate when the sets are on the way. Lots of hidden slabs and reefs in the greater area here of the Overberg. I won't disclose all of them, but certainly a region here. If you do make a trip here, you'll find a lot of tucked away coves. And we've got a very similar wave in the area, a little mini replica of Tunt as well.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So where's that?
I don't know. It's further down the coast.
You're holding back?
Yeah. Yeah, something to do with the cockroach.
Oh, yeah, that one, yeah.
But talking about Tunt, Wesley Kutsia, who's fared quite well. I thought he had a real nutsy performance at your speciality event. He's the one lying in 3rd here. So he'll want to find some numbers here as we go inside of 5 minutes to go, Dion.
Yeah, Wesley Kutsia, everybody's watching back home, rooting for him. Man, that guy can shred. He's an absolute sender. It's just maybe a little bit rattled. Maybe, I don't know, maybe just, look, it's make no mistake, there's a lot of power out there. So I guess some of the guys just kind of trying to find their feet. Roland Jack with a 3.9 and Luke Burton holding it down with a 7-point ride. You can see Roland trying to make his way back to that ripple because it's an endless, tireless, long paddle trying to make it all the way to the back line. If you want to paddle straight in, it's not advisable. And you can see the guys linking back out there. The heat's basically almost over. Clever move maybe coming in. We're under the 3-minute mark. It's a long paddle back. Is he going to give up or is he going to come out? Looks like he is wanting to go back out. It's not over until the buzzer buzzes. So 2 minutes and 41 seconds to go yet. Heat number 3, round number 1 of the IBC World Tour Walker Bay Pro. And we're super pumped to have you guys. Thank you for joining in. It must be, it's maybe just gone past 3 a.m. in Chile. Our European friends, thank you for watching. I guess
20 past 9 at night in Hawaii, that's an easy watch for them.
Yeah, Saturday night in Hawaii, is it right?
Exactly.
Jeez, lekker.
Exactly.
So you spent quite some time this year in Hawaii, just going there, dropping some anchor, getting
I went to soak it up, and you know what? It's still the epicenter of wave riding, and got to watch a little bit of the event at the end of February. One of the Smith brothers put on that event at Pipe, and Pipe was thundering, man. It was heavy.
Must be amazing
Oh,
to
man.
feel the ground.
Yeah, I went and sat there,
thunder
felt the ground
underneath you
shake
and-
again. I'm like, oh my God. I was also shaking.
Yeah, rather not go out there and check it out. So 1 minute and 35 seconds to go, ladies and gentlemen. It's coming down to the wire. Luke Burton holding it down here. And no, it's my bad. That is the end of the heat. We're going to be starting with the next heat. That timer being a little bit lazy on a Sunday morning. And we're coming back with some high-flying action with Tristan Roberts, Victor Holloway taking to the water right after these quick ad breaks.
Home is our story. SEAF. Expertise built through generations of trust.
All right, welcome back to the Walker Bay Pro. This is the heat of the Onrus locals. Luke Staniforth, Victor Holloway, and Tristan Roberts, three best mates about to compete for the first time ever together on a world tour. Tristan opting to go wide, very, very, very wide. Just want to make sure our production team is aware that Tristan is not sitting with the pack. He is sitting more to the left on the left hand camera facing the beach, so please make sure we do not miss any of Tristan Roberts' action, and both Victor and Luke Staniforth. Well, if you just joined us, welcome again. It's our absolute pleasure to have you guys here for the 2022 Walker Bay Pro here in South Africa. My name is Dion. I'm joined by Gigs Elias. Soon we'll be joined by one of our fellow commentators and world tour contender, world title contender, Alexander Rinder. She's been doing the post-heat interviews, just fixing the audio there, guys. It's a bit of a long reach, so the guys are going to be conducting the last little bit of a test with the new booster up and running. This heat number 4, round number 1, and non-elimination round. Day 1, always dishing out all the slaps left, right, and center. Whatever you can handle, whatever you can throw at it, we'll handle it. Here we go. Red, up and riding Gigs. That is Tristan. We were wondering what he's going to do. So he's approaching this right-hander. He's going to try and get out that's big. Gets out of that one and calls it quits.
Well, he's using the part of the beach that we call the far side. There's a road that approaches where the athlete area is, and then if you're basically in your car, you look across to the far side, so that's how the name is derived. But there's a right-hander in that northern corner, most over to left of
Here we
screen.
go.
And I'm
Sorry,
noticing
action on the water. That is Luke Staniforth. Onwards local knows this wave. Also inside out. An absolute weapon in the water. Nice little loopy roll. Punches through the lip. Now that's what the other guys have been lacking. Just that punch through the lip and making it, and the crowd schmarking that one.
well, of course, a lot of local support here for all three. So moms, dads, uncles, aunts, friends and family will be on the beach making some noise for all three of them. But a nice healthy start to the heat for Luke. And meanwhile, Victor is going to go left.
Yeah, Victor looking for the left-hand one and getting back into position. He's in a very interesting position in the bay now. He's basically in the middle of the bay. So he's going to I'm going to have to make the call whether he's going to be going straight back in or hooking with a lip. So here we go. We got Tristan Roberts up against Luke Staniforth and Victor Holloway. So these are the guys, all smiling, all mates, grew up here together, and now they are battling out. And look at this big swell coming down here.
Well, of course, guys like Victor and Luke will keep a surfer of Tristan Roberts' stature quite honest, you know. It's like yes, you won a world title, but you're still part of the local gang. You're still part
of the boys.
Exactly that. So,
still naughty, still doing their things. That will never change. You know, there's a very tight crew here and very supportive and really there for one another, and that's what kind of makes his crew really, really solid. This is a really big wave, just downloading and offloading on this reef, catching the guys a little bit off guard.
Still signs of that energy from yesterday running through the
Testing 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? Hello. Testing 1 2.
And that is also helping the momentum of the rip. And Luke, our rider in blue, fetched a 4.67. Is going to make his way back. He's going to use that flush of water. He's made his way to that that southern end of the beach there. He's almost there, Dion. So we'll get him. Noticing Tristan Roberts back in position at the far side, but his first roll of the dice not producing much.
All right. Well, Tristan's sitting very far, looking at that far side. He's deep. He's very deep. And there we got, we're just getting things all ready for the interview. And let's get back into the action in the water. And then we'll jump into the interview once it's ready. Well, here we go. Luke Stanifirth with a 4.65. Tristan Roberts with a 1 point ride. And Victor Holloway looking to improve his campaign here with a nice little 0.83. He's got some work cut out for him. Well, that's Luke Burton. We're going to jump into the interview with Alex. Let's go.
It's super difficult. Couple of big ones coming through every now and then. I got 3 big ones smashed on me in the beginning before the heat started. Kind of set me back a little bit, but I managed to get 1 or 2 good ones and make it through. So I'm stoked. So hopefully it drops out a bit and we get some better waves in the next round.
Good. Is it your first time competing in a World Tour event?
Yeah, it's my first time.
And how does it feel?
It feels pretty surreal, so it's kind of like dreams coming true slowly but surely, so it's quite sick.
Well, congratulations, good luck in the next round, and back to you guys.
All right, thanks for that one. And here we go, back to the action. Luke Stanifirth, 4.67. Tristan with a 1 point ride. He is, and Victor Holloway right behind them. Not much scoring going down in this heat, a lot of sets offloading, pushing the guys off of that position and having to swim and hustle a lot harder in this heat. We've seen a lot more waves coming in.
So our rider in blue, Luke Stanifirth, found that right-hander middle of the beach. That's the standard peak that everyone's been using. We saw Hubbard get an 8 off that same peak. We saw Patrick Orr get his opening ride in that region for the opening heat of the morning. So Luke in with that 4.67 to start. Tristan Roberts pulled the trigger on a wave, but only at 1 point. It couldn't come around the section. That wave did rattle off without him. But Tristan's going to hold position way over to the northern side of the beach here, and we'll see what he finds. With this definitely rhythm and pulses. And noticing that young Victor's going to kind of gravitate more to where Tristan's sitting in the lineup than to where the scores come already for Victor.
Yeah, I think it's quite clever because both of them know this beach really well. So I think, he's going to be trying to put a bit of pressure on Tristan. Tristan will always keep watching these guys. Remember, they grew up surfing together, so he knows exactly what they can do, and they can do exactly what he can do in a way. So give them one good section, and they're going to send it because we're friends out the water, but in the water, my man, yeah, you're going to have to work for this.
Well, it's an interesting dynamic that you talk about there, Dion, because, there's this sort of, you're all from the same beach, so you're not going to be intimidated by that fact. I mean, look at Victor. He's going to jump on a left here, Dion.
Yeah, there he goes, down the face. We did see a couple of good lefties, and maybe he prefers the left-handers. You can see a lot of speed, little section building up ahead of him. Can he come in front of it? Nice little rolo into the oncoming water. Now in that explosive zone, there he is, making that one. And there's Victor Holloway getting himself lekker onto the scorecard here in Onrus, my bro.
There you go. A lot of speed. Yo, he tracked that wave and got the opportunity to get punched through the lip. Noticing Luke in blue on the outside. Tristan Roberts still holding position on that same peak that he's chosen. But what's interesting is the left that came off the peak where Tristan's focusing on the right.
That's the thing. I think Tristan will be hunting for those right-handers. he saw and he knows what to look out for. There's still ample time in this heat, but just over that 16-minute mark, Gigs. But look at this absolute beaut offloading here. Talk about a beaut. There's another beaut on a wave, cruising down the line mid-face. Wow, are we going to see a big invert? There's a lot of speed on this one, and gentlemen. Goes for nice little Rolo, and yeah, he'll just get back into position with this one. Now he's in that position to get back to the shoulder of the big wave, and he's kind of trying to move in for the big section. This guy, he loves a big section, and he loves to hit them. So quite a smaller Rolo, but I guess he needs to do anything to get onto that scorecard.
We'll see if cameras pick up Luke Staniforth, who's picked up another wave, and he's zipped his way all across the beach. But just talking to that point of Tristan Roberts, one big roll through the lip. What are you making of that? Found it on the far side bowl.
Yeah, look, it's one of the bigger waves. It's a it was a staunch wave. The maneuver itself, quite possibly not the the most explosive or the most aerial friendly type of wave, but I mean it did tick a couple of boxes because it's a big wave, set wave, and he did a completed maneuver, so he'll probably get run about. Yeah, I guess the good to the high good scoring mark. I just don't want to be a judge. It's tough. It's tough being a judge, and you and I just get you to talk about. Let's look at this replay here. We're just waiting to see what's happening. Just a bit of the white water action there, but that is the Rolo of Victor Holloway. We're waiting for some scores to drop. So just hang 5. We got Luke Staniforth with a 4.65 and Victor Holloway 4.83. That was just a quick little test, but we want to bring you a nice little replay coming up shortly. Tristan Roberts with a 6.83. So that's a 5. And Luke just banging right back at him, with the scores dropping now with a 7.5. So Luke on that last wave getting a 7.5 total score, and Tristan with a 6.83. Victor with a 4.83. So good scores coming in here. Tristan getting a 5.83 for his last wave.
All right, so indication of the size of that wave. You spoke to it. It had sort of amplitude and height. So 5.83 for single maneuver for Tristan Roberts off the far side bowl. And of course, 2-wave total for both Tristan Roberts, Luke Staniforth, and of course Victor Holloway is also on 2 waves or more. So that is a fair reflection of the shape of the heat now, with just under 14 minutes to go. You see the beach scenes here at Onrus in the seaside town of Hermanus, about an hour and 20 minutes south of Cape Town. Of course, a little further the drive, you'll be at the southern tip of the African continent. This region here called the Overberg and the Overstrand. A string of little beachside towns all pressed up against the mountains, and all of those mountains spilling down into the beaches, coves and reefs of this wave-rich region. And of course there's a real country type atmosphere and feeling as well. Even though there's a lot of infrastructure and a lot of tourism, it's still got that peaceful country feeling compared to the big city of Cape Town not far away.
Yeah, that's correct. That country feeling is definitely one of those. That's why it's so nice to break away from Cape Town itself. An hour and a half, you're in the mountains, up the west coast, and in Hermanus as well. As we look at the scores, with Luke getting a 4.67 and a 2.83 for his efforts. Tristan Roberts with a 1 and a 5.83 for his last roll. Victor Holloway clocking a 0.83 and a 4-point ride for his efforts as well. 12 minutes and 40-odd seconds to go. Luke holding it down for the local boys. This is a battle of the locals. Luke, Tristan, and Victor Holloway. And you know what? I'm pretty pumped to see what these guys can deliver. As we're approaching that 10-minute mark here, Gigs, it is going to be one of those heavily supported, highly watched heats here. And Luke holding it down, getting the better of Tristan. Tristan opting to sit way left, looking for the big right-hand sections to quickly change his situation and put him into that lead. But Gigs, a lot of pressure on Tristan.
Well, that's always interesting that you say that, because you'd think that there's hometown advantage, but there's also hometown pressure. There's emotional expectation. There's all the local crew that you grew up with that want to kind of chop your tall tree down. There's all those things. And as I say, I've seen it backfire on people many times. the hometown court advantage.
Yeah, exactly.
I think if it's a tricky lineup, then perhaps the interpretation and local knowledge can play a little factor. But generally, on a day like today, maybe not that much of an advantage having grown up at the beach for Tristan Roberts.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's yes, he ticks all the boxes. It says his backyard and all that, but that hometown pressure, as you're saying, it could easily get you. He's a seasoned competitor. He's someone that knows how to hold it down. This is non-elimination, so you can't look too deep into this. But it just I got a lot of eyes watching and a lot of people wanting him and wishing for him to do well.
Well, I'm trying to track down the live heats, because everyone, you can follow this on your phone at home, liveheats.com.
Just look for the Walker Bay Pro, click it, it's live at the moment, and it's right there. And you can follow the scores as they drop real time for an expert panel of judges here on the beach. And you can get involved here. A lot more ways than one. IBCWorldTour.com. Jump into our socials, Instagram and Facebook, and you'll be able to get all the action as they drop. Right, a bit of a quiet heat, a couple of big bombs rolling through, a couple of waves ridden. Tristan only with a 5.83 for his efforts, highest score of the heat so far in terms of individual score, and Luke with a 2.6 and a 2.83. Victor with a 0.8 and a 4-point ride. Just touching that 10-minute mark, Gigs. He's a time to serve. He's a time to change that situation.
Yeah.
And just it's easy. You need 3 seconds and you're done.
Well, of course, what I've noticed here is that Tristan Roberts has relocated a little bit here. He's kind of more in the middle of the beach now, Dion, as opposed to way up over to the left side of the lineup. So perhaps just roaming around a little bit now as we go under that 10-minute mark, as you mentioned, coming up closer to 9.5 minutes to go. It looks like we've got a ride for yellow.
All right, yellow up and riding. Victor looking to improve. He's got that 4-point ride. Now he's hunting a little bit of a section here in the middle of the bay right now. And unfortunately losing speed and the wave going flat on him. IBCWorldTour.com. Everything that you need is on that. I'd just like to give a shout out to our brother works always in the shadows, in the dark. And that's Kervin Carter making things work. The engine, the gears behind the show. And makes sure that our website is top class. Big shout out to him. Danny Hernandez, our contest director all the way from the Canary Islands. He's here and valuable asset to the entire IBC team. Well, talk about the schedule moving into Sintra after this one, which will most likely see the crowning of the Junior Women World Champ, the Junior World Champ, and the DK World Champ. Here we go. Tristan up and riding. Gigs bailed out of that one.
Big, thick, meaty wave for Tristan Roberts there. Didn't manage to set a line and eject off the lip. He pulled through the back of it. And just watching Dion, the lineup itself, there's still a few waves stacking up, and Tristan's taking a few on the head here.
Yeah, it's meaty outside. It's meaty outside. We're going to be adjusting and seeing who we can keep sending out. The chart's indicating that the swell is dropping, but I think this is still the back end of the massive swell we had yesterday, so you kind of really have to be wary of these things, when the tide's a little bit higher, you can get the juniors in here on the shore break, but for now, it's just men's all the way.
Well, when the sun set last night, the waves were still totally unplayable. There was so much energy, so a lot has sort of settled down over the nighttime 12 hours. Of course, it's winter here. It's pretty cold and chilly. We're on our shortest days and longest nights. At our first light, sort of coming around to the lineup around 6:30 in the morning now. Of course, as we mentioned, Southern Hemisphere, those nights can be very long. And of course, when those cold fronts roll in here to this Cape of Storms, the southern part of South Africa, it can get real gloomy and chilly at night. But beautiful sunshine on offer here for day one of the Walker Bay Pro. Winds out of the sort of northwest. It's about the best description of wind direction. And that is making for offshore conditions here at Onerous. As we mentioned, a set of mountains just behind us here, a mile or two back. does tend to help bend the wind a little bit into the beach cove of Onrus Beach here in Hermanus. So no problem with the wind direction today. Good, clean offshore winds. In fact, nice and crisp, and even predicted to the offshore to pick up a little as the day goes on. And watching the clock as well here, Dion, because I'm kind of thinking, where is Tristan Roberts' backup ride?
Yeah, he's finding himself in a awful position, having to duck dive plenty here. Maybe that decision is not paying off for him. He's here literally by the exit at the far side and is looking for that rip channel to take him out. Both him and Victor sitting on the far left-hand side of the beach. Luke Staniford, he's holding it down for the locals with 2.83 and a 4.67 gigs. And Tristan has got, he managed to get 4 rides, but 3 of them is low scoring. He basically incomplete, and a 5.83, holding the highest score of the heat. But unfortunately, just maybe his decision to sit on the far left didn't work out, because the previous heat had some crackers out there, and this heat, well, there's a couple of lemons.
Yeah, I've been looking at the lineup, just keep peeping out, and noticing that you're mentioning the previous heats where the scores came from. That peak has softened up quite a lot. Haven't seen a lot of waves running through. So perhaps the speculation from Tristan Roberts still to pay out. There's still 5 minutes to go. So let's not crit the decision for now. We'll
let's
we'll let this one simmer. It's got another 5 minutes in the oven.
Let this one simmer, like you're saying. It's got
another 5 minutes in the oven to bake.
All right, look at this. This is a good shot of where they're actually jumping out of. You're going to sit on that little ledge. That's another local, Mark Webster. He's also a weapon in the water, especially out here. Also one of the guys that qualified coming through the trials for the IBC Town Invitation, which is one of 2 IBC World Tour Speciality events. And we've got our brothers out in France with the Annalay Challenge. It's in Brittany, in an island. They take everything there by boats, by dinghies, sets up this whole show, and it's just this gnarly offloading beast.
Seen some incredible images coming out of that northwest part of France. I mean, those are big, thick, heavy waves there.
Big stuff happening there. Big stuff happening. Well, after this heat, Alexander Rinder's going to be jumping in with us. Quick little change of commentary and do some...
I'm looking forward to going for coffee.
I think, yeah. So Giggs is going to be jumping out, as we know, and then he'll jump into the post-heat interview with our heat winner. Might it be Luke or might it be Tristan? We don't know yet. A couple of minutes to go. And then, some coffee would be much appreciated. Courtesy of the lovely people at Milk on the beach here in Onrus. If you haven't been down to Onrus yet, come have a look-see. Enjoy world-class food here. And just world-class experience, beautiful landscapes, massive waves in the back at the moment. It's just. I think the charts are sleeping. They're still having a Sunday morning.
Well, what I'm noticing is there's quite a lot of west in the direction of the swell here, Dion, because the right-hand side of the beach pretty much is calm and glassy, and the left side of the beach is getting absolutely thundered by sets. So I keep wondering, could Tristan not have just paddled out on the right-hand side of the beach and come across, done 2 loops, 2 circuits for the heat? Would have found, he would have found his waves where he wanted them in the lineup. So it's interesting.
Well, he's made himself almost back into the original lineup where we saw the guys take off this morning on the right-hand side of the beach, as we see. So he's looking for that middle peak. He's looking for that long right-hander on that middle peak. That's what he's hunting for. And we've seen plenty of them in the beginning, in the earlier stages of this heat. So a bit tricky. It's just, at the end of the day, you can plan and you can do as much as you want and have this elaborate strategy as to where you're going to sit, what you're going to do. But at the end of the day, Gigs, it's not up to us. It's up to Mother Nature, and she's going to make the final calls. That is for sure. 2 minutes, 28 seconds to go. Luke Staniford holding it down for the locals. Tristan in second place. Victor in third. A close little heat. Not a lot of waves being ridden. A lot of duck diving. That's definitely been happening. But lovely day. Beautiful morning.
Well, Dion, Luke Staniford leads, but Tristan Robertson needs only a 1.67. So it's pretty tight on paper. We'll see if Luke Staniford's going to get the bragging rights to the heat win here with 2 minutes to go. Keep a very close eye on the remaining 2 minutes here. Does Tristan Roberts just extract a score? What would he need to do to get a 1.67? Not a heck of a lot.
Oh, here we go. Talk about the devil in the red. Charging down the line. He's hunting for a little backflip, little section. There goes for a nice little loopy roll in the flats. all the way from the beach. We can hear the fans loving that one, and that will settle his nerves. That's all he needed. All he needed. This is some big swell punching through here. We're down to that minute mark. So good call.
Yeah, well, 90 seconds on the clock. Tristan Roberts gets that number. Are we speculating that was the best wave of the heat? Remember his big roll, he didn't get a lot of extension for the 5, 6, 8 early on. Now that score there for the judges to think about.
It's by far a better maneuver in terms of the roll and the landing smooth. So wave probably not as big as the first one, so quite possibly very even, very close to his
just
his
making
original
comparison
scores.
on wave size.
Just comparing that, I think that's
good. Thinking it through, without coffee.
Without
still
coffee,
thinking.
it's been we've been here since
rare.
4 a.m. this morning. Got it up and
It was a late start for you this morning. 4 a.m. You're normally here at 3:30.
cool. We're going to bring you guys a little replay here from the last wave as we see some action in the water. Here we go, replay. This is not the one we're looking for.
Well, I'm hearing the numbers, Dion, and I'm hearing a 767 from the beach announcers. You'll see the heat situation.
Oh, there we go.
Update top left of screen.
13.5 for Tristan Roberts. 13.5 for Tristan Roberts. And Victor Holloway coming out on this one as we're approaching the end of this heat. Quick commentary change after this one. We've got Alexander Rinder joining us as we continue the men's division here at Honors Beach on some thumping condition. Round number 4. Round number 1, heat number 4, Tristan Roberts sneaking into the back door, getting a good little score. Second place, Luke Staniford, and in third, Victor Holloway. We're going to be back with some more high-flying action here from Walker Bay Pro right after these. I'm going to take my hoodie off. It's pretty chilly, the offshore coming out the mountain and blessing us with these lovely conditions. Alex, wow, a couple of bombs out there, and it's a bit tricky, right?
It is. It looks a little bit tricky. I've been talking with some of the boys, and they've been saying you get the chance to get one, you hit one, you're lucky, but it's pretty tough. But it is what it is, how they say, and it's a world tour event. You gotta know how to surf any condition.
That's cool. Well, we're going to jump into the action in the water, and let's see who's in the next heat.
Well, yes, as I was saying, the conditions are pretty tough out there. Tristan taking the win in the last one, and in this heat we have in red Alan Munoz and in yellow Mark Webster from South Africa. So it's only a 2-man heat, or because I think Sini Khalid didn't make it. Let's see what's going to happen. It's going to be an interesting one. Alan is familiar to these conditions. I was talking to him right now, so he'll be stoked to get some good waves out there.
Nice. Also one of those riders currently on the top tier of the world tour, and is an absolute danger all day long. Alan Munoz making the trek all the way from Chile to be here and to keep his world tour titles alive. Alan Munoz never to be ridden off, but a couple of big sets approaching.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be an interesting heat. We just got Tristan walking down at the beach, as we can see here from the booth, and we see yellow up and riding. It is not on the, here we see.
All right, well, that's Mark Webster just jumping out in the back line, but man, there's a couple of 8-footers just off loading on the beach. And Alan Munoz, Mark Webster also one of the OG locals here. One of the guys that really surfs so well, so much potential, and I'm glad he grabbed the opportunity to open his account here at the Walker Bay Pro. Yesterday, you guys woke up to some gnarly conditions out here, massive stormy conditions. When last did you see something like that?
Yeah, it has been a while. I haven't seen those big conditions. Especially, it was just amazed to see. We drove up the coast, and it was just the whole coast was just white. Crazy image to see. I'm really looking forward to the next days. Let's see what the ocean provides, and I'm looking forward. I think this is going to be a really good one. We have the woman deciding the world title here, so that's going to be really excited. And the men, it's going to be incredible. There's going to be some really good riding, and especially there's a lot of locals, so I'm looking forward to see them smashing it in there.
That's great stuff. We are looking forward to seeing you ladies go absolute toe-to-toe here, crown the world champion here in South Africa. Who would have thought that it would ever be happening, a possibility even? Well, Alan Munoz, he is in world title contention. That's why he's here. He's currently third on the world tour rankings up against, I think it's Tanner and Tristan. So Tanner not here at the moment, so this really opens up the door to see a fight between Tristan and Alan Munoz come potentially front on.
Yes, it looks like this is a good opportunity for Tristan to block Alan and Tanner actually, because I think if I'm not wrong, Alan has to make the final or win this event, so he still has a chance because Tristan is doing really good this year. But it's going to be really exciting. I think both of them are familiar, especially Tristan, to this wave, his home break, but Alan also, so got to be careful out there with him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you got Jeff Hubbard in the mix. So you've also got he's a complete spanner in the works. He can be a spanner that works for both these guys, and make things a little bit harder. Make things a little bit harder for the guys. So we're going to give you guys a little replay of the previous heat of Tristan Roberts Way. Let's look at this one. There we go. It's down the line here. That big little roller at the end. Look at that thing. Punches through the lip, lands it in the flats, and you guys can see that's kind of like one of those mid-size waves, really big. This is well predicted to drop, but it's just saying super consistent. Well done. It's a nice little replay. Thank you for that. We're getting there, ironing out all these little gremlins. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Alex, the Women's World Tour. It's just amazing to see everybody here. And it's amazing to be able to have you guys, have us crown a Women's World Champion here in South Africa. But not just that. The activation that the event has arranged just for the women specifically. You got Crocs South Africa, which just came up as a naming sponsor for the women's division. I've got some great surprises for you guys coming up, and we're going to be talking about that this evening. And then guys are going to be going on some game drives. You must be pumped to see some rhinos or some lions and stuff like that.
Us, yeah, for sure. Like that's definitely one thing to do when you're down here in South Africa. I'm really looking forward, and I really appreciate it. I think all the girls are really excited that you're putting so much effort in our division. It's crazy. It's for us. It's the most important contest this year. I don't know if it ever happened that 4 girls are actually fighting for the title. It's going to be exciting because till the final day, it's not going to be done. As we see Alan going for this left, trying to find the perfect line to connect with a maneuver as he goes for a roll.
Nice.
That was a difficult one to do, and he lands it perfect, gets out of there, and tries to go back, which is not the easiest today because this beach has a lot of currents and it's big, guys. That might not look that much in the live webcast, but trust me, the enemy is standing here, and when those big sets come in, you don't want to be there.
Yeah, no, but definitely not. It's just very deceptive. Very deceptive. Very deceptive. Well, that's yellow jumping out of that one. We're going to throw back to an interview with Giggs. Giggs, interview's ready.
With hometown hero 2019 world champion Tristan Roberts. Tristan, tricky start to that heat. You under a bit of pressure?
I made the call of paddling to the far side as I saw it was heavier on that side and thought there'd be more potential for ramps. And it's just so much water moving around there at the moment that it's just kind of impossible. So we adjust, we learn, and we look forward to the next few rounds. Right?
A couple other takeaways from that heat this morning. You were under a bit of pressure with about 2.5, 3 minutes to go. You needed a number. You were lying second. You finished to 7.67, I think it was.
Yeah, it was a real small, so I knew it wasn't much to get at the end. Could have kind of went on anyone and capitalized it to get a 1.67. So I just tried to make sure that the last wave I was going to get was going to put the pressure back on the other riders and put up a big number. So it all planned out, so I'm happy.
just to talk about the other two riders, I mean, obviously all locals here. Do you feel a little bit of sort of that pressure where sometimes hometown advantage can turn against you because the boys have served with you, it's within reach for them to get a result?
Yeah, 100%. I think when you've got local boys that serve against you and serve with you every single day, it's all or nothing from their side. And I knew that they were going to be putting on the best heats that they've ever put on, so that does add a lot of pressure. And at the end of the day, all the boys are friends, and we just like to send it and have fun. So just to try and send it with strategy, I guess.
And we're both the minus locals. Amazing to have an event of this stature here. I mean, the town is just embracing it.
Yeah, it's incredible to see all the people down here at the beach this morning. We've got a beautiful day, and there's some big ramps out there, so it's going to be a great show. Tune in, and yeah, thanks for tuning in, and thanks for all the support from around the world.
Back to you, boys.
All right, thank you very much for that interview, Gigs. Absolute legend in the game. Tristan Roberts coming through this one on his skin of his chin, smashing a nice roll there at the end. Alan Munoz with a 5-point ride, and Mark Webster with a 1.67. This is a two-man heat. Unfortunately, Sidney Carlitz decided at the swim is maybe just too much.
Yeah, either that or he couldn't make it. We don't know yet, but I can understand for people that don't want to get out in these conditions. It's even if you have to be ready because it's a World Tour event. Some of the riders here, it's the first time. I just interviewed a boy that's the first time he's doing Luke, his name. It's the first time he competes in a World Tour event, so they're really stoked. These conditions are tough, guys, and everyone, we should respect the decision of everyone if they want to go in here or not. I'll be looking forward. Let's see what the decision is going to be today. If the girls are going to be running or not, we will let you know what's going to happen for the rest of the day. But right now, Alan Munoz is winning this heat with a 5-point ride. And Mark, if I'm not wrong, he has two ways. One with a 1 point, and I guess the other one is a 0.67.
That's it. That's it. And the sun is coming out. First time in actually having no clouds and some full-on sun. Since you've been in the country, you got smashed with rain since we left the airport, and it's just been wild, wild, wild. You know, they call it the Cape of Storms. They don't call it the Cape of Storms for nothing. All right, we got some action in the water. No, we don't. So, the Cape of Storms. So we're getting everything this week. Tomorrow, the swell's dying, and then we got a fresh, massive swell punishing this coast again. Kind of like the 5.7 meters, 20-second period, which is just going to be even bigger than yesterday. So imagine that quickly for a minute, and then it's just dying off. Then we're going to have offshore, lot smaller conditions, fun conditions, and then that moving into the weekend, we're going to have the perfect type of conditions here for Honora. So kind of got a lot of surfing to do. Today's the first day. Well, definitely tomorrow's going to be probably one of the better days in terms of, the swell, the wind and stuff like that. So the men's round's going to be run, and then we're going to just make another call. Tuesday's a no-go. Wednesday's questionable at the moment, and then we're going to be looking at Friday and Saturday. And we'll be crowning the Women's World Champ. Alex said 4 ladies in contention for the World Tour title. That's insane. Usually it's a bit of a runaway, or it's not like it's a 2-horse race. But now we got the whole team, the whole squad, almost going for the world title. So you're one of them. No pressure, but I just always have been quite a fan of yours, and I'm super pumped that you're down here. I really believe that you've got that ability, but you're just a very technical rider, and you love the big stuff. And I think that's what separates you a little bit from some of the other ladies. Each one of these girls have their own arsenal, and you can kind of like label them all if you really want to get technical. And I think when it comes coming from the Canary Islands and living where you do, you're very used to those hardcore reef breaks.
Yeah, definitely. As you were saying, it's really interesting for us that with 4 girls fighting for the title. It's going to be really interesting also because it's not going to be decided till the final day. We're all really tied up there, and I think I have a little bit tougher than anyone else because it doesn't depend only on me. It depends also on the other riders, on their result. But yeah, that was a funny thing to say. Well, not funny, actually, really interesting thing to say about that we can separate us each other. Yeah, everybody has is a character of us. We definitely know that Isabella's maybe the strongest rider in technical parts. As we see Yellow up and riding, he decides to get out of there and paddle back. Let's see if he's lucky and doesn't get the whole set on his head. But yeah, definitely Isabella being really technical, really strong in her technical riding, and really complete rider. We have, well, all of us are really complete. I'm not saying that anyone is better than the other one, but you can tell the difference depending on the conditions. Every rider is different, and Sari is just really good in like really small and difficult conditions, and we have Neymara, who's definitely the wisest of us. So that's comes along with a lot of years of competition. So it's going to be an interesting fight here to end up the tour for the girls. And the best part is we have in the draw 2 of us are on one side and 2 on the other side. So that makes it really interesting, because that is why we all have pretty much the chance to win the title here.
Wow, that's cool. That really makes it kind of evens out, gives everybody a great opportunity or chance to be able to take the titles. So what's the vibe like within the women camp? I mean, you guys are cruising together. Yesterday you had a lovely day seeing the sites, going to some wine farms and stuff like that, but are there a little bit of animosity, a little bit of, something? Is everybody just kind of keeping in their own corner, or is it just we're all mates, we're all here for one purpose? It is competition at the end of the day. Like, how are you feeling the things in the camp there?
So we were actually talking about it yesterday, and that's the interesting part. As we saw, Alan choosing to get out of that wave, not providing him much. It's difficult out there to catch a good wave. Alan has a 5, so I guess he's just looking to get a good second score to secure his first position and advancing into the round 3, so he doesn't have to compete again today with these conditions. But there's still some time left. There's still 12 minutes and 15 seconds left, and Mark is a really good rider. He can definitely make 2 good waves and get himself into first position.
So you were saying...
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we're talking about...
talking about yesterday.
Yeah, so we're talking about it yesterday, and it's... Isabella told me it wasn't always like this, but we have a really good connection. All of us, we're outside, we're pretty much good friends. I think we know how to separate our friendship and how it is outside to what we do inside. It's our job, it's what we do, it's our profession, and you just need to know how to separate things. Like in the water, we're contenders. We are fighting for what we most love doing and for our title, world title, or for winning the event. And outside, yeah, we're friends. Why should it be different?
Exactly.
But yeah, it's lovely. Yesterday was a lovely day with the girls. We had so much fun.
So tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, we went to the market. I got a really nice jacket.
I saw you blinging that red jacket.
Well, Danny said I look like a Christmas ball, like the ones you get in a Christmas tree. Thanks for that one.
I had the same thought this morning, but
yeah, thank you, man.
Jingle bells, jingle bells.
Jingle bells. Yeah, it's getting closer to Christmas. Actually,
that's
it was
crazy though. Eh?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening, but this is going way too fast.
Wow.
Yeah, so after the market, we went to wine testing, which was really nice. The place we went is owned by a bodyboarder that sadly passed away a few years,
correct.
and it was lovely. And actually, fun fact, we were just chilling there, testing our wines, and Bianca Buitentag came in, the ex-pro surfer.
Wow.
Silver medal in the Olympics. As we see,
that's red.
yeah, that's red. Looking for the line. Look at how he knows how to read this wave. You can tell.
Well
that
done,
was
man.
so well done. Like just stopping when he needs to, drawing the perfect line to get that roll and taking another good score under his belt, making it more difficult for yellow Mark to get his first position. But yeah, that was so fun yesterday. I'm a fan of her. Like, she's a really good surfer.
Sorry to interrupt. Were you guys hanging out? Did you guys have some conversation with her? We're going to touch back on that. Here we go. That is Webby putting the brakes down, looking for a little something. There he goes. Got a little roll, a bit of a sideways landing there. I don't think that's going to come out on that one. The landing just getting the better of him. A lot of water moving. Just back to the question. When you guys realized who she were, did you guys manage to chat to her a bit about that? But let's talk about that after this replay of Alan Munoz.
No.
Well, while we wait for the screen's gone a little bit dark here on us, Alan Munoz with 11.33, putting his authority, stamping his authority on this heat, Alex. And Mark Webster just not having good rhythm with the ocean today.
Yeah, it looks like his roll, he landed too close to the wave, which makes it really difficult to get out of that white water. This wave is really strong, so you really want to land in front of the foam so you can finish your maneuver, to finish your rolls, or if you're lucky and get a good wave, maybe a flip. Maybe we'll see a flip today. I'm really impressed that, I haven't seen Tristan doing one. That means, guys, it's tough out there.
That means it's tough. It's clean, it's groomed. It looks a bit like Beauty and the Beast here at the moment. It looks a lot more inviting than what it is. And it's just that no score from Mark Webster. He's dropping his legs, looking, and there he goes, just through the lip, and unfortunately landing a bit funky and not getting much on that one. All right, well, here we go. We're on, where we at? We're at the 8-minute 23 mark. IBCWorldTour.com. You can check out all the scores in real time and the live streaming. But look at that wave building behind us. If we look,
oh guys, if you would see this.
Oh man, can we get a pan out of the beach at the moment just to see the set rolling in, which is absolutely 10-foot ginormous. Oh wow, we're getting absolutely thumped here. Yeah. And the tide is, look at that face, look at that thing just hitting over there. I wonder where the athletes were.
I think they got caught.
You can see this right-hander running off into the far side, and that is what Tristan was looking for. He opted to paddle in on probably the gnarliest place on the beach in his heat earlier, and he had to swim quite strong, but a couple of bombs rolling out there, and on the smaller days you guys will be having a treat over there.
I'm really looking forward for that.
Like left or right?
Everybody knows I prefer lefts, but I shouldn't be saying that. No, it's fine. I am strong on my lefts, but that's no secret to anyone. But I've been working a lot on my right, so I'm ready for any conditions out there, and I'm looking forward to start the competition and see how it goes. Only thing is, I'm not looking forward to the freezing water, but okay.
Oh well, it's like Chile. You'll be fine. Yeah. Listen, let's take a few steps back. Let's talk a little bit about when you met Bianca. Did you guys realize who she was, and did she come and hang out with you guys? Did you guys share your story, like, this is why you guys are here and stuff like that?
I felt like when you see your biggest star, and I was chickened out. Thing is, I was good. No, well, you know me. After that, I played cool. I'm just kidding. It was naturally. Yeah. Thing is, she walked in, and I was like, I think it's her, but I was like, okay, I can't stare at her because she will think I'm a weirdo, which I am. But okay. But then I was like, okay, must be her. And then one of the girls, actually Pam or something, went to talk with her, and then when she didn't even say anything, but when I saw her walking that way, I was like, oh yeah, it must be her. And then she was chilling with us a bit. We were talking. She was actually impressed on how we were all together and having a good time. All the especially the top 4 that's fighting for the title, and just chilling together and having just some laugh and chats and doing this whole tour together. The wine tour and going to the market. So she was really impressed, and I think that's one beautiful thing about bodyboarding, and that's that we all quite close together, and we had a good time. We took a picture, and it felt weird because she's taller than me. I'm not small, guys, and it was really fun. There's a picture, and I'm smaller, so I felt so good. I felt so good for a minute, and then I'm like, okay, then I'm bigger again, the biggest of the tour. But yeah, that was really fun. It was so random. The world sometimes is so small. To just meet really good surfer, it's your silver medalist in the Olympics.
Great,
and
it really is.
She was here on the family vacation. So yeah, thank you for hanging out there with us. And
that's great.
Yeah, just looking forward. I think she was impressed by our skills of laughing, because we were just having the best times.
Geez, with Sari around, you can't not help laugh. Yeah. You look at her and you start laughing, because then she just starts laughing. And it's just that's what I love about you girls. It's just, you guys always bring such a great atmosphere and something special. It's Women's Month in this country as well. We had a public holiday called Women's Day on the 9th of August, and one of our partners, which is,
man, I've known all of the South African riders for years, and it was always a dream to come here and be here, surf your waves, and just see how you guys live. And has been awesome till now. Has been really great, and I'm, as I say, thankful for this. As we see, Yellow decides not to take that wave, and especially everything you're doing for the women. The IBC is really pushing on bettering every conditions for all the riders, for the men, for the juniors, for our future of the bodyboarding, which is really important, and especially for the women. So we're really grateful for everyone that's supporting this, especially Crocs, that's doing amazing. And thank you for also putting equal prize money. It's those things, small things, big things that make the difference, and it will reflect in the next years. You will see more riders coming and do the tour, because they will see how we're gonna feel respected, we're gonna feel as we should be, and it has been something that was hard in bodyboarding, and it's looking bright for the future of bodyboarding.
All right, talk about future of bodyboarding. Mark Webster leaving super frustrated. Unfortunately, lucky for him, this is a non-elimination round. He will make it back into round number 3, but Mark Webster, very dangerous competitor, and Alan Munoz does not know that yet, and he's quite lucky that Webby is not getting any waves, unfortunately for him, because he would make life really difficult for Alan Munoz. He's out here not just to prove a point, but he's out here to compete and try also put himself on the map with a lot of these that a lot of his riders are trying to do. Heading down to the 2-minute mark here of heat number 5, round number 1, non-elimination men's. Alex Walker Bay, how have you been enjoying the area? Now you can actually kind of see to the other side of the mountain without all the clouds and stuff. It's beautiful nature we got around
today.
here.
Looks beautiful. Finally can see all the mountains around, see everything that's around. It's just a beautiful place here. I'm really enjoying it, and I think it's going to be great, everything that we're going to do the next days. And just looking forward that the conditions stay good, and so we can see some really good riding. As we see, do we see some action out there? Yeah, we see Red up and riding, looking to connect with a maneuver. Is he gonna? He's just taking the speed to see, and he goes for. What is the floater? Can we call this a floater?
The whitewater bash.
Yeah.
Flick of the hair.
I think he will finish with that one. There's still 1 minute left, but he feels quite safe to get out of the water. I think Martin needs a really big score to take his first position. I think Alan will be happy with his performance today, because it is not so easy out there, guys. I was really impressed by the role of Jeff. He did a massive role at the beginning.
He sniffed that one out properly. Now, look at Alan Munoz's line choice. Really good. Unfortunately, the wave just coming a little bit, just that oncoming section, which was very flat. He had a lot of speed in that. I think he tried to do that bash reverse, and just not, just the wave just not showing him that. And here we go. Mark Webster sitting all alone. Can he get himself out of that combination station? Just one good ride, just to redeem himself, make himself feel a little bit better. Here we go. Looking at a good left-hander next to that one. All right, Highline. You're going to see him leave that one. Unfortunately, again, the wave going completely flat. The tide, we're in this neap tide cycle, and that's all she wrote for the guys. Alan Munoz coming out in first position. Mark Webster a little bit slow on the get-go, but we're going to be right back with some more gnarly action here in South Africa for the Walker Bay Pro right after these ads. All right, welcome back to the action. Another local heat. Andrew Cohn, very technical rider. I really love his style. He's got the classic Aussie style about him. Alex Nutt, hailing from the south coast of KZN. Alex, also a weapon in the water, a big threat. Here we go. Talk about Alex, tall, slanky figure, pulls out of that one. And the current South African champion, Aiden Cleve.
That we're gonna see now, waves are still big, but these boys will definitely do the best out of it. Yeah, Alex. I know Alex, since he's so small now, I saw him this time. As soon as he is, and he's like a head taller than he's a head taller than me. Sorry, Alex Nutt. He will be a really good one here to see. I've known him so many years, and it was a shock for me to see how tall he got.
Yeah, he
it's a
been serving the boys division for a very long time, and now he's back into the pro division. Skipped everything else because he's that tall. Aiden Cleve, as we said, is a South African champ. He came SA champs with about 2 months ago. We had the national, and he came out top in the pro division, and earned himself the wild card spot. Well, yeah, the wild card spot here at the Walker Bay. Rightfully so. Being the national champion, I think it's a fitting entry.
That is a fair move there, and yeah, we're gonna see definitely some good riding from this riders. 3 South Africans, so a local beating out there. It's gonna be nice to watch them surf. I'm looking forward actually to see how Alex has improved in the last years, and Andrew and Aiden definitely gonna smash it. So let's see what the ocean provides and see what they're gonna do with it. So we see Red up and riding, going for a 360, goes for the reverse, just trying to put some maneuvers in that wave, looking for a good line, keeps on looking and hopes to connect with another maneuver. Will he? Yes, he goes for a big roll. As we see blue at the back, we see that Red made that roll, and we see Andrew just looking to connect with the maneuver, but he doesn't. Yeah, I think Aiden took the win in this battle of the first waves of the heat. Let's see what the judges think, but that was a good wave, connecting with different type of maneuvers, and there you can tell why he is national champ.
That's exactly that. Aiden Cleve thumping surfing there. Takeoff spin down the line, another one, and saw that little ramp come out of nowhere and banked a beautiful Rolo. So that's definitely going to be one of our highest scores of the morning so far and of the event. So looking really good for the national champion. So make sure you guys head over to ibcworldtour.com. All the scores, everything right there. Jump onto our socials and you can follow everything in real time. Well, this is the next stop on the World Tour of the IBC World Tour, and we are super stoked to be in Africa. Up and riding, this riding yellow, Alex Nutt goes for the same approach as Aiden Cleve. Lots of speed coming down the line, looking for that section. There he is, foot on the gas, going. Can he get something good? Lots of speed, nice projection, goes for a little innie, and it comes out on top of that one. Tall, slanky figure. He's going to have to hit one of those big ones to make sure he gets a nice projection. Well, Andrew Cohn, again, he's very stylish rider, super smooth rider. Really love watching him surf. He's very technical. It's very smooth.
Yeah, it's definitely a good rider from here. So we see the replay of yellow. Alex looking to connect with that 360, going down the line, and he finds, I think that was an invert.
Yeah.
And let's see what the judges think. As we have the first score for Aiden, a 6.67. I think he will be stoked with that one. Puts him in first position, and Alex Yellow's score just came in at 3.17, putting him second, and Andrew with that fast and short riding of the first wave with a 1-point ride. So there's still so much time in this heat, and I think it's going to be a bomb. As we see, starting with a 6.67, you feel comfortable when you have a good wave at the beginning, and yeah, it's going to be a good one. Alex starting with a 3, but he will definitely look for a bigger score, trying to get that first position, advancing straight into round number 3, jumping the round number 2, which is the repechage round.
That's the one. Top 2 guys making the round number 3. This is not elimination, giving everybody another chance to surf and value for your money. Have that second opportunity. You might have a bad one and then come out swinging for your second heat. Round number 1, heat number 6. South African champion Aiden Cleve. Alex Nutt right behind him, also a very technical rider, and Andrew Cohn lurking in the shadows, looking for that big section, because I will not be surprised if we see him do one of his textbook split leg inverts. Super cool to watch him, super stylish. Well, let's point out something really specific here. This event is completely powered by battery and solar. Everything you see here, the entire production, the scoring, the live scoring LED panel, all the sound by the spectators area, everything is run and supplied by solar and power, not a single generator. We just want to turn the tide, bring back, it's eco-friendly, reduce our carbon footprint and make something that's sustainable. How cool is that? How cool are these little Jackery units?
That's a really important point that you're talking there. It's really important for us, for the sport, and especially for the nature. And it's incredible that you guys really managed to do this. It's the future. We need to take care of our environment, of the nature. So thank you for fighting for that. The IBC is really working on having a really sustainable.
Oh, Aidan Cleve on a banger. Another again, keeping busy. Got that wave, bang to the back, quick little take-off spin. Now it's hugging the pocket. Here we go. Are we going to see a little first little barrel of the day? Yes, we are. There we go. And books a beautiful reverse spin. He is just dominating this heat so far. Once again, as you said, this is the reason why he is the national champion.
Yeah, I think he's the first one that is actually really enjoying it out there. He's having fun.
Yeah.
Everybody looked like they was struggling a bit, and he's just dominating this heat. I think he's gonna have another really good score on his belt, so that's gonna make him stay comfortable out there. And now I guess he will wait to maybe show us a really good maneuver and making out a show out there.
All right, we're going to bring you a nice little replay of Aidan Cleve's last wave, 6.67. And now he's going to be backing that up with a nice little view there. Here we go.
Looks like the camera went to sleep.
First day headaches, ladies and gentlemen. Hey. All right, well, 6.67. Go to ibcworldtour.com. Check it out. Get the scores in real time as Chico and his team drops them. And I think that little barrel was a sneaky little one. And definitely will put him in that high 12s. All right, there we go. 12.34 collective score. Here we come with that little replay. Let's talk you guys through this one. So see, he's hugging that foam ball, gets under the lip, sits there, comes out smiling from ear to ear. Nice little slow carve reverse. And that is just classic Aidan Cleve right there. Great surfing.
Yeah, he gets rewarded with a 5.67. Means total score of 12.34. Today, having that score is actually really good because as the conditions are really tough. Having any score that's over 10, it's really nice because it's not a day where you catch a lot of waves, because sometimes you will catch one and get caught by the set. So he's really comfortable there, but I don't think the other two boys are gonna let him sit comfortable in the lineup. I think they will show us what they are made of and gonna put on a show. As we see, there's a little bit of wind is turning, and it's changing a bit the conditions.
Yeah, slightly onshore. We'll probably see the wind turning throughout the day, contouring, and won't affect the wave too much. Especially we'll probably be seeing this mid ripple starting to produce some nice conditions as we see the big ones reform in the middle of the bay, and you right in the river you will see some fun waves appearing. So we might just see a complete change of tactics between all the surfers, trying to locate the riders in the water, kind of where they are sitting. We got Red sitting where he was, but man, looking back, another massive waves, massive set approaching. There it is, off loading on your screen, just under that 15-minute mark here at the Walker Bay Pro. And looking forward to bringing you guys a lot more action during the course of as we take the road to crowning the women's world champion, the Walker Bay men's champion, and our juniors having some fun here as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be an incredible contest for sure. And what we saw the crowd there. I must say, I'm really impressed on how many people there are today watching this event. It's the first time for me in South Africa, so I didn't quite know how you guys live the bodyboarding here, but it looks like it is big, especially here in Onrus, as you guys have the current world champion Tristan here. So he was definitely the number one as he went into the heat. Everybody was stoked to see him. But yeah, it's lovely to see the people here enjoying and watching the contest.
Yeah, nice Sunday morning, super packed as we look over across the river, and it's just going to get a lot more busier as the day gets warmer and the day progresses. Beautiful day here at Onrus Beach on the eastern side of the Western Cape, just before Hermanus. Aidan Cleve holding it down with a 12.34. Alex Nutt with a 3.17, and Andre Cohen a little bit quiet, waiting for his opportunity, his time to shine, with 13 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Heat number 6, Alex, non-elimination round number 1. Non-elimination round number 1. We'll most likely be seeing the men's go in afterwards again for round number 2, the rapid charge rounds.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to do another men's round, as Dion was saying. And then after that, we will see how the decision is from the technical team. And yeah, looks like men are going to go out there. I think they will be stoked because the conditions looks like it's a little bit better now. And I think with the high tide, it's going to be nice. So we will see some good conditions. We will see some really good riding out there, as we still have 12 minutes and 45 seconds in this heat, with Aidan having the first position right now. Solid with 2 good scores, and Alex in second, Andrew in third. Still a lot of time, a lot of things can change. Let's see what the riders show us. Let's see what the ocean provides.
Yeah, look at that really beautiful shot of the road, and everybody's chilling on the grass embankment. We can see the athlete zone at the back there. We can see a big broad shoulders in front of us at the moment. And as we pan across the beach, you'll see the technical area right on the far side of the beach. That is where we are talking. Everybody's super happy to have this event around, and it's just lined up with people, and it's gonna be super cool. And you can see the river coming out there, and that's making that ripple that we can see in our other screenshots. And Aidan taking the opportunity on that one, and utilizing that ripple to get that right hand barrel. As we talk about riding, here we go. Alex Nutt cruising down the line.
Yeah, we see Alex looking for the line in the middle of the wave, doesn't really go up, and then he goes for another invert. This one was definitely
much better.
Much better. Let's see what the judges think about that. But as we were talking, you see that the riders are choosing to have a middle line. They're not really going down the bottom of the wave. I think they just want to maintain that speed to really hit the lip. As it is tricky out there, it's not really hollow. It's a little bit like funky, I would say, and it's not easy to hit that lip. So good decision there from Alex. Let's see what the judges think, but I think he's stoked with that one.
Yeah, he read it well. I'm super pumped for him on that one. He read it really well. He had that high line. He had all that speed, and I think he learned from one of his previous waves where, or at least watching what the guys are doing. At least, so he learned from that, and now he can see that he needs to have that high line, get that section. He had a good projection on it. Nice little landing. We're going to try bringing you that replay as well. But there's a technical area. There's the judges. There we are. The streaming. The whole crew is right here. All of that got washed away yesterday. And we had to hustle yesterday to get everything rebuilt.
Yeah, I would have loved to see that. Not in a bad way. Just it must have been quite fun in one part, but not in the other one.
I'm going to be honest. We had a nice little braai at my house with a few. And I might have had a little bit more wine than I should have. But here we go. Here's Alex's wave, running you guys through it. See that? Lots of speed, mid-face, and there we go. Perfect timing. Snaps a little innie and lands it super cleanly. So we were here at 7 o'clock.
He gets a 5.17 for that one, so that's good. That makes him getting closer to the first position. He will still need a proper score to make it into first position, but he's definitely closer than he was. He needs a 7.17, so it's still a big score to make the first position and skip the round 2. But it's possible, definitely possible, as we saw that last wave. Maybe if he gets a little bit bigger one and does a bigger invert, he gets that 7. But still some time there. There's still a lot of ways out there. But I'm saying Andrew is not making a lot. He's not doing a lot. He's been quite quiet. Maybe looking for that perfect wave and show us what he's able. And we still have, as I said, 9 minutes and 20 seconds. And Andrew is in third now. He is in combination and to get into first position. Alex is in second. He needs a 7.17 to make it into the first position. And as I said, skip that second round, which will be going on after the round 1 of men. We will have round number 2 of men, which is the rapid charge round. And after that, we will make a decision. So we will let you know what's going to happen for the rest of the day. Stay tuned, because this is going to be an epic day of competition.
Oh, look at that. Sorry to interrupt you, but he's right in that keyhole where he's going to be jumping out. So they have to time it so perfectly. It's an easy entry in and out, but boy, oh boy, Alex, if you get it wrong there, you're going to get absolutely hammered. Sorry to interrupt you there. We had to just show you this little image. It's not often you get a camera right in the guts of things. He's going to go stand on that rock ledge over there, time his jump, and swim basically for his dear life to make it back up.
Well, that looks like a fun one to me also. Thank you for letting me know.
Vian, so he just got off a plane last night, a last minute entry. Onerous, local through and through, but quite the character. You will probably find him tonight in Tipples having a good time. Apparently you had a good time in Tipples.
In?
Tipples.
Dipples, yeah. Yeah, it was fun. It's dangerous as next to my house, but no, really nice. We had it was just I'm really sorry, but I thought it was called Nipples, and I was like, guys, you're crazy down here. But no, it was not that name. Yeah, really fun. I've been having fun every day here. It has been incredible. It's I don't know, the food it's amazing. The people are kind. It's just really enjoying South Africa for now, and I think there's a lot in the planning. So. Looking forward for the next days for sure.
Oh yeah, you guys are in for a bumper one. Like Andrew Kern, he needs to step it up a bit. Dangling sticks there with 7 minutes 22 to go. Unfortunately, very quiet for him. Aidan Cleve, only 2 ways, but boy, did he make those 2 ways count.
He did. He has himself in a really good position, as Alex even needs a 7.17, which will be one of the highest scores from today. I think till now the highest score is with wave score is still with Jeff with that 8 point ride with the roll. But yeah, nothing impossible to do. Still a lot of time. Well, still 6 minutes and 50 seconds, which is enough to get one good wave. We can really change the situation. But Andrew is running out of time to really get 2 waves done and maybe getting himself into first position. As we can tell with that, it's not easy out there. You really have to choose your waves wisely, because if you get not a good wave and then you might get caught by the set, that takes a lot of time. And this really shapes a champion to know how to read this wave and know how to get the perfect one. As we see, Andrew up and riding on this ride. Looks like a really nice wave. He gets a good line, goes up there, goes for a big roll. Let's see if he can land that. Yes, he does. He's still fighting there in the whitewash. He has to get in front, but yeah, he's totally fighting. He managed to land that. I think he's stoked that he got out of that foam ball. But yeah, that was a good wave. That was definitely the best wave for Andrew. And let's see what the judges think.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very good score. Very good ride. Hopefully bring you the replay for that one. But Aidan Cleve, Alex Nutt's fighting, clawing his way back. Still ample time. If Andrew gets one more wave like that, man, it's going to be very tight for the victory. And thankfully for them, this is a non-elimination heat. Kind of just testing it out, getting yourself, finding some rhythm, because it's a very, very tough and trying condition out there. Quite and big, but super cool.
Yeah, no, definitely. He's back in the game for sure. Let's see what he needs for the first position. Let's see what he got rewarded with. I think it was a 3.17, if I'm not wrong. Let me check again. But it looks like he got a 3.17, as he had one before. That will still puts him in a hard position to get into first, but definitely putting him back into the heat. And you never know, there's still 4 minutes and 45 seconds left, so he might have a chance to get another wave.
A quick little replay of Andrew's wave. Let's see what happens here. Goes up there again, an oncoming section. Nice little Rolo. If he managed to get in front of the water there, he would have had even another 1.5 points or so added onto that. But at least managed to get a nice little score on, get his campaign going.
Yeah, definitely. So this is really important, guys. For the ones that are watching, what the judges want to see, we get the briefing before the contest, and of course every contest is different, conditions are different, but really important is a clean landing, guys. You can make maybe like a really, really big maneuver, big backflip, big roll, big invert, but if the landing is like we saw Andrew now fighting for getting out of that foam, the judges will think of that and giving you less points, because what they want to see, it's a perfect executed maneuver, really perfect landing, clean landing in front of the wave, because that's what we're here for perfection. We want those really good maneuvers, clean landing, as I was talking. And it's not easy, especially in these conditions, but it is what it is. We're in a World Tour event, as we see. Yellow really paddling hard for that one. Doesn't really make it into the wave, so he's going to paddle out there. But yeah, guys, for the ones watching home, sometimes you will see a maneuver, a really big one, but if the landing is not clean, it will take points away. The judges are really strict with that, so don't get frustrated. Back home, it is like this. It's really important. We are professionals and we want to show our best skills, so it's important to do perfection. In these conditions, it takes a little bit of strength to pull yourself out sometimes, but we saw Jeff, that's why he got an 8, because he did this big roll, landing in front of the foam, boom, perfect landing. That's what the judges want to see. And that's why Andrew got a 3.17, because he was struggling to get out and finish that maneuver. But we know he's a really good rider. He was just maybe a little bit unlucky and got caught in the lip there. But if he gets a good wave, he'll definitely show us what his skills are. As we are getting into the last 2.5 minutes of this heat, we have Aiden still in first position. Pretty solid score for him. He has a 12.34. Second, we have Alex. He needs a 7.17. It's not impossible. Still 2 minutes. He can make it. He can still have a good wave. So let's see what the ocean says. And then in third, we still have Andrew. He didn't really get too much into the heat. He now got a 3.17, but he still needs a really big score to get into first. As we see Red up and riding, he chooses to take this one, going down the line, looking if he can connect, but decided to kick out of there. Maybe the wisest or like the best decision he could make, because that wave didn't provide what he needed. So let's see what happens this last 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Yep, thank you for that expert explanation of why Jeff got the highest score with regards to his landing in the perfect zone. In the flats, comes out, it's clean and screaming. Well, Aiden Cleve commanding this lead, 12.34. Alex Nutt behind him with an 8.3. And Andrew Cohn, a little bit slow in the uptake, but we'll see him in the next round, probably shining a lot brighter than what he is right now, as we will be continuing with the men's round number 2 after this one. But here we go. This is red and yellow. Alex Nutt looking long on those left-handers. Nice little spin, bounces. All right, so can he get a good little section? Can he follow it up with another maneuver? Long left. There it is. And tries for a little something, but not getting anything. But here we go, Alex at the back. Andrew Kern, lots of speed. Can we something explosive? Ejects out of that one and can almost feel the disappointment as he dove through the face of that one.
It's really funny, but you can really see it. Like just the way people just kick out. You're like, oh, you see the frustration. How much is the how you say, like, the body language is so. Sometimes it's so clear that you can see it from outside. You're like, oh yeah, he's not happy with us with that one. But guys, it's a non-elimination round. It's the first day of competition. The conditions are tough, so they will have a second chance today to make it into the next round. But looks like in the last 10 seconds, we see Blue again up and riding and kicks out again. Looks like this heat will be, the first position will be Aiden, the national champ, making it straight into round 3, skipping round number 2. As we see him again in the wave, doing an invert there.
Dominating. I think he's just sending out a message to some of the other guys that, hey, you got to watch out for me. I mean business. Look, I wouldn't be surprised if Aiden Clean goes all the way. I would not be the least surprised, because, man, he is such a good surfer. Big stuff, small stuff, quite possibly one of the best all-round surfers in this country right now. Well, we're going to be coming back to you with some more high-flying action here at the Walker Bay Pro right after this quick little ad break.
Op soek na jou droomhuis. Daai chic charmante pondokkie. Dalk 'n minimalistiese snoesige varkhokkie. Of selfs 'n majestueuse paleis. In die Hermanus area is almal tuis. Is jy 'n wynplaashaas? Of liefhebber van die natuur? 'n voorstander van moerensoek? Of dalk 'n kenner van die plesierbier? Het jy al 'n dekadente frikadelbroodjie hier kom probeer? Jou lyf ottergehou in die waters? Lang stappies gaan vat op die magiese strande. In Hermanus gebeur dinge, my maters. Son, see, wyn, kuns, glans, genot, geluk en soveel meer. So af en toe kom 'n bekende ook hierdie. Kom deel 'n brander saam met Tristan wat kan vlieg. Rian Man se rol gereeld hier verby, ek moet bieg.
Hi.
Kyk, waar jy kyk is alles mooi. Lip, lekker eetplekke, boekwurmsentrums en dalk 'n onverwagse waai van 'n oulike nooi. Lieflik, pragtig, wonderlik, uitmuntend, beeldskoon, Hermanus. Jy's welkom.
Back with the next seed of this round, number 1 of the men's, and we have in the water Ian Campbell, Tian Hoban, sorry if I mispronounced that one, and Wyan. Oh, that was a tough one. I'm sorry, can you help me here?
I'll let you actually, yeah, so we got, here we go, that's the wrong graphics there, guys. Let's get the right one. That's heat number 8. This is currently heat number 7. Well, in the water we got Vian Oosthuizen. And he's a last-minute entry. Got off a flight last night. And Tian Huben, one of our core members here at the event. And you might know someone that needs no introduction, and that's Ian Campbell. That's definitely not Ian Campbell's face there, but we'll take that.
Man, he changed a bit since I saw him last time. Got a little bit brown.
He put on some weight, yeah. Wow,
yeah, guys, no worries. It's the first day, and we're doing a great job, guys. It's always hard to be here. It looks easy from home, but it's a big work. So shout out to the media also, guys. You're doing a great job. No worries. It's always good to have a laugh. Also, because we're here to have a good time. We're professionals, but also to have a good time.
A professionally good time. Yeah. Professionals are good times.
Yeah.
Well, Ian Campbell needs no introduction. 27 world champion, 2017 world champion. My bad. And also, he's a very good DK rider.
He is.
Sneaky DK rider, especially when it goes to Nazare or Centra.
Yeah, no, he is. He's a really complete rider. Prom, drop knee. He's doing a great job with his with no waves ridden yet. Looks a little bit quiet out there, but guys, this is not a good sign sometimes, because that means that it's gonna be a big set coming. So
yes.
You gotta be prepared out there, because maybe it's gonna be a really big one rolling in. And let's hope the riders are not in the spot where it breaks. I hope they are where they can take it. As we see red up and riding, Ian starting this heat off with the right, looking down the line, going for a big roll. How he just projected that roll was sick.
That,
Yeah, there you can see that's a world champion there, and we see he goes into the left. Definitely to get back to the current that takes you out to the rip current. That makes it easier to get out of the back to the lineup as fast as possible and not being in the middle of the beach where you're probably going to get caught by the set. But yeah, that looks like a good start for Ian Campbell. Let's see what the judges think.
Yeah, that's it. It's a good score. He's really using, he loves these beach break conditions. And yeah, he's just really good at it.
Yeah, he's really good in these conditions. As I heard, we have the beach. At the beach, we have the interview ready with the winner of the last heat. Take it away.
All right, winner of that last heat, Aidan Cleve. Aidan, great to have a global event of this stature at the South African beaches to start.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a privilege to be at gigs and just to be competing with these guys and riding in some pretty fun and challenging surf, but it's very stoked, yeah.
And tell me that heat itself, you got a 667 out there. Tell us about the lineup. How did it go for you?
Geez, my strategy was kind of just to ride the escalator out to the back line and then pick up kind of medium waves that kind of presented some sort of a section to hit. First one kind of just threw me out. I just held on tight, just bear clawed my board, and just kind of let me out. So I was stoked with that. But yeah, it was tough. A lot of work. Got to be fit. Got to kind of just take your time, keep your breathing going, and stay focused. 25 minutes goes pretty quickly when you're out there.
Well, you surf the region, you know about the power of the waves and stuff like that. I mean, just try and relate that to other locations and let our viewers understand how strong the waves are here.
Yeah, you've got like a real steep embankment. The sand kind of drops off quite sharply. So you've got these deep water, open ocean swells coming in, and they're kind of just breaching as it hits the sandbar. And that's where we take it off. We're looking for that real crux of the wave. Compared to other waves in Cape Town, it's definitely up there with one of the strongest for sure. So you've got to have your wits about you when you're out there.
Last one, personal goals for this event.
Oh, I want to win, for sure. I'm not here to lose. I'm here to have fun. I'm here to win. And, just a shout out to everyone watching, my family, all the ladybugs that are watching potentially, and my wife for being here with me. Thanks, man.
Aiden Cleves into the next round.
And thank you. Looked like a really stoked one there. Making it into the next round, skipping the round number 2 as we are back to this heat with Ian Campbell getting a 4.67 for his first wave for that roll. And we see Blue. Sorry, I'm going to say the colors because I'm really bad pronouncing the names. I'm really sorry for that. A 1.33 for his first ride. Then we have Yellow with no ride yet, but there's still a lot of time in this heat. Let's see what the riders are going to show us, as Ian started off with the highest score, but we know Ian is a really good rider. But I'm looking forward to see Yellow and Blue making the best out of these conditions. So for all the people back home, it's really tricky. This wave looks like it's no joke, and it's a little bit quiet right now. It looks like it has dropped a bit, but there's still some big sets coming. So that means we will see a great show from these riders, as we still got this heat and another one from round number 1 of men. And after that, we will jump into round number 2, which is the repechage. That will be an elimination round. Means the ones that made the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th position in this round are in that round fighting it off to make it into round number 3. As we see Yellow up and riding on this ride, looking to connect a maneuver there. Will he go? He tries a roll, but can't complete it. He will be paddling back to the lineup, trying to get a better wave to start this heat off and hoping to get that first position and making it into round number 3. So as I was saying, guys, round number 2 will be running after this, and after that we will be letting you know what is going to be in the schedule for the rest of the day. But we will see a lot of good riding here. The conditions look, as I was saying, that they dropped a bit, but I think there's still going to be some bombs out there, and we will see a great show. So stay tuned, guys, on the IBC live webcast, and Dion and me will be making sure that you have a good time watching the boys out there ripping and doing his best.
And the girls
And the
shredding the nar. Super pumped for you guys. Super excited for what's to come as we see a little replay here from Yellow. That is Tian Huben, one of our staff members here, is cutting down the line. Hubi, no stranger to this wave. Nice little section, but just a little bit late on the uptake and landing behind that wave. He'll be a bit frustrated. I'm sure he also would like a little bit of sleep.
Yeah,
but Ian Campbell, 4.6. And Vian, aka Vorsi, which means sausage, is his nickname.
Yeah, well, I decided I already apologize, but I will say the colors, not the names, because I don't want to be pronouncing them wrong.
These are easy. Have you tried Chilenos names?
Chilenos, for me, Chilean names are easy because I speak Spanish. You know the hardest ones are Norwegian names and Icelandic.
Oh, don't you say like tongue
God,
twisters.
That's really hard.
Literally tongue twisters on their own right. So yeah. Well, here we go. Some action in the water. That is Blue up and riding. Vian Vorsi Westhuizen going down the line there. Just got off the flight back to civilization. And look at that. Goes for a little roll through the lip. Is he going to come out? Unfortunately, definitely not.
Yeah, it looked like he got a little bit stuck there and didn't make it through that lip. But yeah, we see there's a set at the back and the boys are fighting there. I try to get the best wave and making some good scores. Ian has a 4.67, so he will be waiting a little bit and trying to just get a good wave to make another good score and putting himself in a safe position in that first place, so he can skip one round. Maybe because of that he might not have to run again, but we will let you know after round 2 or in the middle of the round what's gonna happen after. But for now, as we see, beautiful coffee place, Milk on the Beach, if I'm not wrong. Really nice coffees. So yeah, providing us athletes also with a milkshake in the morning. That's a good power breakfast to be strong enough to battle this waves out there.
Nice. Milkshake brings all the boys to the yard and girls to the yard. Yeah, at Milk on Onrus Beach. Beautiful place. Welcome to everybody if you just joined us. This is a 2022 Walkabout Pro here in South Africa.
Yeah, we see a replay coming from this last wave of blue. He was looking there down the line, hoping to get a good section to hit the lip and connect with the maneuver. He goes for, I think he tried a reverse there, just gets stuck in there and doesn't complete that maneuver. But still plenty of time, still plenty of chances. So let's see what the boys do out there. But yeah, looks like Ian is in first position now and calmly waiting for a good wave because it is tough out there, guys.
Yeah, it is. It is tricky, and it was, coming off a big swell like we've had yesterday and the day before. It kind of, you always have the last bits of the big swell hanging around, and making things a little bit tricky. And we can see today that it's still evident that big swell is still here, making things a lot harder for the guys. The charts indicate it's going to drop a lot quicker, but it's definitely not happening. Still ample swell pulling into the bay, and oh my word, after tomorrow afternoon we're going to get punished again. Yeah, 6 meters, 20 seconds, absolutely massive. So yeah, this is Africa. It's called the Cape of Storms, and it's not called the Cape of Storms for no reason. So super pumped to have everybody here. We are here in Onrus Walkabout Pro. Thank you.
Yeah, this contest is gonna be a bomb. It's gonna be a really good contest. So thank you to the IBC for making this possible. Also, it's gonna be good planning. We're gonna have some nice things in the next days. Tell us a little bit about it. What is the plan from the IBC for this contest? I've heard some really nice stuff.
Well, the IBC's mandate is not only the event. It's the socio-economic impact around the job creation, the money that the event draws into the town with the spectators, with the athletes, the people traveling here. The socio-economic, the boost for the local economy, for the local restaurants, local businesses. Not only do we do that, but we support everything that we have here is from local businesses. Nothing is from Cape Town, so we support in terms local business to put money back into the local economy. Not just that, so that's the one part of the IBC. The other part is the development of the sport and the development of the grassroots levels. We've got programs all around the world, in Chile, in Brazil. You're going to be starting your clinic quite soon. We've got in Europe. And we've got the clubs here. So from the club level, we're going to feed the kids back into the national level and then, be on tour. So what we got happening here on Wednesday, we've got a ocean education seminar that we're going to be taking kids from the local community, and we're going to teach them a bit more about the safety aspects of the ocean. What are the hazards to look out for? What are the danger points? And then after that, we're going to have a bodyboarding clinic where all you pros will be donating your time and teaching these kids how to bodyboard, introducing them into the sport. And from there on out, also all the horses.
We see Yellow upper riding on this ride, looking to connect. He does a 360 there. Gets a little bit stuck in the foam, but managed to get out, looking for another maneuver there. Will the wave provide him something so he can connect? He's still paddling, looking for the inside section. Really battling it through there. You can tell that the current is really strong. Still battling. Is he going to find the section there to hit? He does. He goes for a roll. And then I think that will be it for his wave. he will try to paddle out again. But yeah, that's lovely to hear. I think it's going to be great. Wednesday is going to be a great day for bodyboarding, especially for South African bodyboarding, and I'm looking forward for the pros giving some real nice advice for the younger ones, which are our future in the sport. So stay tuned, guys, in the IBC website and in the Welcome Bay Pro and IBC Instagram side also, because it's going to be a good one, and it's something so special that the IBC is doing. So thank you for that. And yeah, you guys know it is important, the future for the sport. The little ones are the future for bodyboarding, so it's good that we do these things, and they're definitely going to be stoked. They're going to have the world's best teaching them.
Yeah, that's the thing, and you want to try and motivate kids to take up the sport. See that it could be a career choice. It could be for your young years, you know, start becoming an athlete, start competing around the world, you know, that and that will help them a lot, and see and look up to all their idols, and especially having all the ladies here. We're looking to really, you know, the women's bodyboarding scene around the world is it's a lot smaller than the men's, and that's something that we really want to change. As the IBC, we really want to put that focus not only with the men, but also developing the women's division, growing the women's division. And it's such an important asset. It's such an important division within the sport. And we really hope that while we're putting the women's on a pedestal here, not losing focus of what the bigger picture is, because we're trying to develop and we're trying to make this sustainable, long-term thing for everybody and all the fans around the world.
Oh, definitely really important. So thank you there, guys. And yeah, the women division, it can get bigger, and it will. It looks bright for the future of bodyboarding, for the men's division, juniors, and the women for sure. I think what you guys are doing is really helping that the girls gonna be motivated to do the tour next year. We've heard we have a big group of mainly other bodyboarders that have been on tour in the past, that are on tour, and some of them that will be in the future, and it's looking bright. So yeah, I think the IBC is doing a really good job there, and we will see the result of that in the next years for sure.
Yeah, coming up the next heat, we get heat number 8 in round number 1, and we'll see a nice little commentary change with Giggs joining Alex for a couple of heats, and then I'll be jumping into the post heats and just seeing if everything is going smoothly down on the beach. I'm probably going to have to take my shoes off to cross the river, right? I'm going to have to do that. And how cold's the water?
I've been doing that the whole morning. It's a good refreshment for your feet. But yeah, definitely gonna be a fun one now. A change of teams doing this, as we have the last 7 minutes and a half. This has been quite a slow heat. We haven't seen that many waves. Ian's still with one wave, but I think he will try and look for another one so he secures his first position, skipping the round number 2, which will be going on after the next heat number 8 of round number 1. We will have round number 2 of men, so stay tuned because there's still a lot of action today.
Yeah, heaps of action to come. Then we're going to be sending the juniors in on the dying side of the day, and we'll have the juniors competing as well. That's just the Walker Bay juniors, and the kids will be going out having some fun. And finals next week Saturday. Looking to have another massive turnout here on the beach, and just thank you everybody for supporting us. Lots of action to come, but for now, in the water, 6 minutes and 45 seconds ago, Ian Campbell, Tian Huben and Vian Oosthuizen going toe to toe. A very slow heat. The waves, we never thought we'll have a problem of complaining about big waves and having swell, but it's a bit tricky at the moment because the big swell is making the bay very shifty. The water is moving a lot. The onshore is coming in, it's turning away, you know, so it's a little bit of everything, a whole mixed bag that we are receiving here at Onrus. So a little bit of everything, but you know what, we take it in our stride because this is how we know Africa. This is how we know things. Nothing is always easy.
Yeah, definitely, especially not in bodyboarding. And when it comes to the ocean, we can't really control the ocean, but it looks like the waves are still pumping out there. It's gone a little bit slow. I think it has dropped a bit, but there's still some good 5 minutes and 50 seconds in this heat. So let's see what the riders will do as we see Red paddling into this one. We see, yes, Red up and riding. As we see him looking for the section, but he kicks out of that as they close out. And I'm telling you, it looks like he's going to get caught by the set, and that's one thing I don't want here. But I don't think you will be. I think at one point you will get caught.
Yeah,
so you
look,
just gotta mentally be ready for that.
That's the price you paid, onerous. You got to pay to play here, and that's the taxes, seductive taxes. At least we know things are going to be getting a lot better during the later end of next week, towards the middle of the week, onto the weekend. We're going to have everything settling. The banks will be more clear. The things will be a lot more, a lot more easier to work around and a lot more fun. Right now, it's full on. It's full on, and once again, it's full on. We got the onshore picking up, but that's also probably going to turn again today. It just continuously does its thing like that. So this is onerous. It's just very, very tricky conditions today. We can see it by the scores. Slow scoring. You've got, average to sometimes good scores, and a lot of lower scores. It's just, you got 6 to 8 foot waves offloading. It's becoming a little bit more quieter on that big wave front. The sets aren't as much. It means the high tide is kind of here. We're still in that neap tide, so we're not going to have a lot of movement, but it does play a big part here right now.
Yeah, definitely. The conditions have changed a bit, but we saw mainly everyone is on. If you look into the ocean, on the right side of the beach. So yeah, from where you are looking at home, looked like all the riders are choosing to get on the right side of the beach, but then we saw Tristan going on the other side of the beach. So you can tell it's there's a lot of waves just in this small beach. It's not the biggest beach, but there is different peaks. So it's interesting to see the strategy of every rider in every heat. And definitely, if Tristan chose to go there, it must be for a reason. As we see yellow up and riding.
That's yellow. Tian Huben looking at a good-looking wave there. Lots of speed. Jumps out of that one. There he is. Good landing. Tian Huben definitely pushing himself. Possibly in that first position. Get this man a bell. He's been here with us since 4 a.m. this morning, smashing his heat up against Ian Campbell and Vian Westhuizen. So making his way back to the rip, back to the channel, so you can get back out. So Alex, a couple of notes that you need to take looking at these things. We got the indicator reeds at the back that will start lighting up, showing there's a set coming. Then you got this rip channel over here that will take you. Don't ever try and paddle straight out. And tell that to all the girls. Come to the channel, and then from the channel, just make your way all the way through, nice and easy, and then float to wherever you want to be. You're most likely gonna not have this scenario. You probably won't have this scenario when you guys are surfing, where this wave here in front, which is called, here we go, a little replay quickly. Here we go, Tian Huben, crunching roll, massive.
That was a really
massive
good
score.
Really
Let's
good
see.
maneuver. I think the judge is gonna like that one because he did land in front of the foam. He didn't disappear, so that makes it.
Look at that, first position, 9.84. And Ian Campbell with a 5.57. Beautiful roll, well executed, out the lip, a lot of projection in the flats. Boom, thanks for coming.
And it puts him into first position. So that wave, he must be pretty stoked right now. That makes Ian jump into the second position. But Ian is not someone you want to have behind you in the heat, I'll tell you that. And he doesn't need a really big score. Let me check again how much he really needs. But yeah, Ian will definitely look for a good score.
Yeah.
And try to get that first position again, because that means that he would not have to run the round number 2. And I think with these conditions, everybody will be stoked if they only have to surf once today, because I guess that's a lot of power you have to put there. As we see
the grounds
outside,
in the athletes,
we see the grounds, and we see Red up and riding.
Trying to get around that section. Look how well he worked that rail to get around that white water. Man, that is just incredible surfing for him. Lots of speed, looks for something, goes for the bash reverse, lands it. Can he just hold on to that one? He does. Ian Campbell. Wow, mate, that was well ridden and not finished. Follows up with a nice little roll. Well, Tian, thanks for coming, but I'll take that lead back.
Yeah, that looked like a really good wave. He needs a 5.18, so let's see what the judges think. But that was a really good maneuver. Also, a maneuver we haven't seen today, so it's always good to change up the game a little bit. Let's see what the judges say, and let's see if Ian goes back into first position. That was sick.
Yeah, that was really cool. Let's look at this replay. There he goes. Comes around, nice, past that foam ball, bashes that reverse, gets some projection. Quick turnaround in the air as well. Classic Ian Campbell style. Bumps him up in second with 9.84. and Vian with a 2.7. A little bit quiet there, but coming down to the 30-second mark here, and almost the end of heat number 7, round number 1. Quick commentary change after this, and I will see you guys there by the post-heat commentary.
We see you'll have the last 15 seconds here. Let's see if something changed, but it looks like all the riders are getting caught, guys. I'm seeing this from here from the booth. It's a big set out there. Ian changes the position there in the last minute, putting himself into first again. That means he will be skipping round number 2, but well done also to yellow and blue. Great riding from both of them. They'll be battling it out in round number 2, and as we were saying, we'll be back. We see the replay here. Oh, we do had another wave from yellow on the back with a big, that was the replay, sorry, from the heat. And then we see back to this. So we will go to commercials, and we'll be back for the next heat, the last heat of the round of men, round number 1. See you.
Home is our story. SEAF. Expertise built through generations of trust.
Okay, and we're back for the last heat of this round number 1 of men. And we have a change of teams. Now it's me and Gigs, right? Yes, sorry, I just met him today. But I'm really looking forward to be here in the booth with you.
Yeah, great, Alex. Great to have the opportunity to just jump in, chat with you guys, see the World Tour come to town. Of course, home is Hermanus for me, so it's great to just jump in with you guys and talk a bit of story, and of course see the world's best bodyboarders.
Yes, we see this is the last heat of the round, and we see in red Robert in red, and we have Hugo in yellow and Chad in blue. We have a full South African heat again. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yep. Of course, as you mentioned, Alex, this will wrap up round 1, and then we'll go into round 2, which is elimination. So some sticky heats coming our way as we head deeper into the morning. Local time here in South Africa, just after 11 o'clock. What I can tell you is that we're very close now to the high tide.
Yeah, it looks like the condition have changed. It looks like it dropped, but then now at the end of the last heat, this really big set just came in. So it's going to be interesting. I think the boys are really going to show what they're made of in these conditions, and definitely the high tide.
Yeah, we saw Ian Campbell finish that last heat really strong. Got that heat win over Tian Huben and Vian Oosthuizen. And of course now out in the lineup, Robbie Berman. He'll be the sort of talk of this heat as far as he knows the lineup very well. They have a family house here. He surfs here a lot. He knows the lineup. He's just come back from the Maldives. Did really well in a heat against Tristan Roberts over there. And of course, learning as he goes, Robbie Berman. He's a big talent for the future.
Yeah, definitely. He did put Tristan in a really tough position there. I was actually working. I did the interview for Tristan, and he really put him in a tough position. He's a really good rider, and actually I think if he trips out of his house, he just lands in the lineup. He has his house just next to the peak. So yeah, he will be definitely one to watch out in this contest, as he knows this wave better than a lot of other riders.
And of course, young Hugo Nordia, he's from a town called Mossel Bay. It's about 3.5 hours drive towards Jeffreys Bay up the east coast of South Africa. He's a young, inspired Grom. He's going well. And of course, young Cheg Brookstein, of course, another young South African, and a good experience for the younger guys to mix it up with the more experienced Robert Berman.
Definitely, and having this possibility to compete against those big names in a non-elimination round must be amazing. I wish I would have had that possibility, but when I competed, I still had to make some trials. But yeah, they must be stoked. Like we had a lot of that in the Maldives. It was great to see some of the really young ones competing against the big names, and they just came out stoked because they were in the water with the biggest idols. So that's something beautiful
well,
to see.
If you can give talent that's sort of between 10 and 14 years of age, that experience early on, you really lay a good foundation for them as far as being able to mentally process, not being too starstruck by the level that they're trying to compete at. And so it's a case of all those junior series, doesn't matter which sport, is the sooner you can get your young surfers into the mix and competing at a younger age, the more of a foundation you give them for the future.
Definitely, yeah. I started quite young to compete, so it's definitely something really important for the young ones. As we see Red up and riding, we see Robert on this ride looking to connect with the maneuver, going down the line. Will he manage to find that lip to hit? He's still running, and he goes for a roll. Not the best wave there, but he managed to make a good roll, clean roll, and now he will definitely try to get back to that rip current that will take him out to the lineup.
Yeah, you're going to see him change direction. He'll just get that left elbow in, try and make his way back to the north side of the beach there. He's already making some ground there. It's kind of tough to paddle out in the middle of the beach, so he's worked the rip out. He knows the lineup. And as you mentioned there, Alex, kind of a softer roll. Didn't really get the projection, more of a whitewater rebound.
As we see the replay, yeah. He definitely knows this wave well, so he was looking for the perfect moment to change the line and hit that lip. He goes down the line, goes for the roll there.
Still gets it over.
Yeah, he gets the maneuver. It's a good way to start at 2.83. He will be out there fast because he knows how to get back. But yeah, let's see what these boys, all of them are really good riders. So we're gonna see a good show, wrapping up this first round of the men.
Well, he'll get back to the lineup with the lowest priority when he gets there, but haven't seen a lot of priority situations unfolding. It's not like a specific peak on a specific reef. It's a more beach break open situation, so there hasn't been that much to talk about with the priorities so far.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. It's true. I think it happens a lot when it is like beach breaks and more when it's different peaks.
Especially an open beach like this.
Yeah, especially because they're not so close to each other.
Yeah.
So it's not that they're one above the other one. So
yeah,
it's actually good because sometimes we see some really tough conditions and some really weird moments with the priority. But yeah, it's always good to have priority though, because then you can really choose the best way.
Yeah, you want priority, right? But there's been a number of circumstances where waves have been found in the lineup without that priority. So we haven't touched too much on that this morning. Day one of competition, and because I remember Tristan Roberts' heat, he was about 300 meters apart from his fellow competitors. He was way over on the other end of the beach. So I've been keeping an eye on that right-hander as well there, Alex. It is still there. We call that the far side bank. This one we call the roadside. And as I say, right now with that river running the way it is, that rip current on the roadside is really pulling through the lineup. Perhaps on the smaller days to come, if we get a smaller morning tomorrow, we might see a really nice neat little left bowl running through there.
I would be really happy about that one because I prefer lefts.
You like the left?
Yeah, I like the lefts, yeah. It's no secret. If not, I wouldn't say it. But yeah, definitely. That's what we were talking about before. It's crazy to see the strategy of every rider. And if you see Tristan going there, has to be a good reason because he definitely knows this wave better than a lot of us. And yeah, it's just great to see the different kind of ways that all the riders take into the competition, and I'm really looking forward for this contest. It must be great. So many local riders. I'm stoked to be here and watch them surf.
Your first trip to Africa?
First time, yeah.
Wow.
Now that I'm here, I should have been here early for sure. I'm loving it here. People are so kind. It's beautiful. Only thing is it's still cold water, but I think I'll manage. I think you have to paddle so much that that's not going to be an issue.
Yeah, I was talking about with Dion earlier. The wetsuits are so good these days. They're really super stretchy. The neoprene really reflects the heat back in. Doesn't matter which brand of wetsuit. And there are a lot of brands that are very focused on bodyboard market too, by the way.
Yes.
But it doesn't matter who the manufacturer is. All the wetsuits are excellent these days.
If it keeps you warm, that's an important thing in the water. Yeah.
And comfortable, right?
Yeah, warm and comfortable, yeah. The funny thing is, like, when the wetsuits, when you know they're starting to get like older and you start to get like drops in and you have like one drop that goes down your back and you're like, woo!
the leaky seal.
Yeah, the leaky seal. That's a tough
seal.
one. Yeah. But definitely, yeah, there's a lot of brands. I'm sponsored by one that's really focused on bodyboarders. Reflex is from Australian rider, Ryan Hardy, and yeah. But all the brands, yeah. Nowadays there's so many out there and so good. So I think there's a lot of them come from the same place. So
Ryan Hardy was with NMD for a while. Is that right? Or which board brand was he with? I remember his model.
was it Versus?
Might have been
Oh,
Versus. There we go.
yeah.
That's it. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah, so he's now has his own brand, Hardy Boards, yeah,
Okay.
Hardy Shapes, and
But Nick Meseritz is making most of them, right?
sorry.
Nick Meseritz is making most
Yeah,
of the
most
boards.
of it, yes, definitely. We have 2 fabrics that do the boards.
And what are you riding?
I'm riding for Stealth, also an Australian brand.
Okay.
Really good boards.
Yep.
I'm stoked. I changed actually my game. I used to ride 41.5, put a 42 now, and
A little bit more rail
changer.
length?
Yeah, faster
more
in the
drive?
speed. Yeah, faster in the line, and especially for this kind of conditions, it's really important to.
And what
have
cores did you bring? Your PPs or PEs?
Yeah, I have a PP because I went to the Maldives.
Okay.
So it's softened up a bit there, but now it's hard as a rock. As we see Red up and riding for that ride, goes for a spin. Keeps on going there, looking to connect with another maneuver for a roll. He goes for the roll, gets a little bit stuck there, and doesn't really manage to ride that one out. So that's
Well,
an
Robbie
incomplete
Berman,
roll.
Alex, just to say, Robbie Berman is the only surfer that's found 2 rides. In fact, he's the only surfer on. We've had a small little throwaway for Chad. So Robbie Berman building a solid heat at this stage. I mean, there's plenty of time, but he's found 2 usable waves in the lineup.
Yeah, he did. As we have the interview ready with the last winner of the last heat. Take it away, Dion.
All right, guys, here with heat winner Ian Campbell. Man, it's pretty tricky out there. We got absolutely smashed yesterday. The tail end of this big swell and, you know, all the rip currents. Probably you guys had to work hard for that.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, there's a lot of water moving. This bay is really strange because it kind of keeps you, you know, you got these 2 big currents on the outside, which are super fun and they're nice to get out. But when you get stuck in the middle, it takes a lot out of you. And, yeah, just coming in from that heat, I've been sick this week, so probably not the best thing to be doing is to do some intense paddling. But, yeah, just like absolutely exhausted from that one. 25 minutes, probably one of the tougher 25-minute heats I've ever had.
Wow, that's just kind of testament how things are here in Africa. It's not easy. But how does it feel to have a World Tour event just a couple of k's from your house?
Yeah, it's trippy. It's super trippy. It's amazing. You know, the whole team here, you and everyone else that's been working on this, you know, behind the scenes, it's been unreal to see it develop and to see it turn into what it has. And I mean, to have a live broadcast here at a home beach, like, I mean, this is not my home beach, but it's 80 k's from my house. I literally drove here yesterday afternoon, and it's like, it's just such a trip, and it's unreal. It's beautiful to have it here, and super grateful for you guys for putting it on, and for the RBC for coming through, and having international riders here on this scale where I feel like we should have had this a few years ago, and, you know, for multiple years running already. You know, after Jerry won his world title, I think it sparked a lot of interest in the South African bodyboarding community. And it's just good to finally see something coming of it, and I'm just super grateful for you and for everyone else putting it on, and yeah, it's super sick. I'm stoked.
Yeah, it's amazing. How's this turnout? It's just you can't even fit an ant in these little sand hills, well, the grass patches, I mean, and it's amazing to see the community coming out supporting the sport. It's beyond anything we actually ever thought would be possible.
100%, and I mean, like, I got the luxury of staying with the Bermans here, like right on the beachfront, and we just looked out earlier, and I was just like, are you kidding? Like, the Honors has definitely not seen this many people for an event like this. So, yeah, just huge thanks to everyone for coming out. It's been amazing, and just, yeah, again, super grateful and just super blessed to be here, and thanks to everyone. Thanks to everyone for making this possible, and yeah, let's watch some more action. I'm frothing.
Yeah, we all are frothing. A couple of days, going to be cleaning up, looking a lot better. I'm going to let you go, rest and relax. Congratulations on your win. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yes, thank you, Dion. That was a stock Ian Campbell making it through round number 1, making it into round number 3. But yeah, definitely one to watch out in this contest. Ian Campbell looking strong and focused to make his best here.
Yep, you start looking at the winners of this opening round this morning, Alex. I mean, I'm thinking back to the heat when, for the very first heat, Johan de Goede, he put his hand up against Patrick Orr in that first heat. That was kind of a well-balanced heat, 6.5 versus 5.83. Jeff Hubbard showed why he's a multiple world champion, fetched an 8 in the lineup for Heat 2. So you start looking at the Heat winners, setting a tone of, there's big numbers coming through. Luke Burton got that winner 7.07 in Heat 3. Tristan Roberts 13.5, but he left it late. So I noticed the same thing with Ian Campbell in that last heat. Left that heat win quite late.
Yeah, definitely. We see the strategies have been different as we see Red up and riding Robert on this ride. Going for the roll, landing that roll, and trying to connect with another maneuver. Going down the line on that left. Let's see if the wave lets him get another. He gets a spin there, gets a reverse spin. Keeps on going. Looks like it's going to build up a little bit down there. Goes for another spin. And now I think he will be just looking. Oh, he goes there. He's still going. Goes for a roll at the end of that wave. Just at the shore where the river comes in. He will be stoked with that one. That's going to be a better score, I guess. And
looking at his scores so far, Alex, 283 and a 217. Let's assume that's his best one, although smaller wave on the inside. Do you think it's still going to fetch some points from the panel?
I think because of that first roll, and connecting it, trying to get everything out of that wave, he will be rewarded with a better score, and he gets a better score for sure. Hasn't been the biggest wave, as you said, but he did try the best. Like he took out the whole juice of that wave. So conditions like today, it's difficult for the judges also. If
the swell drops a little more, and we spoke about it earlier, the left will come into play towards the little river mouth there. That perhaps a little sign of maybe what we'll see tomorrow morning.
As we see, we see yellow there up and riding. Gets a little bit stuck behind and doesn't manage to get and hit that lip, but he's still out there. Let's hope he gets back to the lineup fast enough before a set comes and he gets caught. But he definitely did his best there on that wave. The wave looks like it didn't provide that much, but he did his best, so he got rewarded there with a good score. He has a 7.66 now as a total score, puts him in first position.
Well, he's flushed a 4.83 for that, Alex. So best wave thus far for Robert Berman, the Heat leader. So he got well above his replacement score of a 217. So almost doubled his number from his last wave. So good work on the inside.
Yeah, he must be really stoked with that one. So he will be going out with a little bit more confidence as we see a really big set breaking in there. And I think Yellow's just getting smashed there with the set.
Well,
that's definitely not a position you want to be in today.
So young Hugo Nordia in the yellow has made the mistake of trying to paddle out through the middle of the beach. You saw Robbie Berman on his last wave. He used that left all the way to the rip. That's the easy exit out. You've got to go out with that rip current over to the right-hand side of the beach. So Hugo's going to spend a lot of time and a lot of energy now fighting that set of waves. And not only that was only his first ride and just a 0.67. So both the young Grom South Africans, Hugo and Chad, have got a bit of work to do here for us with 9 minutes to go.
As we see this bird view from the beach, really nice to see with the GoPro going up there. As we see the beautiful beach, how big it is actually. We see on the side the rocks. We see where the riders are paddling in, and it's just beautiful, this place. I must say, I'm really impressed by this, man. You live in paradise, definitely.
It's like living in a postcard.
Yeah, definitely.
That's what we like to say. Perhaps that drone will show us a little bit of the sort of mountains behind the beaches here, but that last drone shot, that's where the rip was running, right next to those rocks.
You can really see it, like from the outside, how strong that rip current is. And I think if you get there inside the lineup, it's nice. But yeah, there's some currents in middle of the beach, and you get caught by the set. That is something you really don't want to have. I don't want to be in that position, but we were talking about it before. You will get at least one set in the head in this contest for sure.
I was chatting with Dion earlier, and I was saying, it's almost, you can get little comparisons with the Portuguese beach breaks here. You know, you're talking about Sintra coming up next. And, these are those big open beaches. It's got that similar feel, sometimes that raw power that you get in Portugal at the beach breaks. It's a very similar story here.
Yeah, definitely. And this is why we have to be fit for every single wave, especially this one's. Like, some people think surfing fronton and all of that, like the wave itself is a tough wave. But normally when it's a reef break, you always have that channels where you can escape, and beach breaks, you really have to. It's a different
type of fitness for this.
Yeah, definitely. You have to be you have to have a lot of longer power. You know, not so explosive. You have to know that you still, if you take away, you need power to paddle back. And if you get caught, try to maintain calm, to maintain that power to, when you have the chance, boom, go in there and paddle as fast as you can so you don't get caught.
Well, of course, 25-minute heats, best 2 rides counting, so still plenty of time. It's not trouble street just yet. Here's that overview of Onrus on the southwestern part of South Africa. Cape Town straight ahead, an hour's drive. Behind you, as you look at the picture, the southern tip of Africa, about half an hour away. And of course, this region, world famous for its land-based whale watching. The southern right whales come and give birth here right around this time of year. So don't be surprised if we see a little whale or two out the back of the lineup over
If it's
the next
whales,
week.
It's okay. I don't want to see another animal. We all know what we're talking about.
well, we can talk about it. It's this topic. You know, you talk marine life, you talk the topic of sharks. This beach is surfed almost every day of the year. No stories of sharks at this beach. I've got a theory about it, but you're not going to stop here and snack on a bodyboarder if you can go all the way down to the next mountain and the next cove and go and eat at McDonald's, right? So you're not going to scratch in the dustbin here. You're going to go and eat at the restaurant down there. So about half an hour away, those mountains there, that's where the shark cage diving takes place. So that's the deep water. That's where they want to be. They swim straight past.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at it, guys, right now. It's far, but not that far. Yeah, but I've heard it's pretty safe here. I don't think they will put us out here if it wouldn't be safe.
Nah, exactly.
But
there's
yeah,
a lot of surfing. There's a lot of surfing that goes on, literally 365 days a year here, and we don't have any stories. So
yeah, I don't think
we don't expect we'll start either.
Yeah, I don't think they will put us in that position. Nah. But it's definitely something for riders like us that come from the outside.
The other interesting thing, just to talk to that point, we're waiting for some sets to arrive for our riders in the lineup with around, what do we got, 6 minutes to go. We had some orcas visit, and they called Port and Starboard. We gave them a nickname, and they came and they ate the livers out of the great whites here 2 winters ago, and no great whites have come back to the region. All of the great whites have swum up the coast, actually. Yeah. In fact, a lot of them are in Mossel Bay, which is the town where young Hugo Nordia, our surfer, our rider in yellow, is based. So most of the sharks have left the area, funny enough. True story.
Yeah, no, I've heard that. I've heard that now a few times, and crazy to think about that. As we see, Yellow up and riding on this left. Let's see if he finds and connects that. He doesn't. That wave was pretty bumpy, so it doesn't provide what he wanted. Yeah. And this heat looks a little bit slow. Waves looks tough out there. Robert.
We're going right through the high tide. That's the other thing to note, is that we felt the wind just start puffing a little bit right to left across the screen as we look at the lineup. So a little bit more wind, just indicating that the tide has just turned. And the other thing that happens is, I don't know if it's where you are, but certainly here on the high tide, the ocean will just slow down a little bit as the tide turns over. Sometimes when you've got a heat that's on the high tide, it can come out in the numbers.
Yeah, definitely, but we used to that. It's nothing we can really control. The ocean decides that by itself. So we gotta be ready for every conditions. Sometimes when we have competitions in really good waves, then it's slow. Like in the Maldives, we had the problem that maybe one heat was really slow. There was no waves, and then the next heat was a lot of waves. So it happens. But there's definitely some waves out there, and there's still some time. There's 3 minutes and 30 seconds, but still time to have a good score. Robert looks like he's in a good position there in first. But we see Yellow up and riding on this ride, looking for the section, goes for a big roll.
Oh, that was nice.
Beautiful roll. Let's see if he can complete that. Yes, he comes out of there. He will be stoked with that one. That was a really good maneuver, and let's see what the judges think about that.
Well, that's going to set him apart over Chad, the rider in blue, because Chad doesn't have much. So if Chad was to suddenly catch something, he's going to have to find a good answer against Hugo Nordia. So that was a great one. Look forward to the replay on that. But the bottom line is that Hugo was smart enough to fetch that with, as we were just talking about, only 3.5 minutes remaining, and he found that, and that's going to go a long way towards his cause of not going to the losers round.
Yeah, let's go. Let's see if he needs a 6.66, which is the number of the devil. But he needs a big score. Let's see what the judges think about that last wave, as we're going to see the replay of Yellow.
But top 2 through, right? And the loser goes to the...
I think it's only the first one that skips the round.
Only the winner through. Let's have a look at the replay.
As we see the replay going for the big roll there. Lands tries the thing with the landing. We talked about it with Dion. He struggled a bit to get out of there, so the judges will be pointing, maybe taking some
Pull
points
the
out
score
there.
down a little bit for not
Yes.
the clean exit.
We were talking about it before. The judges really want to see a clean landing. It is tough in these conditions, but it's a World Tour event. We need to have perfection with the maneuvers.
He's also not a big guy, so, you know, he doesn't have that body strength just yet. He's still a young rider, but nonetheless, bringing completion to that maneuver, and we'll get a score for it as well.
Yeah, we're waiting on the score still. He gets a 4.5. Still in second. Now he needs a 3:17. 1 minute, 40 seconds. Will he be able to get back to the lineup and get another wave? That's going to be interesting. Last 1.5 minutes of this heat as Robert is still in first, second yellow, and Chad.
And where
just
is
been
Blue?
unlucky.
Where is he?
Blue is being unlucky in this heat as we see Red up and riding on this ride, looking to improve a 2.83. Let's see if this wave provides what he needs for. He goes for the spin. Keeps going. Looks like the wave is just a little bit small. Tries to get a roll there, but the wave doesn't really let him do that roll. He keeps on going down the line, trying to connect with the inside section, but the wave just looks quite flat and not what he was looking for. I don't think this will
he's
give
going to
him
improve on his 2.83 because that's
this.
his lowest score.
Well, he goes for a roll at the end, but it is a small wave. Let's see what the judges think. I don't think he will be getting a better score than a 2.83, but let's see what the judges will do. The final announcement on that one, and we still got 35 seconds, but I don't know if.
Well, the other question to ask Alex is, where is Blue in the lineup?
Well, he did take a wave, as we see yellow up and riding on this left. Let's see. He looking for a 3-point. Just unlucky there. Does a spin, but doesn't come out of there. I don't think that's going to be the score he needs. But yeah, Blue disappeared a bit. Maybe he came out earlier. You said it was a junior, right? So maybe he was just a little bit scared because there is some big waves out there. But yeah, that's the end of this heat. Looks like Robbie takes the win, which will make him skip one round, so he doesn't have to compete again today. He will be stoked with that one because I don't think that everybody wants to surf 2 heats today. It's tough out there. But yeah, guys, we will be back with round number 2 of men after some commercials. See you. And we're back with the heat number 1 of round number 2. Patrick Orr against John Kathleen in this one. That's going to be a really interesting heat. Man-to-man heat, rapid charge round. One of them will not make it into the next round. Let's see what's happening out there.
Well, Alex, as you said, now the eliminations start. Patrick Orr, of course, making the long trip from Hawaii.
Yeah, I know Patrick for a few years now. He hasn't been on tour for a few years, but really good rider from Hawaii, and looking forward to see him at the beach and say hi. I haven't seen him yet, but yeah, look at those waves at the back. It's still big. It looked like the last heat was just a little bit slow, but I think there's still some really big bumps, and it's going to be interesting to watch this round, which will have one of the riders be eliminated of the contest.
Yep, this is where we already start losing riders.
Yeah, we see that this round number 2, we have now in red, we have Patrick Orr from Hawaii, and in yellow, John Kathleen. Let's see what the guys will show us. 2 really good riders. Just one of them will make it into the next round. We will be running this round of men number 2 and it looks like the juniors will be going on after this, but we will give you a better update when I get the calling from our technical team. But yeah, the conditions are still big out there. You can tell that with the tide change and the conditions change, it looks rough out there. What do you think?
Well, we've heard everyone talk about it. You get a real ragdoll experience out there. You get shaken by that white water. It's strong. There are some lulls. We saw, as we mentioned, a slightly slower heat last heat through the high tide. Tide will start dropping out now over the next hour. I think we're going to see a lot of left-handers this afternoon. That might make you happy, but the point of the story is there's a bit of a swell angle here, and I think that the left in the middle of the beach is going to start becoming a factor. It's going to be peeling into the wind. Tide's going to be dropping out. That rip's going to accelerate a little bit. So we'll keep a close eye on it. Each heat will unfold and show us the story, but I do think we're going to see more and more lefts coming into play this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. The conditions are changing, so that's always the thing about beach breaks. It's crazy. Every heat is just a different game, and the riders have to be ready for all conditions. I think that this round really will. I think in this round we will see more action, more fighting, as it is an elimination round. I think the first one everyone was trying to play a safe card, trying to get the best waves, not getting too tired.
Getting some nerves out the way
yeah,
as well.
also, yeah, and maybe knowing if you don't make the first position that you have to compete again, and maybe not putting all your
no safety
energy.
net now.
Yeah. now they have to go there and give everything. They will be sleeping good tonight for sure.
We're talking about the tide. We're talking about the beach breaks. We don't have a massive tide shift, so that's the one thing. I know that when you guys compete in Portugal and other places, like you can end up with 10 feet of tide. We don't have that much tide shift here.
We saw yellow on that one. Just a quick paddle into the wave and kicks out of there, as the wave doesn't really let him go in. You can tell there's a lot of current that pulls you back. But now the priority will be on red, so Patrick will be waiting for a good wave and start this heat with a good wave and putting himself into first position, making it through the next round. But yeah, still a lot of time there.
Yep.
As you were saying. Beach breaks, yeah, it's kind of same and kind of different than the beach breaks in Portugal.
Yeah, but we're neap tides, so not a big difference between high and low. In fact, probably only about 3.5 feet, so about a meter. So it's not a huge amount of water. I've seen some of the beach breaks in Europe. You get those 10, 11, 12 feet tides, much more water moves, and a lineup can completely change. Here, it'll still keep some of the same character. It won't be. I've seen banks absolutely disappear on low and high tides in Europe.
Yeah.
It's way more pronounced there than here.
So here's always kind of the same. Never really.
Well, a spring tide will be 4.5 feet. 5 feet maybe, but nowhere near the amount of range of tide.
We see red up and riding for that ride, going for the 360, looking to connect with another maneuver. Will he get? It looks like down the line looks like a better wave, but no, he decides to kick out. As we see yellow going for a spin on that one, reverse, and he will try to connect also with another maneuver. Let's see if he gets round that foam ball. Yes, he does, and it looks like he will go for another 360 and then kicks out of there. But yeah, definitely a big change than in Europe. I live in the Canaries, and also like in Portugal, such a big tides, and it's just different. I know that in Sintra, for example, when it's small and the high tide is it's on, there's no wave. Like it disappears. It's a lake. So yeah, it's a big change. I've noticed here it doesn't change that much, but maybe better. Then the conditions quite stay the same for the whole day.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, as I said, you get your spring tide weeks, you get your neap tide weeks. Some people around the world call it the king tides. The Australians like to call it king tides when it's a full moon or a new moon. Here, 3 feet, maybe on the spring tide, 4.5 feet of difference, so not huge. There's an important heat here unfolding too, as you mentioned, with the elimination. But Patrick Orr making the trip all the way from Hawaii. He was the opening ride in that exchange. So we'll wait for the numbers to come from the panel.
Yeah, it looked like in this exchange, maybe yellow even had a better wave with more maneuvers. But let's see what the judges think, and we'll give you a situation. You can follow the live scoring also in our IBC World Tour website.
Well, maybe Lyle and the boys in production will give us a replay of that exchange, because that's the opening exchange of the heat. And we'll see how those opening rides compare between Patrick Orr Here we go for your replays.
That's it. That is Robbie, if I'm not wrong. That's a wave of the last heat. There you go. That was a replay. No worries,
we'll
guys.
try wind the tape
yeah,
back.
we will see the replay of the boys of this heat.
But we don't have numbers from the panel just yet for it, so
Yeah.
waiting for that interpretation. Judges still using 25-minute heats.
Yeah, it's always, I think in these conditions you really need some time because it's tough to get back there and it gets slow sometimes and then the big set comes, so it's good to have those 25 minutes there so you can really get some waves ridden, and also if you get caught by the set that you have time to paddle out again because it's not easy. It's really wise to take the current at the side so you get back to the lineup. But I've seen some riders really fighting in the middle of the beach, and I'm impressed though. Like they make it, like, but I don't think it's the wisest.
So Alex,
decision.
think about the last wave we saw in the last heat. It was the reform left, and it went into like a mid-range 4 for a score.
Yeah.
So, talking to that point, it's probably a good idea to try and find 2 4-point lefts and then look for a big right-hander on the outside,
Yeah.
maybe as a heat strategy.
That's actually, yeah, that's really a really good point. Or also, I think Robbie started off that wave with a right and then connected with a left. So it's actually good, yeah, to maybe, play with that left and down there. But it looks like just down there you get a little bit more hollow wave where you can really make a good roll, because it looks a little bit flat in the middle of the beach. So it's it's really important to try to connect, but not all the waves will connect. So it's a hard one. It's a tough one out there to choose the best wave, but it's something as a professional athlete that you really have to try to manage to read this wave and get the best waves. As we're talking about the condition changing, you have to sit there, you have to wait, you have to see what the wave does, and that's one really important point for every rider here. As we have the interview ready, Dion, take it away.
All right, guys, I'm here with heat winner of round 1, heat number 8, Robbie. Mate, tasting conditions out there, but sitting in the water, looking back, what does it leave behind?
Yeah, it's super tough conditions. You kind of don't even really know where the back line is. You just see these huge lumps of swell coming in, and you just hope it's not going to land on your head and you're going to be able to get some scores. Thankfully, I managed to get my 2 good ones, rode them all the way, got a few rolls, but man, it's just such a cool day on the beach. Unreal waves, good vibe, and the crowd is mental. They're like just cheering you on. You really feel so comfortable out on the big swell, having everyone hooting you. And I'm just stoked to make it through and live another day in the competition.
Yeah, live to fight another day, but being at home, competing at home, it must feel a lot different than, traveling abroad. Like what's the difference between home and here?
Yeah, it's definitely super different. It's like when you travel to compete, you're there for a purpose, and at home, you're comfortable. You don't quite realize that you're surfing like the world tour event down here, but then again, you have so much time to just relax and take it easy, and you feel so much more at ease paddling out for your heat. So I'm feeling probably the best I've ever felt so far on tour. So I'm stoked having it, especially at a wave that I've grown up surfing. Just makes it the cherry on top.
Yeah, that makes a cherry on top. And do you feel a little bit of hometown pressure or not much?
A little bit here and there. I know I got all my mates rooting for me who are all here to support, and big shout out to them. Thanks. But yeah, a little bit of hometown pressure because got something to prove. But I mean, there's much bigger names in front of me. So if anything, it's more motivating to take them down and prove my worth on the big screen.
Well, that's the only way to attack it. Congratulations into round number 3. Gigs, Alex, back to you guys.
Thank you, Dion. That was a great interview with Robbie, the local boy. And we come back to this heat, the first heat of the round number 2 from the man division. So in the first exchange, as we were talking about before the interview, yellow did get the better points. Got a 3-point, and Patrick in red got 2 points. But small scores, still good to start off with a wave in the first minutes. So let's see what the riders will show us in the rest of the heat with 13 minutes and 30 seconds left. There's still some waves out there, still some good waves out there. So let's see if we're going to see some big scores.
Well, 25-minute heats cut in half. You end up at 12.5 minutes. So we're coming up to the halfway mark in the heat, and only 1 ride per rider. So a 3 and a 2. We'll see how that second wave goes for both, and then we can start looking at the shape of the heat itself.
Yeah, it
kinda
looks
trying
like
to identify them. They've moved over to the middle of the beach here, Alex. They've kind of moved off a little bit. They were
it looks like that right there it just disappeared, and we have more waves in the middle of the beach.
maybe
The
they're going to
boys-
start thinking about that left. You can see it's kind of running through there all the time now, so we'll see what they find.
I would definitely be looking for that.
Of course you would.
What will you do right now?
It doesn't matter which way.
You wouldn't go out, I guess.
Here we go.
Yeah, we see red up and right. It looks like a good wave. Goes for a roll, just gets caught in that lip. Unfortunately, couldn't.
Kind of
Really
got stuck
good,
between a roll and a re-entry, right?
Yeah, and the re-entry. Yeah, he was trying to do two different sports there, but yeah, he just got caught there. Patrick in that last wave, I don't think that's going to be a big score for him, and now he will just try to get out
And
back
Patrick
to the
is
lineup.
from Oahu. Which island is he from?
I think he's from Kauai.
Kauai?
Kauai, yeah.
'Cause,
I will see. Sorry if I'm wrong, but I know he's not from Oahu. Then we see a roll there.
Oh,
That
okay.
was a good roll from Yellow. Let's see what the judges think about that. But I would definitely leave him in first position because
Yeah.
that was a better exchange than Patrick's wave.
So better for the second waves, respectively, in
Yeah.
favour of Yellow.
Definitely.
And Yellow got the best of the first ones as well. So Red's going to be chasing a number now. It's just a matter of how much. And remember that this is elimination heat.
Yes, definitely. Red will now need a bigger score. He will be needing a good wave, good size wave with a good roll maybe to put himself back in the game.
Well, if
So
you
we
get a
see
283, Alex. So he opened with a 3. Now
we
he's
see-
added the 283.
We see the replay here of Yellow. Sorry for interrupting, but we see that up and riding. He looks there down the line, goes there for the roll, executes it nice, and actually he got a little bit stuck in the lip, but he managed to make a clean landing. So let's see what the judges think.
Well, 283.
283. It's not the biggest
Kind of had
score.
to punch that one, right?
Yeah.
Two waves coming together. He had a headbutt it.
Yeah, it's difficult. We have seen a lot of waves like that, just like closing up, but like the way it closes, it's not the easiest to do a clean roll out in front of the foam, but it's definitely better than having just a 3 like a 2 and a 1 as Patrick Orr putting
Well,
him in.
Catherine's been smart here, Alex. He's gone all the way over to the rip. He's using the rip. Within a minute or so, he's going to be back in the lineup next to Patrick Orr. So at the moment, Patrick Orr chasing a 3.83. And, well, John's going to be back there very shortly and able to even try and push his numbers up. I keep talking about the left that's rolling towards the little river. I'm wondering at some stage if Patrick's not going to look at that. He's going to hold his position.
Yeah,
He was the rider that got the very first wave of the Walker Bay Pro this morning. Got a 5-pointer for the very first one. So the honours of the first wave of the first event in Africa with Patrick Orr.
Yeah, definitely. It's so cool to have finally an event here. I was really looking forward to come down here, and it's going to be a really nice event. Especially we're going to be crowning the Women's World Champion, so that's going to be an interesting one. As it's going to be not decided till the last day, actually, because all of the 4 riders have to be into semis.
So
or
final
final.
results of this event will determine
Yeah, we'll
the
determine
order of how the
yeah.
rankings finish.
Yes, we'll be crowning the women's world champion here. And also it's going to be an important one for the boys, as we see Red up and riding on this ride, trying to look for a good maneuver and get some points so he can go back into the game. Yeah, unfortunately that wave didn't go as he planned, and he's going to be paddling back to the lineup. He's still got 9 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. There's
So
still plenty of time.
What's interesting is a slightly bigger wave rolled through after Patrick took off on his one and had more of a wall. So perhaps Patrick just pulling the trigger a little bit early, paddled for the slightly smaller of the waves in that set, and it went really flat on him. Didn't give him that opportunity to set the edge and get that planing speed up. So a little perhaps misjudgment of the lineup for the Hawaiian in red.
Yeah,
We'll
definitely.
see now. Yellow's with first priority, Alex, and the lead. It's going to get harder and harder now for Patrick.
Definitely, he just needs a 3.83, which is not the highest score, but looking at the conditions and looking at the points we've been having through this heat, it would be the highest score of the heat. So he definitely needs a good wave. And as we were saying, you said there was a better wave behind the one he chose to take. So it's really important to know which wave to ride to make those points and to make good maneuver, do what the judges want to see, and getting that first position to not get knocked out of this event.
So you've got the advantage of watching absolutely every single wave that's unfolding. How are you going to use that in your heats?
I'm definitely going to use that advantage in my heat. That's I like commentating. We see this ride. I've been riding on this ride. Yellow, looking for a good section to hit. Will he find it? He doesn't. He still goes down the line, looking to connect in the inside section. Maybe it will provide him something so he can connect with a roll, maybe. But yes, he goes for the roll, not the cleanest roll, and just doesn't.
And
really
incomplete.
Incomplete, yeah. Incomplete ride for Yellow.
So he travelled all the way across the beach there, Alex, and pretty much got nothing for that wave. So we're not seeing that he's going to change the requirement for Patrick Orr.
Yeah, I don't think that was the smartest move to make, going till the last bit of the wave down here. But well, everybody has a different strategy. As we see, the wind is getting a little bit stronger.
Yep.
And yeah, the conditions have changed a lot from this morning to now.
Wind gone a little bit more side shore on us here at Onrus Beach in Hermanus. Of course, if you're just joining, it is the Walker Bay Pro, the very first RBC event to make its way to the shores of South Africa. Pretty stoked to be hanging with you guys for the day, just learning a little bit more about the sport of bodyboarding, checking it all out. Of course, very, very stoked on behalf of Hermanus to have everybody coming to the town, and trust that it's the start of a whole history.
Yeah, thank you for being here. As we see the replay from Yellow, he went all the way through the shore. The wave not really providing him anything. He tries the roll at the end. As we see here, he tries to go for the roll, but doesn't really complete that move. So he will have to paddling out. He's now deciding. We see him here from the booth walking at the beach, trying to get to the other side of the beach for sure and get in. He's going to be faster. We see him running there. He's still got some time. He got 5 minutes and 50 seconds. Going to be a difficult one, but maybe he managed to get back again.
So
as I was saying, thank you for being here. It's a pleasure.
Good to hang out with you guys. But just to make note, that last wave 1.33 didn't factor into the lead, so no requirement change for Patrick Orr. 3.83 with now 5.5 minutes to go. So we'll really be studying the movement in the lineup from our rider in red, Patrick Orr from Hawaii.
Yes, Patrick is now in a good position. He doesn't need such a big score. It will be the highest score what he needs of the heat, but he definitely is able to do that. Everybody who knows Patrick Orr, he's a really good rider. So let's see what he does with the last minutes of the heat, as he is out there alone right now with Yellow trying to paddle back into the lineup.
5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining.
Well, Alex, we've just seen a big set run through the lineup again, and it didn't give any opportunities to Patrick. And in fact, it didn't look like any really good rideable waves in that slightly bigger set as well. So tricky conditions. And as we say, Patrick Orr is going to need the best single ride of this heat. Still just a 3.83, and that's okay. But
yeah, it's definitely possible for him to do. But yeah, the conditions are starting to get a little bit tricky as we have just a few more minutes on this heat. But Patrick is sitting there comfortable outside, just waiting for that one wave. He really just needs one good wave with a really good maneuver, and he will change the situation. But right now it's Yellow in the first position and Patrick in second. He needs only a
3.83 requirement. You see the jump in for the next heat coming up, the little launch off the rocks there.
Yeah, we see that beautiful bird view and
a little jump channel. Victor
yeah,
Holloway making his way out. Sorry, Martha, it's Tegan Coulival. He's from Durban. And Benji Oliver will do battle in the upcoming heat number 2 of the elimination.
That's going to be a really good heat also. I think all the heats are coming now are going to be really interesting, as they really have to fight to make it through the next round, because the one that gets second is going to be the end for them at this competition. The end.
Long way to come to be eliminated. That's what Patrick Orr will be thinking right now. In fact, probably if you work it out mathematically, it's the longest distance to travel is from Hawaii here. Or maybe if you lived in Tahiti. it would be a
Yeah,
little
that
further.
probably is the longest way. I had a long way, but because I had to fly back to Europe, and instead of going straight from the Maldives, from Dubai to
You had a
South
dog leg
Africa.
across
Yeah, I
to
just
Doha or to
I went
Emirates?
Dubai, Barcelona,
All right.
Frankfurt, down here. Yeah,
Oh,
I went
that's a
for
long way.
I went for a little world travel there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm really stoked to be here. But definitely, the Hawaiians have a really long way to come here. But yeah, we're coming to the end of the heat. We only have 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Will Patrick manage to find a wave and change the situation as we see him up and riding? And this is going straight right now. Doesn't look like much providing. I don't know if it's the best decision to keep going this way, but maybe. Yes, we see. That would have been maybe a good left. Oh, he goes for the left now. Will he find? Yes, the spot. He goes for a big roll. Lands the roll. Comes out of there.
All right.
Let's see what the judges think of that. It's gonna be a tricky wave to point for the judges.
What are you thinking? We saw a 4.83 in the previous heat, but our rider had gone right on the outside. He'd worked the way through on the left. That one he had a lot of downtime. Only really the punchy roll on the inside.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one for the judges for sure. I don't know if it's
Come on,
gonna
Alex,
be
make a
the
call.
score.
Yes or no?
I think no. I think no.
You think no?
Let's see the replay. Well, it was a really good executed roll.
Oh, I liked how quick he flipped it over.
I owe you a beer. Let's see the last seconds. I think yellow took another wave. Let's see what happened with the last.
Well, exciting
So-
finish to that heat there, Alex. It looks like John Catlin is going to be eliminated here. It's a tough one for him, but well done to Patrick Orr. Surfed for the requirement of the 383, ended up with a 4, and he's going to survive that one.
Yeah, thank you for that, guys. We'll be going to commercial, and we'll be back with the heat number 2 of round number 2 of men. Thank you, guys, and we're back. Heat number 2, round number 2 of the men round. This is an elimination round, so the first one will make it into round 3, but the second one will be eliminated out of the contest. We just saw last heat Patrick Orr making it into the next round. Really close call there, though. He saved his ticket, as you were saying. And now in this heat we have Benji Oliver and Tegan. Sorry, how do you pronounce that surname? Kulenval. Nice. So we see a good heat unfolding here. We're just beginning this heat. We haven't had a wave yet. Let's see what's gonna happen. The boys are gonna be fighting out there to make it through the next round. Just one is gonna make it, and second one is gonna be out of the competition. As we see yellow up and riding, going for a reverse, keeps on going, looking to connect with another reverse spin, and just trying to look for a better section, maybe to hit a roll. There you go, he goes for the roll, keeps on going on the wave, goes for another spin. Let's see if he can connect with another maneuver. I think he's just trying to go to the right side of the beach and go back with that rip current to be as fast as possible back in the lineup and trying to get another one. But that was a good wave to start the heat, as we had a first wave of Benji Oliver red with a 1 point, so that was a short ride for him.
Yep.
And now let's see what the judges think about yellow's wave.
Well, Benji Oliver's first one, he went up, tried to flip a roll. Here he is up and riding on his second ride.
We saw that wave going through. Maybe we can see the replay to see the whole wave of red. Has been a fast exchange there. We saw a wave of red, then we saw yellow, and now we saw red again. So let's see what the judges think and who will be taking that first position in this heat.
Couple of big sets rolling through the lineup again, Alex, and both of our riders trying to make their way out there. So just indications that swell has not left town. Couple of big waves closing the beach out right about now, and well, just about the time when our surfers are paddling out. So they're going to be getting pretty shaken up by the set, particularly that back set, very strong.
Yeah, it looks like this big set's coming through, and we see red is just in the middle of the beach. That's definitely not the place you want to be, especially with those bigs rolling in. I think yellow has the better chance now to get out with that current on the side, but yeah, there's still, we see some scores dropping in, as we see yellow is in first position and Benji Oliver in red is in second. So definitely yellow winning that first exchange of waves. And yeah, but still plenty of time, but it's good to start with a wave with a 4.17 for yellow. So let's see what's happening. We see red here struggling to get in, and as we see, there's more sets coming at the back. So let's see what's happening. And we see yellow is on the other side of the beach. Think he's going to be there.
Is red going to stay there? Is he going to try and paddle out, or is he going to sort of maybe admit defeat, roll in and come around through the inside and go back out in the rip?
I would definitely try just to take a wave and try to get in on the side of the beach, as it is easier, because he's definitely losing a lot of energy. There, and not the smartest move, but let's see. We have a lot of fit riders here, so maybe he managed just to paddle out again, but I think he's now trying to paddle on the other side of the beach to get the rip current and get into the lineup again to get more waves. But guys, it's tough out there for the ones watching back home. It's not easy. It's a lot of work to get back to the lineup, especially now the boys just got a big set on their head. So let's see if they get back there and show us some action.
Well, Benji Oliver has changed his mind now, Alex. He's going to move over to the right side of the beach. It's what we said while that set was busy breaking, is it makes no sense to try and paddle against that energy. And we'll see how Benji, how long it's going to take him still, because Yellow slipped out in that rip quite nicely and will be almost back in the takeoff position.
Yeah, well, he did take some time also, so I think that set just really pushed the boys back, but now it looks a little bit more calm, so now it's the time for them to put the power in their paddling to get back in the lineup.
Power in the paddling. How fit are you, Alex? Are you ready for this?
I'm ready. I'm born ready. Yeah, definitely. I think after the Maldives was like the easiest paddle back. So yeah, I think I have to get.
So you saved some energy for South Africa.
Sorry?
You saved some energy for South Africa.
I saved some energy, yeah. Still, and I got second, so I have like this little spine there, like pinching me. I really want to win this contest, especially want to win the title for sure. I'm gonna give my best, but it's gonna be a good contest for sure. It's gonna be a really nice show from all the divisions. So make sure to stay tuned.
And in the top 4, who do you think the biggest threat is? You can say yourself if you want.
Yeah, I'm of course the biggest threat. Yeah, I think my biggest threat, everybody knows, is especially in these conditions, maybe if it's big, it's gonna be. I think Isabella's gonna be. Especially she's on my side of the draw, so we will meet before the final.
Okay.
But no threat for me. I'm gonna take this home. I will definitely give my best. I'm ready for this, and let's see how it goes. I know what I'm able.
You had any surfs while you've been here?
I haven't, so it's gonna be.
Yeah.
I will try to go after the contest today, or if we have to compete today. But didn't have time. We had so many things to schedule. Also, yesterday
was impossible to surf.
Yeah,
you could have
yesterday was
surfed up the river yesterday.
And the day before, I didn't have time. But definitely going out any chance I can. I know what I'm capable of, but I know that the other riders are also. So it's gonna be a interesting battle there. So make sure you stay tuned.
Well, we will crown a women's world champion of the sport right here at the Walker Bay Pro in the coming week.
As we see the beautiful bird view of Onrus.
So that is Onrus. A couple of beautiful reefs out the back on the left of screen. Waves all the way around 30, 40 kilometers of waves towards the mountains and off to Cape Town. And of course, as we roll the camera around, this is the set of mountains that bend the northerly winds into the offshore here at Onrus. And then right behind us, you see the mountain range will just drop away on right of screen, and up that this river comes all the way down the valley, and up that valley it's called the Hemel and Aarde Valley. So direct translation from Dutch, that means heaven and earth valley. There's 11 quality wine farms up that thing, and you see a peak, a mountain peak out the back. That is called Babelonstoring, and it's 1,050 meters high, and that is 20 meters higher than the famous Table Mountain in the middle of Cape Town. So here's your view of Sandby, so Onrus, Sandby. And of course, lots of little secret waves hidden in the area here, and in the main town of the city center of Hermanus, just over to the right. And then, of course, that is the best land-based whale watching in the world. The cliffs right there. You take a walk there, especially on a day like today with the winds coming out of the west, out of the north. It'll be offshore in the bay there, and your southern right whales will be in there giving birth. If you go and stand there, you'll definitely see 3 or 4 whales breaching through the afternoon. So
That's
world
beautiful.
famous is Hermanus for the whale watching.
Yeah, lots of things to do here. Beautiful place, guys. If you ever have the chance to come down here, do it. It's my first time, and I can tell you, it's paradise, and there's so many things to do. Thank you guys for making this, having the IBC, especially the IBC.
Have you seen a zebra yet?
I haven't.
Okay.
I haven't,
Have you
but,
seen a giraffe? Are
no.
you going to go and see the lions?
Yeah, we will. We actually have some
Good.
activities planned, so I'm looking forward. Definitely. Yesterday we went to the market and some wine testing. That was really nice. But we do have a lot of activities which I'm really looking forward. So I'll hopefully see some of the beautiful animals you have here, down here. And yeah, this heat is a little bit slow right now. We just saw the boys were caught as we have. Still 15 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Only one wave ridden by Tegan and Benji. On the second position, really slow, but still plenty of time to change the situation in the water. As we see, it's got a little bit slow after that.
Well, that's interesting how the ocean's gone into a pattern at Biggs. Actually, there's a couple of sets that washed the beach. And now we've gone into a little slow pattern again. So heat management in the changing conditions going to be a bit of a challenge this afternoon, and well, it's just going to make these elimination heats a little bit more sort of nervous for the competitors.
Yeah, it looks like there's conditions changing the whole time. Makes it really tough for the riders out there to quite like find those ways to really make a good maneuver to get those points and get through the heats. But that's how the conditions are right now, and that's what we have to work with. But I tell you guys, this wave has the potential to be really good, and I'm looking forward for the next days because it's looking like it's going to be real nice.
Well, as this swell starts tapering off, Alex, there's a new swell that starts again tomorrow, and it's got a lot of amplitude, big period in the swell coming. So I think by tomorrow night, there's going to be some massive waves on offer here. And, well, of course, you know, it's the same playing field for everybody. There's the left again, Alex, just mentioning it.
Yeah. It's crazy. This wave is just, it stops and then comes like this massive sets come in. But yeah, I've heard that because the how you say it, the seconds, the the period is higher.
Yeah.
It's going to be bigger than yesterday, actually, right?
Oh, way bigger.
Yeah.
Way bigger tomorrow
Guys.
evening. So here's the other thing. You were talking about the slow heats, busy heats in the Maldives. Remember, the Maldives is up north of the equator. But the swell source is from here. So in other words, we get a big swell here. It will then make its way up there. So we're much closer to the swell action and the birth of the swell here. So it's very seldom that you'll see the kind of swell that we're going to get tomorrow, the 17, 18, 19, 20 seconds. It's not something that we see all the time. We're generally swells like this, 13 to 14 seconds. We'll get lots of these almost every couple of days, especially through winter. But the one that's coming tomorrow, I don't know how to predict that for you guys.
Yeah, no, I think that's going to be a
Here we
really
go with
big
Red.
one. As we see Red up and riding on this ride, looking for the section. Goes for a big
there we go.
roll. My goodness.
And now an exchange.
Yeah, we see Yellow at the back saying, okay, you're going for this one? Let me show you what's going to happen. He's also looking for the section. A little bit unluckier there. Tries the roll, but doesn't manage to complete that maneuver. But Red really killed it with that one.
Advantage Benji Oliver on the exchange. Finally something to sink our teeth into here, Alex. Halfway mark, coming up to 12.5 minutes to go. Tegan was leading, but Benji Oliver went absolutely nuts on that one. And he's doing the right thing this time, Alex. He's made his way quickly back across the beach. He's not going to try and paddle out through the middle of the break.
Yeah, as we're going to see the replay of Red. So we see Red up and riding. The wave didn't look that good at the beginning, but you see just that one going up. That goes for the big roll. Really clean landing. I think the judges
got
gonna
out
like
in
that
front
one.
of it for the landing
Yeah,
too, right?
he was enjoying that landing. So let's see what the judges are gonna say with this one. And we're gonna see also the replay of Yellow, who was a little bit unfortunate with that lip there. And let's see if we get the replay. As we see an 8 point for Red.
Wow.
Putting him in first position. That's a really good score. That's a score you really want to have in your heat. Now he has a 10 point total score. He will go back there and he definitely will try to better his 2 point ride.
That's the second 8 point ride we've seen of the day so far. Second heat of the morning this morning, Jeff Hubbard got an 8 for a big roll, very similar. And now the young local Benji Oliver answers right back, shows that he can mix it up.
And that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see the local riders out there killing it. And that was a really nice wave for Red. He must be stoked with that one. And he still got enough time to better his 2 point ride.
I wonder if they'll give us a slow motion replay of that.
As we have the replay of
We'll
Yellow
ask
now.
nicely if he can do slow-mo on it. Let's see if he pulls the tape back. This was, of course, the other part of the exchange here, Alex. This
Yeah, we
was
see
Tegan
Yellow
trying to answer back.
Yeah, he was a little bit unlucky with that wave there. The lip wasn't really clear. It was pretty foamy, so he doesn't really complete that maneuver. But yeah, definitely that roll from Red is going to get into the highlights of today, I guess, because that was beautiful.
Stoking.
Yeah, we see that with 10 minutes and 40 seconds left, we have Benji in first position, and we have Tegan in Yellow in second. He needs a 5.84, but Benji has a 2 as a backup, and I think he will do his best to improve that score, making it more difficult for Yellow to get that first position.
So we're forecasting a little bit of pressure in the back half of the heat here for Tegan Coulenval, the young surfer from the Durban region. Of course, Durban producing a lot of bodyboard talent over the decades. You think back to the 80s to names like Alistair Taylor, Mike van Heesteen, all of those guys coming out of the Durban beaches. And then, of course, growing up in that region, two-time world champion Andre Botha, 1998, 1999.
I actually took his youngest world title away. He was 17 and I was 16.
Roland Jack getting ready to jump the rocks here. Coming up in heat number 3, he'll take on Victor Holloway. And kind of tricky there. It's pretty hard tired as well. We'll just get a little look at him. He's going to do the rock launch. We just followed him down to the jump site. You haven't done the rock jump yet, have you?
We see some action at the back. We see Red up and riding on this ride. Going for a roll. Lands that roll. Thinks that's definitely going to improve his 2 point ride from before.
So smart to not wait around, Alex.
Sorry? Sorry?
He's smart not to wait around. He's trying to improve on that too, trying to get the backup score in. So that was a good move for Benji Oliver.
Yeah, definitely a smart choice from him, trying to improve that 2-point ride he had as a backup. So, he will have a better score, putting yellow into a harder position as we have the replay. So he goes for the spin, looks for the line again, trying to get the speed to get to this lip, and hits the lip with a roll, lands it perfectly. So that's really nice from Red, putting him into first position. Now he has a 13.67, which means he got a 5.67 for his last wave, putting him into a pretty safe position there in first place, which means now yellow will need a 9.5 to take that first spot away. That's a big score to drop, but there's still 8 minutes.
Oh,
there's still the possibility to do 2 big scores. So let's see what happens.
You spoke about Benji getting rid of his 2-point ride, and he did it pretty quickly there. So a lot of pressure now on his opponent. As you mentioned, still 8 minutes to go. So let's see what Tegan can come up with. But that's a big set of numbers to chase now. He's got to maybe do it in 2 waves.
Yeah, I think he will need to get 2 waves. Oh, well, if he gets like one of the set waves and makes a clean, huge maneuver, he can have that. It's not impossible today to make a 9.5. So let's see what yellow will do in the last 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Still some time there. But as we were talking, conditions are rough. So if you take a wave, you might need some time to go up there again. So it would be smart choice if he gets a wave in the next 1 or 2 minutes, if he wants to get 2 more waves under his belt.
Well, I'm looking at the heat total for Benji Oliver in this heat, 13.67. It's sitting as one of the highest heat totals of the day so far.
Yeah, definitely one of the highest. Is it maybe even the highest?
It might
scores?
be. I'm going to double check it for us.
Yeah,
Round
because
one.
I think it's close to Tristan's total heat score, and Jeff also had a good total heat score, but could be the
Jeff got a
score.
12.5.
Oh,
so
then
it's
Tristan
higher.
had a 13 something. So maybe
Tristan 13.5.
Yeah. So he has the highest score for today. Man, he must be stoked. He
Yeah,
doesn't
he'll-
know it yet, maybe, because I think he's concentrating on just getting out there, maybe even better his second score, even making it harder for yellow to make it into first position. But I tell you, 9.5 is not a score you want to
Hard
have
to do it on
against
one
half.
wave.
Yeah.
Hard to do it on one wave, Alex.
Yeah, especially with this tricky conditions. We haven't seen a lot of high scores today. We have seen more in the range of 4s and 5s. So 8-point ride from Red was the highest score for now for this heat. So having a 9.5 means he has to have the best wave of the heat and the best wave of the contest. But as we're saying, this now 5 minutes and 50 seconds left. There's still time to do 2 waves and making 2 big scores, put himself into first position. But time is running out, so it's making it more difficult for yellow to make put himself into first position, making it through the next round.
Well, we're looking at those high scores from that first round. Aidan Cleve got a 12.34. Former world champion Ian Campbell, 11. So young Benji Oliver will be very proud of this set of numbers next to his name. And looks like he's on his way to the next round of competition.
Yeah, definitely. And if his family's watching, they're definitely stoked to see those numbers. Makes it a little bit. I have my mom, my parents watching, my brother and my friends watching, and when I watch one of my friends in
So
the
say
water,
hi in
you
Spanish.
always want to have them good points, so you feel safe.
So what do you speak at home, German or Spanish?
I speak German in my house with my parents. I speak Spanish with my brother.
Okay.
Yeah, so always kind of speak in all 3
So
languages.
say hi to them in both languages for me.
It's not sometimes it gets tricky because like you have that word in your head in one language but you speak it in the other one. Yeah, but I think that's also my brain is just a little bit a chaos. But yeah, definitely.
Nothing to do with the wine at the farmer's market yesterday.
Nah, definitely.
No, okay,
not,
just
no.
checking.
We just went testing. But yeah, definitely. I'm really lucky to have grown with more languages in the house. Made it easier for me to learn English. But yeah,
Well, a lot of the South African kids will also have grown up with a couple of languages, particularly in this area of Hermanus. A lot of Afrikaans, which is like Dutch, and then English. But let's have a look. Heat leader up and riding again.
Yeah, we see at the back, red going for a spin, gets caught, it doesn't really come out of there. As we see, yellow looks like a good, he chooses to go to the left. Let's see if he can connect. He goes for the roll, lands it. It's gonna be maybe his best wave ridden, but
and there's a reform, Alex. There's a reform happening. Let's see if he gets the inside section.
He's still fighting there to get into the intake section. Will he manage? He managed. He will connect with another maneuver. He goes for the spin. Let's see if he can get another one. He goes down there. He goes for another reverse. Unfortunately, doesn't complete that last spin. Let's see what the judges think. Let's see if he improves one of his scores and make him a step closer, maybe, to get into first position. But there's only 3 minutes, 20 seconds left.
He'd want to at least fetch a 5, right? Because then it means he's got to try and find at least a 5 from that score. Otherwise, he's still chasing the big numbers of the 9, 5, 7. So if you think of the 8 and the 5, 6, 7 are the current heat leader scores, he'd want to at least get a 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, maybe we can see the replay and see what if he gets there to that range. But it wasn't the best wave. It wasn't the best roll. But the judges will know better how to judge that wave. We are not. I'm not a judge. I know more or less when it is in the range. But here we see the replay. We see yellow up and riding on this left. He goes for the roll. It wasn't him apparently. Okay, so maybe we can see the replay again. Okay, maybe we don't have the replay. Well, I don't think it's the score. He will be piling up there, trying to get another wave. He's still got 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So let's see what happens in this last minute. And we're gonna be this is gonna be the replay of yellow. So we're gonna go through this wave. He goes down the line. Okay, he tries to get the best out of the wave. He goes for the roll. It's not the cleanest roll, but he does try and connect. He connects with the inside wave, so that's good. And he gets a few more maneuvers. So he's fighting there to get into the inside. Where he keeps going, he goes for a spin. Okay, so he did do a spin after that, but I don't think it's a score. He got
583.
583. Okay, so now he is still in second position.
But that's much better requirement. 785 requirement now, as opposed to a mid-range 9. Remember, he was chasing a 957 before that. So now he only needs a 7.83. So he's dropped his requirement.
That's a lot he dropped, so he still got time to get another wave. And yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see if the ocean provides. It's a score. It's totally possible to do. This condition's a little bit tough, but all the riders definitely have the skills to.
Well, you got to think of how Benji got that 8, similar to Jeff Hubbard, who went right and hit a massive roll on the closeout. So he can't go back and catch another left. We're not seeing 8s coming out of the lefts. We're seeing 4s and 5s coming out of the left. So good strategy, but now he's got to attack that. He's actually literally needs an 8 because he's chasing a 785.
Yeah, definitely. So he will have to step up the game a lot. He doesn't have much time. He actually just has 40 seconds remaining. He doesn't have priorities. Looks like a tough one for yellow, but you know, the heat is not over till the buzzer sounds. So let's see what happens in the last seconds of this heat, where we have Benji red in first and now Tegan in second, needing quite a big score. But let's see if he's lucky. He's up and riding, actually. He's up and riding, looking for the inside section. I don't know if it's going to be enough in the inside section to get a 7. But yeah, he gets a little bit stuck. I think that's going to be it for Tegan.
Alex, I think that's the story. And it looks like elimination for Tegan Kuvenval. Good experience for him here at this level of competition. But yeah.
Yeah, definitely a good heat there. Changing, doing some good scores, both of the guys, and red takes the lead. We're going to be back for heat number 3, guys. Don't go anywhere. See you now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Roland Jack, Victor Holloway, going toe to toe, mano a mano, man on man on this one, and yeah, the onshore wind doing its thing here. Bag of all sorts, Alex. Everything going down here in Onuris. Nice little priority system there for you guys. But wow, I just came back from the beach area. I'm absolutely blown away. This place looks like a December holiday. It is packed. There's not parking anymore. The town is to its max. And I'm just humbled. We are all humbled. But everybody that is here, that came to support the beach, the bodyboarding, and just enjoying another lovely day here in Africa.
Yeah, no, definitely a beautiful place down here in Africa. Thank you for having us. Thank you to IBC and everyone that made this possible, because it's been an incredible event. Conditions are a little bit rough today, but there's some good ones. We just saw an 8-point ride in the last heat. Massive roll. And yeah, this is going to be, the next days are going to be really good. So make sure and stay tuned. The beach is packed. Lovely weather. A lot of crowds here. So it's beautiful to see how many people are enjoying to watch this contest.
Yeah, that's for sure. In the water in red, Roland Jack. And in second, well, in the water with him is Victor Holloway. Victor hailing here from Onuris and Roland from Cape Town. 23 minutes to go. Just the start of this heat. All right. P1 with red and P2 with yellow. So, fill me in. What have I missed? I've seen I missed some high-flying action here.
So, yeah, we have been seeing some really nice... Also, they've been having the drone, and it has been beautiful to see. We've seen the mountains at the back. I've got a little bit explaining of what's going on around here, what's all the names. So I'm just really blessed to be here. Seriously, it's a beautiful town, beautiful people, and I'm looking forward for what's gonna happen the next days, because it's gonna get bigger, apparently, bigger than yesterday, because the period is gonna be
gonna be nuts. But at least we're not surfing tomorrow, so we're gonna just pack up and hide up the mountain.
Well, I'll be here with you.
Exactly. And then things will start slowing down, and we'll get back to normality and a nice consistent 2 to 3 meter swell, and we'll end this off. It's finals next weekend, so you should be pumped.
Yeah, I'm pumped. I'm also looking forward, because I'm confident it's gonna get some really nice waves. I'm really looking forward to get in there. And I would say, like, shake it off, getting into the cold water and paddle around, get some good waves, and trying to do my best. I'm really looking forward for how this contest is going to be. I know what I'm capable of, so let's see what's happening. It's going to be deciding. It's going to be here, the world title for the women, so that's going to be an exciting one down here.
Yeah, that's crazy. Crazy to think that is happening at the inaugural Walker Bay Pro, which we hope can be one of those World Tour stops that just grows and gets better, and a premium stop for all the athletes that is competing on what is quite a busy World Tour schedule right now.
Yeah, this year we have been busy, and it's lovely to see. We had some years where it has been quite quiet and not so many contests, so it's lovely to see that the bodyboarding is growing and going to some new places, which is incredible. I've been for my first time in the Maldives, now my first time here in South Africa, so really looking forward for what bodyboarding brings us for the next year. As we see, red up and riding.
All right, that's Roland cruising down the line with a nice little left-hand roll. Great commitment. Can he just come out and hold on? There he is. He's kicking. Man, this guy is really holding down his own.
Oh, he definitely had a good breakfast.
That was gnarly. Oh, yeah, back-to-back action. That's Victor ejecting to the back of that one, but that was commitment. He held on really tight to get through that whiteboard, Alex.
No, he definitely really hold on his board real strong, because I haven't been out there, but I've been told it's a really strong wave, so you really have to hold on the board to get out of that foam, of that whitewash. So yeah, good first ride for red there. Let's see what the judges think, so we can give you a position in the water as we see. Do we see the replay?
Red just holding on there, coming out there. We're going to redo that replay and bring you guys a whole wave. But Roland Jack doing an absolute stellar job just holding on to that.
Yeah, holding on to that roll, that was really hard. As we see, he is down at the beach, definitely looking to get into that rip current that takes you out, because you don't want to be in the middle of the beach, which happened in the heat before. this massive set comes through. But I've got told we have the interview at the beach. Take it away.
Right, thanks guys. I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Benji Oliver. Conditions are pretty tough out there, bro, now that the wind's come a bit onshore and still a couple of ramps. There's still swell around, so what's your take on it? How was it?
Yeah, shot. It was pretty sick, but it's tough out there, like you say. It's still some big rogue ones coming through. The onshore making some nice double ups, but yeah, it's hard to find the ones that provide a little bit of scoring potential. Hopefully we can see a bit of an increase in the quality of waves through the event. Yeah.
Nice, great. And what do you think about the man-on-man format? How do you go about competing man-on-man? I know it's a big change from what you're used to here in South Africa. And how do you feel about that?
Oh man, it's pretty sick to surf with just two guys out. I mean, if it was cooking, it would be another story. But out here, I'm just taking it wave by wave, you know, just surfing it like a normal heat, just build my house. Yeah, that's the way.
Nice, brother. It's all about having fun and pushing the limits. So any shout-outs you want to send out to anyone?
Yeah, shout out to my girlfriend Nicole for pulling through for the day to watch me, and my boys Luke and Brody, and Andrew for letting me stay at his house. And yeah, my family and friends, if anyone's watching, hello, thank you.
Well, yeah, back to you guys.
All right, thanks Team Money, Tristan on the button helping us out. It is firing on all cylinders out here, ladies and gentlemen. The waves hooking and crooking, showing itself, disappearing. We literally have seen it all today.
Yeah, definitely these conditions have brought the best out of the riders, and you can tell it's rough. We've seen big names out there also struggling a bit, so I think the conditions are changing a lot, has been changing a lot in this last couple hours. I think it's going to be an interesting day. We still got this round of men, then we have some juniors and maybe the women at the end of the day, so stay tuned because it's going to be a long and good day.
Yeah, it's 12:34 here local time. There's a nice little shore break showing itself so the juniors can opt to serve to shore here as well when they are going to be in the water. Right now, Roland Jack, man, coming out the woodwork and just swinging for the fences as we see the two guys out there in a split screen situation. Both riders showing where they are, and a 6-point ride, solid. That was a good roller, held on to that thing super tight. You know, there are some high scoring rides there, even though it's a little bit onshore. The ramps are still, it's more of a cross shore than an actual onshore. It's kind of blowing into the left-handers, but it is swinging a bit. The mountain does play a bit of a part as to what's happening here. So you're going to see a cross, then you're going to see an onshore. It's a bit of a mixed bag here. So yeah, Roland Jack, 6-point ride. Victor Holloway, he's really looking to redeem himself. He's an absolute shredder. Just can't link up with a good wave.
Yeah, looks like he has been struggling a bit to find a good wave to start his campaign in this heat. He only got two really small scores. He has a 0.83 and a 1.33. With Roland in first, having a 6-point, that's a really good way to start your heat. But there's still plenty of time, 16 minutes remaining in this heat. So let's see what the boys will do with the conditions out there. Looks a little bit windy and it's shifting a lot, but there's still some really nice waves there. So we see a 6-point, that's a good wave. And we saw 8-point just in the heat before. So there's definitely some good waves and some nice possibilities to make big scores. So the boys will have to step up the game to make it through the next round, because in this one, one that gets second is eliminated of the contest.
That'll be the end of the road, the end of the Walker Bay Pro Tour campaign. And as we set the sight onto round number 3 potentially tomorrow. Well, Alex, again, welcome everybody if you just joined us. This is day number 1 of the broadcast here at Onerous Beach for the 2022 Walker Bay Pro. Jump over to ibcworldtour.com. Have a look on all the information you need is on the website. Scores, live streaming, one-stop bodyboarding shop. Jump onto all our social medias, to the Instagrams and Facebooks and stuff like that, and you'll be able to see everything unfolding. Couple of spectators. It is absolutely jam-packed on the beach. I am blown away by what I am seeing here in this little town. People coming out by their thousands. We anticipated 2,000 to 3,000 people over the period of the event. We've broken that record on the day 1. Just imagine what finals day is going to look like.
Oh, that's incredible to hear that. Really good numbers, and it's just so good to see and great how stoked the people are there watching, and it's lovely. It's lovely for the sport. It's really important for us, for sure. And just congratulations you for this, for making this happening. And look at that. It's a beautiful day down here. Actually starting to regret wearing so much clothes because it is getting quite warm with the sun just on us right now. But yeah, as you can see, it's packed. They're stoked to watch the boys out there, and it's gonna be after the main round number 2, possible round number 1 of juniors and women. So stay tuned, as we will confirm that when we know 100% what's gonna happen after this round.
Yeah, we just take it day by day for now. Here we go, a little bit of paddle action. Can yellow get on the scorecard? This is Victor Holloway, just leaving that one as he sees that section crumbling in front of him. And yeah, we'll make a call. Tomorrow looks like the perfect day. The absolute perfect day in terms of big waves and super clean conditions. And I think by the afternoon we're going to have to pack up and run for the hills, because that 20-second period is going to thump this entire coastline again. But this time it's going to be different, because yesterday we had gale force onshores, and this time we're going to have super grooming offshore. So that means you're going to see something really special.
I'm really looking forward for that, especially seeing all of the riders out there killing it. Us today, it's like the wind has made it a little bit more difficult, tricky, but definitely some good ways there still makeable with big scores. So let's see what happens. We still got like 12 minutes and 40 seconds in this heat. Not much going on. The boys haven't had much waste, but there's still plenty of time, and we're definitely going to see Red trying to get a really good backup score, because for now he only has his 6-point ride. We have yellow in second, needing a 4.68 to change the situation. As we see the riders, some of the junior riders there in the competition area, stoked for sure, being here with the big names. So you'll see the juniors competing today after the main round. Beautiful day. Just look at the light. We see some signing there. I think it was Neymar. As we see yellow up and riding on this left. Not quite what he was looking for. Skips out of that one, and he will be paddling back to the lineup and try to get a better wave. A little bit unlucky there for Victor. 3 of his waves. He has taken 3 waves, as we see him paddling again.
All right, let's see this one. Here we go. Little section. Punches through the lip. Good landing. I think he might be able to stick this one. Yes, he will be very relieved to finally get a good score under the belt. He needs a 3.6 to get into that first position, and and that's it. Like a 3.7's got him, but he's still not done. Linking up with that little shore break, showing his local knowledge, and unfortunately not standing up for him. Men, round 2. Here at the Walker Bay Pro. Thank you, all our sponsors. Let's start with these guys. M-Star Distribution, Marco, Justina, you and your team, thank you so much. The team at SEAF, making everybody feel so welcome. Beautiful trailer on the beach, helping with the infrastructure. And it's just believing in us. We saw their beautiful adverts. I get so pumped talking about these people that really invest into our sport and sees this. We got the Arcs, sunglasses, we got GoPro. We got the boys at Sticker putting up all the branding for us. Andrew, you and your team, thank you so much. Now, the guys at Milk, I am just absolutely loving all their food. The coffees, the Waffle Shack. Have you had a waffle there?
I had, but I shouldn't have so many because, yeah.
They just next level.
Nah,
good.
it's incredible, the
Jackery.
food.
Jackery. The whole event is powered by battery and solar. Check out jackery.com or .co.za and get your orders in. Game changing. Load shedding is not even a issue here at all. So you coming from abroad, you've been introduced to something that is called load shedding, which is they have to cut the power for certain times because there's too much pressure on the grid. I'm sure you were wondering what the hell is actually going on.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah, but you warned me before, so I was ready for it. But yeah, it's interesting to see how it works here, and just make sure to have your food ready before 8 p.m.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes it's a lot more than 8 p.m. It's 4 hours. It all depends on what's happening in this beautiful country, but it is what it is, and we've come to live with it. And that's why companies like Jackery, invented these things. We've got 1 kilowatt units to 500 watt units. The new prototypes here, the 2 kilowatt units that's powering the LED screen, the priority screen, and that thing draws a lot of power. So that's super exciting to see this new technology over here. We've got the streaming team doing their best. It's really been good. And it's just going to get better. Here we go. That's Red. Quick little spinner, Rooney, Roland Jack, getting busy and staying busy and looking to pull a little bit away from Victor Holloway, which is kind of taking the lead away from him.
Victor got a 4.86, if I'm not wrong. I just saw it. 8.83, sorry. Putting himself into first position. Now, Red he only needs 0.16, which I think he will get in his last wave. Maybe we see a replay so we can see the full wave and see what he did in that one. Yes, we get the replay. Thank you, boys. We see Red up and riding on this ride, looking to do the best out of it. He goes for the reverse spin, goes for a 360, and really doesn't connect more with this wave. Definitely gonna have the score he needs to get into first, but not the highest score. He will definitely go back there and try to better that second score. He gets a 2.83, so he changes the position again. He gets into first. Now, Victor Yellow needs a 4.01 to get back. As we see Red up and riding on this left. Goes for the roll. Nice first roll there. Goes for a second roll. That looked pretty harsh there. Let's see if he comes out. He doesn't. Let's see if that was better than a 2.83.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, could be a better score there for Red. And now he's closer to that current that helps you to get back to the lineup. So he's talked about that. As we see Yellow up and riding. A lot of action in this one. So we see goes for a reverse spin.
Looking to connect it with something down on the shore, but all he gets is nothing. It's a massive shout out to Pick and Pay for bringing that food truck, cooking up a storm for our spectators. And Comfort Cool, the naming sponsor for the junior division, based in KZN, took this opportunity. I mean, I'm just so humbled by these guys. Stevie, you and your team, thank you so much. Croc South Africa, let's take a moment. Jumped on board the first minute they got whiff of this for the women's division. Naming sponsor for the women's division. There are some really cool things coming your way. Today's the first one. We've got your first pair of Crocs that you guys are going to be wearing. Then you're going to get a lot more stuff. A little replay there. That's a really good roll. In the barrel, well projected. Unfortunately, second one not, but that was a really good sneaky roll, little insider.
Yeah, he got us 3.5 for that. So he puts himself in, he's still in first position, but now Yellow needs a 4.68. So he went a little bit far away from Yellow. Still really possible for Yellow to get a good wave and getting that 4.68. But definitely there we see for the next heat, we see getting ready Red. That rocky jump there where you have to time to get into the wave. Really nice view of the whole beach there. We see, is he going to jump? And, just got away.
Oh, the anticipation of the jump.
Yeah. But as we were talking, Victor needs now a 4.68, but definitely Red is going to go back to the lineup.
He's got that 7.16, so we're on the 5-minute mark, Alex, and man, we've still got another 5 heats in round number 2, and then we got about 3 heats in the juniors. So lots of action. Complete. We saw some offshore, we're getting some onshore. The wind's probably going to turn again this afternoon, and then just being that classic, doing all those classic things. So yeah, beats the pack. Another beautiful day in Honors, beautiful day in South Africa. But let's look at that rip current. The guys have been in and out in the rip current and just using it to their advantage to get to the back line quite easily and fairly safely as well. And when the waves aren't so big and there's some better shape to it, that's something that you can use to your advantage. And if you feel like you want to jump out in the water, not take the rip, get out, run up the road, jump off the rocks, kind of the same 3 to 4 to 5 minutes, and then you're back into the lineup.
Yeah, definitely. The best way to get in is on the side. It's just so beautiful here. I've had the chance to drive a little bit around yesterday, but I'm definitely looking forward for the next days. As today the conditions are really tough for the people that are just joining us. We're on the first day of the Walker Bay Pro 2022 with the main round number 2 in the water. The conditions, as I was saying, is big and it's a little bit difficult, but there's some nice waves. We have seen some good scores, and the boys are definitely ready to show off their skills. What have you surfed here? How many times have you surfed here? Do you normally come out here, or do you surf somewhere else?
Well, I kind of grew up here.
You grew up here? Yeah.
I spent I would say the last 20 years of my life coming here, and my mom lives here and all that. So it's I won't say I grew up here as a kid, but in my late teens and early 20s, and up till now, this has been one of the places. Look at that beautiful drone shot. Look at the crowds, absolutely packed out there. Guys, let us know where you're tuning in from. We haven't give you paid homage to our online fans that's enjoying the first ever event here on African soil. Look at the river. I stepped into the hole when I crossed the river, and my pants I got wet literally up until my waist. It was quite in front of everybody, and then managed to do those post heats in completely wet shorts. Fantastic. But it's just so great to have you guys here. So jump onto the ibcworldtour.com. Go onto the YouTube as well, and you can drop us a comment on the YouTube. While you're in Africa, on the African continent, on the southern tip of Africa, let it be known, in a little town called Onrus, next to Hermanus in the Overberg, part of the Overberg Strand. This is where we find ourselves. One of the next stop here on the IBC World Tour. Right after this event, a couple of weeks down the line, it'll be the Sintra Pro. And right after that, one of my favorite events is the Fronton King, where we'll see the crowning of the men's world champion alongside possibly the juniors as well. But all focus and all eyes on this little sleepy town, as we'll be crowning the women's world champion right here on African soil for the first time ever.
Yes, really looking forward to that. Especially I'm in one of the 4 contenders, so I'm looking forward to compete and see who's going to take the title this year. It's 4 girls. I don't know if that ever happened. I know we've been 2 or 3 girls contending to win the title some years, but this is going to be an interesting one, as it's not going to be decided till the last day, to the final day, as we see some of the crowd there enjoying. If I'm not wrong, looks like Jared Houston's mom and Jared Houston, maybe. I love that family. I was having a couple of laughs with them the other day. So, yeah, just beautiful view of the beach. The conditions, as we said, it's a little bit windy, it's a little bit tricky. But for the first day, it's good. The boys are doing their best. And let's see what's going to happen after this round. As we see Red there, just taking last wave as we are down to the last 35 seconds. We see Red up and riding, going for the spin. Trying to connect with another maneuver there. Will he be able to do something more in this wave? Keeps piling into the inside of this wave. And he goes for the roll. Gets a little bit stuck and incomplete there for Red. But it looks like it is Roland Jack making it into the next round. Let's see if Yellow is going to take a wave in the last 10 seconds. But it looks like, yeah, Red making it into the next round. Putting Victor out of the contest. But, well, good way there for Victor also. Good fight in these tough conditions. And don't go anywhere, guys, because we will be back with heat number 4 of the round number 2 of the men's after the
Welcome back, Cracker Lackin. Hello, Justin. Luke Staniford, Wesley Kutsia, local versus Durbanite from the south coast of Margate. Two really good riders going to be going head-to-head on this one. And this is going to be a fiercely contested heat. But look at this drone image. And look at all the power. Look at the water just moving. The water just holding Luke in place there. And he's scratching really hard as the set is just going over. Crutches just over that one. And my goodness. Gnarly stuff. Good times here on the beach.
Yeah, good times on the beach. Good times here with you for sure. I think we are having a better time than the guys inside getting caught. But conditions, yeah, are difficult. But there's this wave has a really good potential. So we're going to see some really good action as this round is an elimination round. So they will be fighting to get that first spot to make it into the next round of the men.
Yeah, look, the conditions can't always be perfect. It's just what it is. Mother Nature has the final say at the end of the day, but I am super thrilled to know and to say that come later part of this week, come finals day, we're in for some super fun waves. It's going to be showcasing bodyboarding at its best, especially you guys. Look at that thing breaking way deep. Now tomorrow it's going to break another 100 meters further back, and probably going to be like, when it swell peaks, probably another 5 times bigger than that. So you're going to have these big rollers just washing up here, and going to be very, very interesting. 23 minutes, 29 seconds to go. Luke Staniford here from Onrus. Whereas you could see it, also South African from another part of the country in the south coast. So, but I rate these two riders are probably two of the most underrated riders in our country. And exceptional free surfers, technical guys, love the big stuff, love the technical things. They're really well-rounded athletes, and it's going to be a pity to see one of them going home and ending their campaign. The earlier heats just not going as planned, so I'm sure they both had a little chat to themselves in the mirror and a quick little shake on the collar to get themselves back in the game. There's a lot to fight for.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely don't want to get eliminated of the contest so soon, and but I think there's still there's a lot of juniors competing also in the men, and to having the chance to compete against big names in the first round and non-elimination round, I think must be stoked for all those junior riders competing against the big names, against their idols. And now in round number 2, having to fight for that spot into round number 3, where the winners of the first round are waiting. But that's that was me being comfortable. Yeah, we're actually today we're really lucky with the weather. Sunny. It has been raining a lot these days, so I'm stoked to finally see the sun here and enjoying the good weather and just enjoying the view. I have some really nice waves. A little bit tricky with the wind, but it looks like it's getting better. As we see some action out of the water, we see Red up and riding on this ride, going for a roll, not completing that maneuver. It was a tricky wave, but as I was saying, it looks like the conditions are getting better. Let's see what the wind does and what the wave do. And the boys out there definitely trying their best to get the points in and making it into round 3, as I was saying. Well, the winners of the last round are waiting for them.
Yeah, the winners of last round is waiting for them. Quite possibly.
You struggled to back it up.
Yeah, I struggled. I got a second wave where it was 2 360s, but I got an inside roll in the middle area, which helped a lot. And it's not easy out there, but it was a lot of fun, and it was a privilege to be a part of the competition.
And so good for the town of Hermanus as well, for the whole Walker Bay, the Overstrand area. Stoked to see all the top riders around the world here.
I'm super stoked. Aiden Cleve is also a rider I believe is really good. But Ian Campbell, Tristan Roberts, they're amazing. I'd like to support the town. This board is from Gigs, Surf Zone. I got it 3 years ago. It still goes. And his webs. And yeah, it's the, yeah. I'm shocked I made it through, actually, to be quite honest. I'm 40 years old. And the sets broke on me in the first heat. Luke Bruton and I got killed by the sets, but it was an amazing experience. I got a massive workout, and I just enjoyed every minute of it.
Well, awesome. You're into the next round. Roland Jack advances to the round 3.
Gigs, and thank you, Roland. Well, that is the epiphany of Stoke. That is what bodyboarding does for these guys. Look at that guy. He wasn't expected to even make it out this morning, and now he's in round number 3. That's incredible. Incredible. I just want to again say a big thank you to the boys at Jackery for really powering up this whole event. Not a single generator, not a single fuel or diesel fume will be emitted during the course of the event. As well, we'll be doing our recycling take-in, and we'll be giving all the recycling numbers of the impact of the event along with our beach cleanup. That's happening on Wednesday as well, along with the clinic and the ocean safety talk. Luke trailing with leading a staunch number in these conditions. A 5.5 is what Wesley got on the big wall. Got a bit caught in the foam ball, but good on him for managing to squeeze one out.
Yeah, definitely some good scores. So some things happened there while the interview was going on. So Yellow taking there a good score to start his campaign there in his heat. With 18 minutes left and 45 seconds, we have Yellow on first and Red in second with a small score, but there's still plenty of time, and I'm sure the boys will do their best to fight it out. As we see Red up and riding on this right. Let's see if the wave provides what he needs. Looking down the line, racing there to get to the... he got a little bit pumped there by the lip. Looks like an incomplete maneuver there for Red. Unfortunately, couldn't get out of that. Tried to push through the lip, but I think the lip won that battle there.
Yeah, he got smacked so hard. Kumar Usman is even feeling it still, and Mike Tyson will be proud of that lip smack. But time a little bit out on that one, and just a bit tricky for our man in red, Luke Staniford. As we look at this one, going for the high line, hanging out, and then he's going to be cruising. There it is, way too late. Just a little bit of a desperation slap, and got himself a nice little awakening.
Yeah, definitely.
And welcoming.
Yeah, he's definitely awake after that one there. Maybe he got a little bit of water in his ear also, as we see the drone view of Unrus and the Walker Bay. Nice little view there. So Robbie's house is somewhere there.
It's the third house.
If he falls, that's why I said maybe he falls down and he just ends up in the lineup. But yeah, beautiful view. The crowd's there loving to watch this contest. It's a beautiful day, sunny day. And yeah, it's just time to enjoy, to be at the beach and watch the world's best fighting it out there in the water.
That's a one. You can see the river flowing super strong from all the rain, and we're going to see the water washing back up the river from the big swell coming tomorrow. And it's quite weird because we're not going to have a full-on storm attached to the swell. This is just raw ground swell, lots of power. That 26 meter 20-second period is something to behold, and there's a couple of big wave spots that are going to be lighting up like a Christmas tree.
Like I looked today in the morning.
That's it, exactly. That's a lovely jacket though.
That's a lovely jacket. It's a warm jacket. And bought it in the market, and I think the woman was really stoked because Isabella and me both bought one, so that was nice. Yeah.
Well, thank you for supporting the local marketeers,
yeah.
You can call them that. And just spending your hard-earned money into this little place, and it's just being able to enjoy it. Look at this drone cruising around there. Guys, there's milk on the beach on the right-hand side. We got the athlete zone. You got everybody out there just lining up the rock line and the grass bank that is just full of people. The parking lot is all the way to the campsite. For those who know this place, it is absolutely jam-packed. December in August.
Yeah, you guys have the opposite as we have in Europe. So you're actually in winter now. We are in summer. If you go to the Canaries right now, and the clothes I'm wearing, you'll definitely melt. But today's a lovely day. Today is definitely one day I will, for now, the best day I've been here. But I was actually happy to have a little bit of rain. I'm coming from the Maldives. It was so hot, so it was good to cool down. But 2 days was enough. Now it's good that the sun is out.
Yeah, so 2 days were enough. Time to warm up again. The Maldives. It just seemed like a very interesting place. Beautiful in its own right, and super hot. I would struggle in that heat.
I did. But it was a lovely place though.
Was there air conditioning in the commentary booth?
Yes. But I wasn't in there the whole time because I was doing the interviews.
Both
So
heats,
yeah,
yeah.
I was. I'm actually impressed I didn't get sick because I was running in and out.
Oh,
So
yeah?
yeah, but this contest, look at this, look at the view, look at just sitting there in the grass. It's just incredible. Well done on having this event, finally having an event down here in South Africa. Super stoked to
Crazy.
be here for the first time,
Crazy.
and really looking forward for what's going to happen in the next days.
Yeah, me too. I'm really excited. Just get this big lump of swell behind us. Let the banks become a bit more groomed, and then we're going to see a lot of action. Some sick riding. You can see the potential that is here. Some good right-handers, and we've got the far side, we've got roadside, and even that ripple on the left. So a lot of options in this play. And this is what makes this play so unique, is the options of waves and the infrastructure around it. People ask, oh, why you have it on us and all that. Like, this is why we have it on us. You got to think of the bigger picture. You got to think of the tourism aspect attached to this, and Hermanus is one of the biggest tourism attractions in our country. It's now whale season as well, so we'll be doing some whale watching on the lay days and the smaller days. And then it's just you had a glimpse of what's in town. There's a lot of these little hidden holes where you can go and just buy some of the amazing coolest stuff, all handcrafted things and amazing decor, and you've had a taste of, and literally and figuratively, a taste of the culinary experience that we have to offer, and it's this global fusion. The food is very inspired by the influence that we have from around the world.
Yeah, definitely. Also, what I didn't tell you, I love the biltong. Oh my god.
Oh, thank you, sister. Amen.
Love it.
Is life.
I think I ate 200 grams yesterday. I got it in the market. I was like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have it for the next day. Yeah,
No, you're not. By the time you reach the car, it's
yeah,
gone.
I was like, by
I
the
have the same
time,
problem.
it reached the afternoon, it was gone. It's lovely. I love. There's so much culture here, and I'm thrilled to get to know the culture here, get to know so many things about South Africa, and I know there's still a lot to learn, and I'm looking forward really to experience everything I can here, and hopefully to get to see some wild animals also.
Yeah,
But
you guys are definitely.
Everything is good, just no sharks, please.
Here we go, Red up and riding, nice little cutty. Luke Stanifirth with a nice little forward spin. Now he's looking for a roll section. Can he get something? Hooks up another spin. Great combination surfing there from Luke. And can he get a little end ball? All he needs is a nice little roller. Yes, he linked that up. The locals loving it. And Luke might as well. I think he definitely changed the situation here. I'm not a judge, but my gut feel tells me that Luke punched his way back into first position.
Definitely a really, really good, a really good wave there, really good roll. So let's see what the judges. We see the replay here. So he goes down the line, he goes up there, goes for a reverse spin, looks for the section. It looked like he was going to go for the roll there. Oh, he goes for the roll. That was the last maneuver. It was a really nice and clean roll. I think the judges are going to like that one. So let's see what the judges say and what's the score you're going to get for that last ride from Luke Red. I think that's going to change the situation. So let's see the points. Yes, last wave was a 6.83. Must be stoked on that one. Puts him into first position. Now, is it Weasley or Wesley? Wesley, okay, yellow, sorry. Yellow will need a 4.01, but Luke only has a 2.67 as a backup, so he will definitely look to improve that one. But, as we said, yellow only has one wave ridden with a 5.5, so it's totally possible for him to change the situation. So this is going to be some intense 10 minutes and 40 seconds, so let's see what the boys got, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, this is going to be intense next 10 minutes. And Wesley Goods here. Oh, it's a pity. One of these two guys, unfortunately, ending their campaign here on day one. And that's always the sad part. But these are two names that I would have liked to see go all the way through, at least to the later rounds. And because they are so good. Both these riders are exceptional riders. And unfortunately, it seems like Wesley's not connecting so well with the ocean. And Luke looking for one or two good options out the back, but it is difficult. It's not easy. Tomorrow it's going to be probably picture perfect. So it's just the way the cookie crumbles. You got to make do. You got to be able to showcase your surfing ability in all types of conditions. Not only the perfect 10-foot, 6-foot waves, you know, in section, all the fun stuff, but you got to also be able to handle these testing onshore, groveling type conditions, or with a lot of energy.
Yeah, definitely some rough conditions, but looks like I see, like the guys are doing bigger scores now, so it's definitely possible out there, and I'm looking forward. There you have our names and our Instagram accounts. As we see, Yellow up and riding on this left. Looks like a quite nice left. Then unfortunately just crumble up there. But he's still got plenty of time to find that score to change the situation. This has been, I think, one of the most fighting heats, like really close heats we have seen in the last heat. So let's see, is it going to be Luke or is it going to be Wesley taking the win out of this one? Sorry for the mispronunciation of the names. Weasley.
I'm sure that's going to stick one way or another. So
yeah,
the guys back home watching Wesley charging. Yeah, you're probably giving him a new name.
They have said my name wrong a few times, and it's not so difficult. Rinder, and they say Rinder.
Reindeer,
yeah. So, I'm sorry, guys. I really don't want to mispronounce them, but too many languages.
I remember my first time in Chile in 2018. Man, I didn't know how to. Like a J was a G, and it's so confusing. And I know exactly how you feel about that. So there it is. Jump onto our Instagram so you can check what we get up to, and especially Alex as she moves towards a world title. Let's talk about world title. I mean, you're the youngest
of the four, yes,
to take it. And tell me a little bit about your first experience and kind of how that felt, the pressure, the emotions. Like, take us through a little bit of that roller coaster while we have a lull and while we're enjoying the scenes from the fans.
So, if you're talking about this year or in general?
In general.
In general,
and especially the first time when you won it.
Yeah, that was I was still a teenager, so that was interesting. Yeah, I really do love competing, and I was always really into competing. Even before I did bodyboarding, I did athletics, so I was always a really competitive person. But yeah, definitely first year was a lot to take in as a teenager, and it was really hard to fight, you know. And I was just really, really focused on doing my best, and it turned out to be really mentally strong and just try my best to get through those competition, through those heats. And I think that's a difference what's the difference a bit, maybe what it was back then to what it is now. When you're a teenager, you don't have so many responsibilities, so it was actually surfing and school. So I was super pumped to get to any contest and just enjoying everything and just doing my best. Which the second year was different, because then I knew, okay, boom, I know what's in the game, you know, I know what's everything, and it's hard to be there so young and then keep on going to do the tour. But I love this, and I'm going to keep going, and I definitely want to fight for more titles, and I will do my best this year to try and take my third title back home. But yeah, winning as a teenager was definitely one of the best things that happened in my life. But also, nobody really talks about how difficult it is mentally for a teenager to have that so young, and then the next years, you know, having to fight to stay in the top of the ranking. So it has been really good for me to learn a lot about myself and to deal with those situations.
So I want to ask you another question. You know, coming out of that first World Tour win, how did that change your perception of bodyboarding? What doors did that open for you as now being solidified as a professional athlete?
It did open a lot of doors. Yeah, was still bodyboarding. It's not easy for anyone in this sport to really live from it. But yeah, definitely. I got to also, not only in our sport, I got to know so many different athletes from the Canaries, from also the German and Austrian government. So it has been great, because I've learned from so many. As we see, Red up and riding. Sorry, and let's see, maybe we get the replay. But he's still going on that wave. looking to connect with something down there. He's also trying to get to the right side of the beach to get back with the current. As we see, he goes for a 360 there, and he will definitely be looking, for a roll, but can't connect it. Maybe we can see the replay so we can drive you guys to get you through this wave and see what Luke did in this last. It doesn't look really, really happy throwing that water up, but
No, it doesn't look stoked at all.
yeah, let's see if he improved his second score, maybe securing his position more into the next round. I don't know if he did a roll there.
I'm not sure. We'll probably see. Try to get the replay a little bit further back, but all good. We'll see. Jump onto ibcworldtour.com. You can see the scores drop real time. Also, watch the live stream as we enjoy for the first time ever on the African continent, down in the southernmost tip of Africa, here in South Africa. And closest city would be Cape Town. So if you want to be coming here for some touristic adventures, you'll be flying down to Cape Town, and you'll be enjoying some of the finest things that South Africa has to offer. The beautiful Table Mountain, we've got Robben Island, we got the Cape Point Nature Reserve. Then we about an hour and a half out of Cape Town, close to Hermanus, which is one of the most visited tourist towns in Africa, and especially in South Africa as well, where we have currently in August and a little bit into September, we've got whale season. So that when the whales come in, they also give birth to their calves, the babies, little babies. You know, no whale is. I think when a whale is born is around about the 2 to 3 tons. So yeah, nothing small about that. Would be pretty heavy giving birth something that big. But beautiful thing. But another thing that I just want to bring to everybody's attention, and I'm sure a lot of people have been seeing this, Alex, that there's 3 brothers, orcas, that has been doing their rounds around the Western Cape, and you know they got really clever, and they're hunting the great white sharks, where they kill them, but they only eat their livers, and then over here they will come and drown the baby whales and eat their tongues, just because it's so nutritional. And a whale needs to breathe there as well, so they push them down, and the mother can't do anything. It's pretty gnarly. It's hectic. You know,
It sounds pretty gnarly. Yeah.
It is. It's hectic, and these 3 animals here are some of the first documented in the world to show this, and it's pretty insane. But on that note, give us a little couple of shout outs. We haven't been doing that much today. We do apologize, guys.
Yes, we our teammate. As we see the replay here, we see Giuliano saying well done. We miss you, Giuliano. I've been working with him in the Maldives, so thank you for joining us. Yeah, we see people from around the world. Some people asking for more South African riders, but we do have Ian, Tristan, Robbie, and a lot of locals.
We can answer the Houston and Spec and so Dre lives in Hawaii, Andre Bertha. Jared Houston injured his shoulder. Unfortunately, he is here, but he can't compete. And Mark McCarthy is currently in Australia. Sasha Speck is on assignment. So unfortunately, these guys just can't join us. But I can bet you my bottom dollar next year they will be here in full force.
Definitely, we got some people from Portugal, Chile also joining us. So people from around the world, if you want to send us a comment, and we will try to get the shout outs out there. Spanish para toda la gente que está viendo desde España, desde Chile, Sudamérica. Estamos aquí en el primer día del Walker Bay Pro 2022. Tenemos la ronda número 2 en el agua, el hit número 4 con Luke en primera posición. Ya en los últimos 50 segundos, chicos, vamos a estar haciendo mayoritariamente el live webcast en inglés, ya que estamos en Sudáfrica y la mayoría de nuestros espectadores son ingleses. Pero yo estaré intentando ahí hacer un recap de los seats o del día en español. Así que si quieren que hable un poco más de español, manden ahí en los comentarios. Muchas gracias a todos por sintonizar y acompañarnos en este primer día del Walker Bay Pro. Y estén atentos porque se viene un swell increíble y unas olas muy buenas para los siguientes días. Cuando vemos amarillo, we see yellow up and riding on this ride. Get us through this one.
All right, Wesley doesn't need much. He just needs a little section. There's a little something for him. Hooks a quick little roll. Oh, on the buzzer, he gets this one. Super stoked. Now, This is going to be very close. We're just going to hold off on throwing to the ads here, Mr. Producer. Let's just see what happens with this situation. Now we're waiting on Wesley's score to drop. Did Wesley just sneak into the back door right on the buzzer, or has he narrowly escaped there? And let's have a look-see. On his second, we're waiting for the score. Are we still waiting for the score? I'm not too sure. Go to ibcwalter.com. We're looking. We're waiting for the score, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to stay with them. We're going to go to ad break quite soon. Let's just see if we can see that score. We're going to tell you guys as the graphic has now gone off screen. The next heat, Mark Webster, Andrew Kern standing by, and we're going to bring you that. Well, let's bring it to you right after this ad break. We're going to come back with the results of this heat right after these quick ads. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And yellow, oh my goodness, yellow just coming in right at the buzzer, taking out Luke Stanifirth. And your winner of that heat was Wesley Kutsia on the buzzer, taking it, keeping Durban's hopes alive and the KZN hopes alive here in the Western Cape. Well, another bagger heat, Mark Webster, one of the weapons here in Onrus, in the water and on the dance floor. Most definitely has given himself a nice reputation as quite the party guy. Chilled down a lot, but Andrew Kern, again, one of my favorite local riders. Very technical, very smooth rider. And when the conditions are on, this guy is absolutely insane. Well, there's a lot of action in the water. We also have a lot of lulls. So with me, I've got a guest that I want to bring in, and we're going to chat a little bit about life after bodyboarding. We're going to chat a little bit about, getting into a business, getting into a corporate, being an entrepreneur and things like that, so just hold on, we're gonna get back to that. Action precedes anything else. Here we go. This is red, Mark Webster, looking for something and pulling out of that one. All right, so no action on that one. There's 25 minutes. This is round number 5, round number 2, heat number 5, and 2 of the most explosive local riders on our little doorstep here, which is Onrus. So bro, welcome to the booth, welcome to the Walker Bay Pro, and thank you for also being one of the event partners. I really appreciate it. You came in last minute, snuck in there, and just humble and super happy to have you here. So give us an introduction, who you are, where you're from, and specifically what we're going to be doing.
Absolutely. Hey Dion, thank you for having me in the hot seat. It's an absolute privilege to be here on home turf. I used to ride for a couple of years from back from the early 2000s, and absolute pleasure to see such a big adventure, and big kudos to yourself, Dion, as well as IBC. I think it's a great step forward for South African bodyboarding. And introduction just on myself, my name is Shane. I am the Managing Director of Chart Smart Signals, one of the sponsors to this awesome event. When I saw the opportunity, I thought it was an absolute must to get involved with such a great event. To see the conditions that we've seen today, it's very pleasant to have some swell, not the best condition, but rather than having a flat ride, it's definitely something that you could watch and be entertained by. So, everyone that's watching this, I just want to say, it's an awesome event in sports to be involved in. Absolute privilege to have it here in South Africa and South African turf. I think it's once again a massive step forward. And Dion asked me, just a little bit. Obviously, I said that I was a rider myself a couple of years back, and I used to compete against the likes of Jared Houston. I was a rider for Boland. And obviously, life takes its toll on you, and sometimes you've got to make the tough decision of, pursuing business and or pursuing the lifestyle that you want in where your passion is. And sometimes I wish that I stuck with my passion, and bodyboarding really is something special to me. It's very close to my heart. And so essentially, the biggest steps forward that I've seen personally from a couple of years back is, there was a major misconception about bodyboarding in South Africa, a real stigma about bodyboarders that we were typically seen as beach bums, and really we sort of individuals that didn't have any ambition. And however, being in that sport and being a rider myself, I know how important it is to us as bodyboarders, and what an amazing sport it is, and what a professional sport it is actually. And seeing what I'm seeing here today is just another example of how we are breaking that stigma, and how Dion has taken initiative and having an event like this, giving in South Africa the publicity that it deserves, in seeing how we are breaking that stigma. If you look at the crowd that we've got here today, all ages, all types, all walks of life, it's absolutely amazing to see such a big crowd here, and such a diverse crowd as well. I think it's really, really cool to have that, and have that sort of publicity.
Yeah, man, it is. And it's it's humbling to be in this position, and it's humbling to be able to work hard towards this. And it hasn't sunk in yet. So we're going to be throwing to an interview quite soon. Let's just get the guys to tell us when they are ready. All right, we're ready for the interview. Gigs, take it away.
Buzzer beater moments. Chasing a 4. Did you even know what you were chasing out there to finish that with a 5.83?
Yeah, I did. I heard a 4, so there wasn't much time left, but luckily I got that last one in the end. I knew I had to do something pretty good to get that 4. I wasn't too sure if I got it, but yeah, I'm pretty stoked when I heard the score, so yeah.
Stoked into the next round of the walk. Kind of tough conditions out there, hard to find the scores.
Definitely difficult. Always tough as well. I was surfing against my good buddy Luke, so yeah, I know I got to do something good to obviously take the win. But yeah, I'm pretty stoked. It's tough conditions, but at least we got some swell. Definitely some magic moments out there.
And this is your second trip to the Cape. You were down here a couple of weeks ago for the Tunt Invitational, of course, a speciality event with the IBC, and well, back again. Yeah, what are you thinking of the Cape? Not a bad place.
Absolutely love it. Yeah, the water's a bit cold, but beautiful mountains, good waves. Always a good time to be in the Cape.
Well, Wesley could see us through to the next round. Back to you, boys.
For that great interview, congratulations to Wes. We'll be back into the action. Mark Webster, local weapon in the water here. Now he is looking to stay on this competition. He wants to be here. And he does not want to miss opportunity to further and advance himself. So let's talk a little bit about life after bodyboarding. Let's talk about, bodyboarding, life happens, get a family and stuff like that. And I think it's something that a lot of people, not just bodyboarders, like sportsmen, think about, what am I going to do after my profession? What am I going to do after this passion project or the sport that I love so much? It just can't sustain me financially more. Like, how did you do that transition from that into the next thing and doing what you're doing now?
Yeah, I think that's a very valid and warranted question, Dion. I think a lot of the times we get stuck in that typical rat race in life as we know it, and it's just getting harder as the year goes on. And especially for us that love this sport, it's difficult to find that balance between surviving and actually riding to fuel the passion that you have. The transition, I suppose, like many, you get stuck into one with blinkers on, and you kind of go for it, and you lose sort of that balance that you actually need in life to sustain, that passion, if I can call it that. And personally, what I sort of got into was a multinational corporate company, and it consumed me, to say the least. And that's really where I, sort of stopped riding, and I kind of lost that ability to get back into the water. And so it can become really, really difficult when you are stuck in the working world, and at some point all of us need to get there because we all need to survive. So it's truly about finding that passion, and at the same time finding a way that works for you.
All right, Webby groveling on this one. How's that? You got a takeoff roll, another roll, but took it all the way to the end. Sorry to interrupt you there, but Webby just showing that local knowledge and trying to just keep himself in the game. He knows he's up against Andrew Cohn, which is an exceptional rider, and he's a guy that's very patient. I guess with these type of conditions, quite possibly not the best thing to be patient on, and you got to hustle a bit.
Absolutely. So, yeah, as I decided to exit the corporate world, I think if you know the corporate world, you know that it literally consumes you and devours you like a machine, and you really lose all touch of what's important in life. So I decided to venture into the Forex trading world, where I've got a lot more flexibility. I've got a lot more control over my endeavors in terms of business. I would able to sort of trade wherever I want in the world. Literally, you could trade from anywhere on your phone.
Sorry, Andrew, up and riding. We're looking for big scores. He's looking to improve on that 3.5 of his competitor. You see, he doesn't hold back. He doesn't go for any basic. He'll try to do a bash reverse just because he can. Andrew, yeah, unfortunately, he's going to have to try again on that one. Reset, rethink about it, and try and get maybe some of these washy link-ups, as we saw Mark Webster just go and grab one of those. All right, so back to this corporate life. It really sucks you dry. You took advantage. Now you're in a space and in a place where you feeling really very comfortable. I mean, what made that choice? What made that change?
I suppose the decision of actually, enjoying life. I mean, if you look at wealth versus, being rich, there's a major difference. And being rich, you could get rich in the corporate world, and you could sort of live that life, but you forget that the experience that you should be enjoying in life goes out the window. So rather working towards that wealth, which is everything all together and coupled, with what you do and what you enjoy doing, with what can actually bring you in money to allow you to survive. And essentially, you've got to get to some point in your life and decide what's worth it. What is it that you want to do? Is it worth it? Where do you see yourself in a couple of years? What is it that you're wanting to achieve? And if you go according that way, then it makes it a lot easier to make decisions and informative decisions as well.
So now that has brought you back to bodyboarding. It's brought you back having your own time, being able to manage your own time. It's brought you back into bodyboarding. It brought you back to like something that you love, and just being able to manage your own time. It sounds probably a lot easier than it said. There's a long road, a lot of sacrifice to get to that point, but it's really cool that you can say you're there. So just the whole point of this is just trying to motivate athletes to know that just make the right decisions. Try and make the right decisions. If something's not working for you, be brave enough to say, well, this is not working for me. Is this how I want to live my life out? So, and you've done that. Now you're back in bodyboarding. You're one of the event partners, and it's just super cool to hear that you're able to identify there's a problem and something you want to do differently, and you tackled it.
Absolutely, and I think it's always that situation where you get the older guy that is giving out advice and wanting to say, hey, you know what? When I was younger, I wish, and if I could give any advice today, it would be, don't wait to make those decisions. Make those decisions and think about the future. That what's going to give you that balance, because that balance I can't emphasize enough, and how important it is to sustain a happy lifestyle. As I said, the world as we know it is becoming a crueler place, and we don't want to kill off this bodyboarding passion. That's unfortunately what happened to me a couple of years back, going into that corporate world and getting sort of lost in it. And if there was any advice that I could give, it would be that make those decisions, be aware of what you're wanting to achieve and how you can go about it, and make them nice and early. Don't wait for it.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's really good to know. Take that advice. It's free, and it's something to put in back of your head whenever you feel like revisit that, and just try and make things work for you if you can, whichever way. In closing, this is quite also a little tight heat. Low scores we're seeing. So we got Mark Webster, a local guy, with 3.5, Andrew Cohn with a 2.67. Really not much in it between the two. 13 minutes. And my goodness, we were really like over 12 minutes in this heat. This time has flown by, but it must be pretty cool for you to just kind of see something we've all spoken about. This is not a Misha by far. This is us. This is for the sport. This is for everybody that's ever had that discussion. Hey, let's put something up. And you know what? We're here now, and we're looking to make this a long-term project.
All right, so just to the last bit from my end, I just want to say to everyone that's watching this live, everyone that's here, if you're watching it later, I just want to give the opportunity for anyone and everyone to learn a new skill, to learn something new. I'm giving you the opportunity to get down on this journey with us in Forex trading. If you're wanting to learn something new, if you're wanting to trade while you travel in the world in your spare time, please get in touch with us. My website is www.chartsmartsignals.com. Nice and easy. You can reach us there. We'll happily assist you and get you on the journey. And I'll look forward to speaking with you.
That's great stuff. You can also find them on all of our posts and as part of our sponsor handle. So easy enough. Thank you so much. There's a great opportunity for anybody that wants to get involved with it. Hit them up. Take it with both hands. And remember, look after yourself. And, make those decisions for the things that will suit you and your life and your family much better. Thank you very much, my man. We'll catch you soon. And enjoy the show. Hope to see you soon. I'll grab a beer later. Well, back in the hot seat. Alex, you just seagull down your lunch like a real classic seagull.
Yeah,
mine.
It's the only time I had to have my lunch. But I know that you were jealous because you didn't have yours yet.
Very much.
Happy to be back. Some interesting conditions out there. We haven't seen much, but we have Mark Webster in first position right now. We have Andrew Cohn in second. Still 11 minutes and 10 seconds in this heat, and still a lot of opportunities out there for Andrew to get into first position. We are remembering, let's remind that this is a elimination round, which means first one will make it into round 3, second will be out of the contest. Will be the end of the road for the second position in this heat, but as I said, plenty of time still. Plenty of opportunities, so let's see if the boys, let's see what the boys do. Let's see who will win this heat and make it into the round 3, where some of the riders are already waiting. They were the winners of the first round. And after this round of men, we will have round 1 of juniors, and after that we will be seeing the women, where myself is going to be in the first heat. So stay tuned, guys. Make sure that you check out the live webcast in the IBC World Tour website. Also, you can find the link in the Instagram of the IBC and the Walker Bay Pro. Make sure to hit that link, and you can see the live scoring as we're talking. I'm going to tell you a little bit what's going on in this heat. So Mark Webster is in first with a 2.5 and a 4.5. And Andrew Cohn is with only one wave ridden right now with a 2.267. He needs a 4.34, sorry, if he wants to make him put himself again back into first position and make it into the next round. As the conditions are changing a lot through the day with the wind and with the tides, we see still some big sets out there and some good possibilities. It's tricky, but guys, it's a World Tour event. We need to know how to compete in every conditions, and trust me, it's gonna get better and better through the days. So for the next rounds, we're gonna have high-class waves in this beautiful town, South Africa. Look at this, look at the view there. It's a beautiful sunny day. There's a lot of crowd there enjoying the competition, and there's still some rounds, so don't go anywhere because it's gonna be a really nice day to watch in the first day of the Walker Bay Pro 2022. I'm just really happy to be down here and happy to spend some time with my friend Dion here in the live webcast, trying to provide you the best times and giving you all the information about the contest.
Well, thank you very much. And we're going to be dabbling in the women's non-elimination rounds today. A lot of surfing still to come during the course of the week, but I've got all the possibilities for the crowning of the women's world champion. I mean, I don't know. Do you want to know it?
I know them.
Okay, so you know them, so it's okay if I.
Yeah, of course, go for it. It's something really nice for all our fans, spectators to see. It's really interesting. I love it.
All right, and then after that, we're gonna jump into some shout-outs with you guys. So let's look at this. I'm gonna start in no specific order. Isabella. Okay, she needs to be number 1 in the final with Sari, and Neymara need to win. If Isabella finishes 3rd, Alexandra can't win, and Neymara can't make the final. Yeah. Okay, number 3, if she finished first, Alexandra can't make the final, and Neymara can't go to the semi. It's not making sense to me.
Not really. You want me to explain it?
Yeah, not doesn't make sense.
Do you want me to?
Yeah,
Okay, so actually,
you understand it probably just the whole format here a bit better.
yeah. So there are possibilities. So I'll make it easy for you guys. Okay. So I have to win the contest, and Isabella or Sari can't make it into the final. If Isabella or Sari just get into quarters, I only have to make the final. But yeah, so for me, it's the most important that either Isabella or Sari make it into the final. And after, I have to win. For Isabella, she has really good chances, but yeah, Sari can't get into the final with her, right? And if she's in the final with Neymar, she has to win. I think it's gonna be really tricky to try to explain.
Yeah,
this
I think
to
let's
everyone.
just let it
now
play
I'm
out.
yeah. And then now that I'm actually
too many
thinking
things.
about it, because it's tricky.
Let's focus on Andrew Cohen trying to make it through and not go home.
Yeah.
And continuing his charge here.
To make it easy and fast.
There we go. Quick little Rolo.
Yeah, there we
And
go.
Let's wait
Let's
for him
see.
to kick out, and then going for another one. All right, we've just reached the groveling part of the day.
Okay, to make it more, because yeah, it is really tough to explain. But what's easy, it all will come down on the final day, because if all of us make it into semifinals, it will be all coming down to the last day. Either way, it's like there will be no world champion crowned till the last day, because all of us have to make a semifinal or a final to win this, and we do depend a lot on the results of the others. So this is going to be an interesting one. Please, guys, just you have to check it out, because it's going to be
wild.
an epic one and a wild one. 4 girls willing to fight. We're all fighting to get that first spot and take the 2022 IBC World Tour title back home.
Well, I tell you what, it's a beautiful trophy. It's an easy to travel with trophy. And
That's good.
it's a very coveted trophy, and I'm looking forward to crowning that. Here we go, red, Mark Webster, up and riding, looking at something, quick little bottom turn, bails out in the back, and just holding down that lead. We're approaching that 5-minute mark, so things getting really close here as we coming to the end of round number 2. We're going to be jumping into the heat number 7. Due to 1 or 2 riders not being available. So yeah, looking forward to some action here.
That's wrong. We are here in the repechage round number 2. We see heat number 5. So right now, Mark Webster is in first position. But we see Mark Webster actually now up and riding on this left. Let's see if he gets something done. And no, he kicks out of there. And he will be paddling back to the lineup, trying to make the best out of this heat and trying to maintain his first position so he gets into the round number 3, which will not be running today. Quick reminder for the ones that are just joining us. We are on the first day of the Walker Bay Pro 2022. We're in the round number 2 of men, the repechage round. Heat number 5. After this round, we will have the juniors, and then we will have the round 1 of the women. So still plenty of heats going down. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a lovely day. It's sunny down here, and the conditions are changing every half an hour, hours. Totally different out there. So I think, and I hope that for my heat, I get some nice waves out there, and so I can show everyone what's going on.
Yeah, send some big flips. Send some smoke signals that you are here to mean business. But I'm sure each and every one of those ladies are here to mean business. And a 4-horse race for the world title. All of them need to make it to the semis and up. So that's pretty complicated scenarios.
It is. That's why it's. Sorry, we try to do it, but it's really difficult, because everyone has kind of the same chances, just different names. But what I know is that it will be all be decided in the last day of the contest, because I definitely have to make the final either way if I want to win the title. I think Neymara also, and I depend a lot on the results of the other girls. So it's gonna be a really interesting one, guys. It's gonna be in between Isabella, Neymara, Sari, and me. So let's see who your 2022 World Champion gonna be this year from the women.
Yeah. Jump on our YouTube channel, give us a quick shout out, let us know where you come in, who you are rooting for to be lifting that coveted IBC World Tour Women's Division trophy. And the boys are working hard to finalize and finish up that trophy to have it here for you guys on Wednesday. So looking forward to that. Thank you to the guys at Kestrel Routing, bunch of legends out there. Well, this heat's coming to an end. We're in the 2-minute mark. We're touching that borderline of completion. The wind is just turning, and it's weird. Like, it's just offshore, then it's onshore, and then it's like cross shore. So we're in that cross shore onshore vibe right now. And as the sun gets lower, the wind's gonna drop down a little bit more, and things will be cleaning up a fair amount. But right now, Mark Webster, the local Onrisian, are going toe-to-toe against Andrew Cohen, which is no stranger to this place. Part of the Wine Lens, which is this region's bodyboarding team. And they surf here quite a lot. A very explosive, very extraordinary rider. And it's a pity we never got to see the best of him. But here we go, it's not over yet. Local man, using his knowledge, Mark Webster. He's holding down that 7 points. He's looking for a lot more. You can see how this is going. He's now groveling, trying to link up with that shore break that is starting to show its face. And the swell definitely has dropped.
Yeah, definitely we've seen smaller sets coming through, but still a lot of potential out there. As we see, connecting there with the inside, going for another spin. Looking to find, I guess he's trying to find a section where he can hit, the roll. And he gets stuck there. Incomplete maneuver for Mark. Let's see if he improves his second score. He was trying to improve at 2.5. Let's see what the judges think. We have 40 seconds to go, and we have yellow. It's alone out there with first priority, and he doesn't need that much of a big number. He needs a 4.11. Let's see if he's able to get another wave and make it through this heat. He needs a 4.11 to get in first and make it. Well, now he needs a 4.21, sorry, to make it into the next heat. He goes there. Big roll out there. Is he going to be able to finish that? Oh, he gets stuck there, unfortunately, for Andrew. That was a tough one to complete. So it looks like Mark Webster is going to make it into the next round, into round number 3. So congratulations to Mark Webster, but also to local rider Andrew Kuhn. Well done. It's really tough out there. Anyone out there is a hero to me today, really, because it looks really rough. We will be back soon after the commercials. We're going to see the replay of the last wave of yellow. So we see yellow up and riding in this one. He goes down the line, actually looks really good. He does the roll, but I think he just didn't quite make it in front of the foam ball, so that's why he got stuck
in that washing machine. And anyways, we're going to chuck back to an ad. We're going to come back to some crazy action here at the Walker Bay Pro Heat number 7 coming up right after this.
Home is our story. SEAF, expertise built through generations of trust.
Well, the locals cheering on Mark Webster for making it into round number 3, passing the rapid charge. Here we go, Tian Huben and Jordan Peace. Unfortunately, fortunately for Alex Nutt, he's got an easy one into round number 3. His fellow competitor unable to compete. Tian Huben, team member, landed one of those big rolls, got one of the highest scores of the day so far. And Jordan Peace, another junior, sending it in the big boys. Alright, so this heat is officially underway And 25 minutes sounds like a long time, but when you're in the water, it's definitely not. You only get to warm up when you kind of like 10 minutes into it. Ian Campbell has been quite sick, and when he came out of his heat, he was not looking very good. Managed to take the win in the last couple of seconds, and yeah, very lucky. And there was also just took the win away from Tian. Tian literally came also. Put up some big scores, and Ian Campbell with a nice bash reverse, a little bit of a projection, and managed to squeeze himself in there. Really cool.
Yeah, we have seen. Yeah, Ian actually just like managed to change the situation in the last minute there, getting back into first, skipping the round. I think he stoked with that. If you tell me, I didn't know that he was sick. So quick recovery there for Ian, sending lots of energy so you get better soon. And see you ripping out here with this conditions today that are a little bit tough, but I'm actually looking forward to get into the water. You know why? It's always good to start off the competition. You know, it's you're always nervous to start, and it's nice that I'm actually going out today. It's a non-elimination round, so that's good to start, but I will definitely give my best and try to get that first spot so I can skip around.
All right, Hugo Nodia, Vian, it's all jumping around. Can we get the right graphics on you? Currently in the water, Tian Huben, and he's from the Strand. He's not very far away from here. And Jordan Pierce in this heat. That's Tian Huben and Jordan Peace in this heat, and that is men's round number 2 heat number 7.
Yes, we have this and one more heat, and then we'll be jumping into the junior division, round number 1. And after that, the women will be going out. I'm really looking forward for the juniors also, the Grumps, going out here and making the best out of this. And you know what? It looks really cold out there. I haven't been out yet, but I've been told the water is really cold. So I think my feet will freeze a bit.
Nah, you'll be alright. It's like the water in Arica or in Chile or in Iquique. Like it's really not that cold. It's look, once your feet go numb, you've forgotten about it.
Yeah, well, I think also with all the paddling that I have to do today, maybe I'm not gonna be too cold. And also the sun is shining. It's lovely weather. So
yeah,
it's
gonna be great. I think maybe it's a good thing that you guys get in. Here we go. Right, Red Tian Huben up and riding. Nice little arm extended roller. You can see he sits a lot with Ian Campbell in there. Bang, bangs a really good roll. Still going now. He's looking for that link up in the shore break. He's hunting it, making his way out to the rip channel, and there we go. Oh well, right after this rad roll, we got a great interview standing by with Giggs and Mark Webster.
Oh, a 2.6 at the end to save your bacon. How are you feeling, Mark Webster? Tight heat.
Oh, it was really tight, and I was surfing with one of my mates at my local, so yeah, it was pretty tough.
I mean, just trying to explain to viewers around the world, the waves are really powerful here, and kind of tricky lineup today as well. Tide going out, that wind has picked up a bit, hard to pick the gems.
Yeah, definitely. You got to just make sure you get a wave and manage to hang on, and that's the main thing. It's really tough out there. It looks easier than said than done, you know.
And the fact that an event of this level is at your home break, I mean, process that for us.
Sure, that's a long time. It's been a dream, you know, to compete in the IBC, and now it's here in Honors. It's just awesome. Words can't really describe it. I'm just super stoked to have it here.
Okay, well done, Mark Webster. You're carrying on through the Walkabout Pro.
All right, thank you, Giggs, and congratulations, local boy Mark Webster. I'm sure his brother Pippi will be super excited, aka Matthew Webster, for anybody that wants to know why he's called Pippi. We don't know. Maybe something happened. But in the water, Tian Huben with a nice score of a 5.33 with a super sweet ball on that nice little set wave. And then Jordan with a 3.5, groveling a bit. The judges liking to see that one wave banger. And the guy's getting back into the rip, back into the onerous conveyor belt, putting you right into position for another one.
Yeah, definitely some good scores there. To start off with a 5.33 is really nice. It makes you feel a little bit more comfortable out there, especially when the conditions are, when you have to really like fight for a good wave. You know, it's not easy today. You really have to stay patient, look for a good wave. But definitely we have seen some high scores today, and I really hope to get some good waves in my heat and not be struggling too much to find a good score.
Exactly, and just maybe take a leaf out of these guys' books. You kind of like keep that reform in mind. You know, you've been watching it and you've been looking at things a lot different than what we do, because you're planning your heat already in your mind. But if you kind of like look for that reform in the rip current, that where the river's coming out, you know, that could give you that after you've come out on the set wave or whatever you take at the back, and try and ride it in and link it with another maneuver at the end. Now you'll definitely get some good scores. And just keep in mind, swim back to the rocks, hook up with the rip current, and it just spits you out at the end.
Yeah, definitely. I've learned that being in the middle of the beach is definitely the worst idea you can do, trying to paddle out in the middle. Sometimes you think you can make it because you're still like quite on the outside, but I've seen some guys getting really unlucky, unfortunate, getting caught by the set. So definitely we'll be watching the two heats before mine and really seeing what's going to be the best way to... I know the best way to get in is on the side, but also to see where I should be sitting and which ways I should be taking. Definitely going to be looking for that left down there and try my best. But yeah, I'm going to stop talking because maybe some spectators there watching are my rivals. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, definitely we all know about that now, that the best way to get in is on the side next to the rocks, because it will help you to get back to the lineup, to get your ways and make it through the heat. So we see maybe some paddling out there. No, the boys decide not to get. So in this heat we have in first position right now red, and in second we have yellow. We don't have much scores, yes, we don't have much waves, but I can tell you how much they need. So you can also check the live scores on the website, on the IBC World Tour website. And Tian opened up the heat with a 5.33, and Jordan has a 3.5. Jordan needs now a 1.84 to get into first position if he wants to make it through this heat and into the next round. But as we're talking, still 17 minutes left in this heat, and both of the riders only have ridden one wave, so we're still gonna see some action here. As we were talking about the conditions, we've been talking a lot about it, that it changes, but as you can tell now, it's a little bit slow. But this is always the scary part, because that means that at some point that big set is gonna roll in, and you're always hoping that you're not in the spot where you get caught. As we see some of the spectators here sitting on the side, just enjoying the view. Now we have red up and riding on this ride, going for the spin. We'll try to connect for sure with another maneuver there. Goes for a big roll. That wasn't easy to do there. So he goes for a big roll. I think he's gonna be happy. I think he will also try to connect. He's still going in the wave. He will definitely try to go to the side of the beach also to get back. That was a good wave. I think Tian can be happy with that one. Let's see what the judges think, but I definitely think he will make it a little bit more difficult for Jordan to get the first position. So Tian looking quite safe as we see the replay. Tian, take us through.
Alright, Tian with that takeoff spin, but there it is. Nice projection, pops his arm, rolls in there almost like a kickflip from a skateboarder, and lands it super clean and super smooth. There we go. Total score of 11.5. So yeah,
he gets
big
a
shout
6
out.
point.
6 point, that's solid. He's surfing well. He's surfing clever. You see with the waves he's choosing, short punchy ones, gets it, high line, and bangs out. Quick shout out to everyone watching, all the Durban fellas, ST and the crew, Marco, everybody watching out there, supporting their boys from KZN, and Wesley Kutsia narrowly coming in there. And
yeah, thank you everyone watching out there. We have definitely some locals here. supporting the local riders, and we have people from around the world watching. As I'm going to try to make some shout outs here. We just saw the last wave of Red with a 6.17, putting him in a safer position there. In first position with a total score of 11.66. That's going to make it more difficult for Jordan to make it into first position. But yeah, some shout outs here from Melbourne. We have some people from Australia watching also. So
thanks, guys.
Thank you guys, everyone. Yeah, so thank you everyone tuning in. We appreciate everyone watching, and we're trying to do our best to entertain you and to give you all the information about this contest, which we are in the first day. And guys, this is gonna be such a good contest. Believe us, the swell is looking promising. So Dion, talk us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's just a pity. Right now, the wind is pretty onshore. It's been shifting, and we've been dealing with curveballs. And you can see a couple of comments. This is rubbish. Put it off. It just can't. We got a contest window. We need to run. There's contestable ways, so we need to run. There's tomorrow afternoon. So tomorrow morning is going to be absolutely thumping, big clean conditions. As the set increases, the waves increases, we'll probably start killing it, or just stop the day around about 1 or 2 o'clock. It all depends on the arrival of the swell, but tomorrow morning is going to be an excellent day. Yeah, that's Monday morning. Great excuse not to do any work and watch some Walker Bay. So unfortunately, this is competition. Onshore, offshore, big and small, you gotta ride them all. As that little rhyme, I just made that up, but still, that is a fact. You gotta be able to compete in any and what conditions. So love it or hate it, don't actually care much, but we have to just have to put up the show. And the riders are, you can't be surfing in 10-foot perfection every single day, can you?
Yeah, definitely. Of course, this is not the best conditions we've had in competitions, but we are professional riders. We need to know how to compete in any kind of conditions. And you guys have to understand that we don't have the whole year to decide which day we're going to compete. So we have a window, and the technical team really does work on it to get the best days. Today is the first day, so it started off looking really good in the morning, and it is rideable. It is good for competition, guys. We have had better and worse conditions also. I'm looking forward to get out there today and try my best. Of course, it's tricky, but there you can really see what the riders are made of. You have to know how to compete in these conditions. To read the ocean. It's not always perfect waves like I don't know, like we had in the Maldives or Fronton. Yeah, but even Fronton has bad days.
The wind pumps over there as
of
well.
course.
Cheapest. We saw that last year.
I know that this is gonna get way better for the next
you
round.
guys are in for a treat. Super pumped, super excited. You guys are in for a treat. It's gonna be great. It's gonna get so much more better. When all the sand now, these banks are gonna just turn on, and super pumped about that. Well, Tian Huben holding it down for the boys here with an 11.66. Jordan Peace trailing a little bit behind. I think he had his cages rattled a little bit by what Tian has produced. Tian being really patient, sniffing out those little bombs, and just going back to basic surfing. In conditions like these, basic surfing is what it's all about. Bottom turn, a roll, and if you can link a little bit of a spin and have some combination, the judges will award it. Obviously, their scale is a lot different in these type of conditions, a lot more forgiving, a lot more awarding for things, as you can see. They can't be throwing out 10s for a roll, but if that was a backflip, that would have been nice, But that's just, guys want to just play it safe. They want to make it out. Tian sitting in that commanding position with 10 minutes to go, 11.66. George needs about an 8.5, 9-point ride, and then he's there. And they're there. He will just be patient and just take his time. He's got ample time left, and he can turn this heat for sure.
Yeah, definitely. There's enough time to get 2 good scores and changing the situation. I'm going to do a real fast recap in Spanish, as we have some Spanish spectators. Entonces, chicos, hola a todos los que estén sintonizando ahora. Estamos en el primer día del Walker Bay Pro 2022. Estamos ahora mismo en el round número 2 de la categoría de hombres. Después de esta ronda vamos a tirar a los juniors, que si no me equivoco son 2 hits, y después entraremos las mujeres. Y creo que con eso ya acabaremos el día de hoy. Las condiciones, como ven, están un poco difíciles, pero bueno, tenemos que saber competir en cualquier condición, así que estén atentos. Aún quedan bastantes hits en este día y los siguientes días tiene pinta de que va a mejorar mucho, así que esténse activos. Nos pueden mandar comentarios ahí de dónde vienen y nosotros intentaremos mandar unos shoutouts. Yes, sorry guys, just a fast recap of what's going on today, and I'm gonna tell you guys also in English. So after this round number 2 of men, we will be running the juniors, and if I'm not wrong, it's 2 heats, and after that is the round number 1 of women. After that, it looks like it's going to be done for the day, and we will be coming back tomorrow. But stay tuned, because now we see Yellow up and riding on this left. No, not much there. He kicks out after that 360. But yeah, don't go anywhere, because we still have the juniors and the women coming after this. And we still got one more heat of the men. As we are in heat number 7, where Thean is in first position, red in first position, with a solid 11.66 total score. And we have Jordan in second. He's struggling a bit to find the good waves and find the scores to make it through the next round, which will be the round number 3 of the men, which probably will be running in the next days. So today, this is the last round of the men, but remember, there's still juniors and women after this. So Jordan in second needs a 8.16. It's not impossible, but he can also try to find, because he has still time enough to find 2 ways and make 2 good scores to put himself into first position, making it through this heat. Guys out there, let us know, who are your favorites for this event, for the men, for the women, and for the juniors? Who do you think is going to be taking the Walker Bay Pro 2022 in every division? Let us know. We will try to do some shout outs. I'm looking forward for seeing all of the riders out there ripping, as we've seen some good scores today too. It's tricky, but we've seen some good scores. We've seen some 8s there with big rolls on the right. Now it looks like it's connecting more down in the inside of the beach with some lefts, but there's definitely some potential waves to do some scores. I'm looking forward to get into my heat and try my best to get some good scores out there. Hopefully not getting caught by the set. As we see Yellow paddling into this wave. Let's see. Yes, he's choosing to take that left. Let's see what this wave provides. He goes up there for the roll, makes a roll, and makes it through the foam. So it's a complete maneuver. Let's see what the judges think. Let's see how this will affect to the situation in this heat, but we still got 7 minutes remaining. We have plenty of time to change what's going on in the water, but yeah, Tian is definitely out there with a solid score of 5.33 and a 6.33, making a total score of 11.66. I think he feels comfortable there, but guys, everyone has the chance here and everyone has the skills to change the heat in any wave. So stay tuned. Let's see what the judges are giving. For the last wave of Yellow, it's going to be a 3.83. So that's high score for him, but he still needs a 7.83 to get into first position. It's not an easy score to do today, but it's definitely not impossible, as there are some good set waves still coming through. With a clean roll, you can definitely make a good score. As we have these 2 riders, 2 local riders, 2 South African riders in the water, showing the world what they are made of. So guys, stay tuned. It's gonna be a real nice day today. It's sunny here. If you ever have the chance to come down to South Africa, please do, because I've been here just a few days now and I'm loving it. It's a beautiful town here in Andros. We have the coffee there at the beach, the milk on the beach. Beautiful to drink a little coffee and enjoy the day. And the crowd is loving it. It's packed. It's a beautiful Sunday day with a lot of spectators there enjoying the heat. Conditions are, as I've been talking a lot today, but it is shifting a lot. There's still a lot of wind, but the conditions are good enough to be running. I know that it's not the perfect conditions, but that's what we have to work with today, because we are professionals and we need to ride this ways also. And you know what? it's a tough one, but I'm looking forward to get some big waves out there. We still got time is running out for Jordan. Definitely, he still got 5 minutes. He's totally capable to do the score he needs. But yeah, time is running out, so let's see what the boys have in there, and let us know from where you're watching, and I can get some shout outs down. So now I'm here. So we see some people we have Pedro Sá from Portugal. As we were talking, we have some Australians watching. Alex Ishrov. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that one. We have people from Chile. Hola Chile. Hola desde Chile. Encantados de tenerlos aquí a ustedes. And yeah, we have people from around the world. It's just crazy to see. We love people from Chile. Cheering, of course, for Ala Muñoz. Then we have some Brazilians cheering for Neymar. Yes, we have. It's just from everywhere. Thank you also for the nice comments for the live webcast. Thank you for tuning in and making also this possible. I hope you're enjoying. We have Bego from Ecuador. So yeah, we have people from around the world. It's it's tough, guys. It's tough conditions, but 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Let's see if Jordan can change the situation of this heat, or will it be Tien making the win out of this heat? We still got one more heat of the men's round after this, so stay tuned. And yeah, this is an elimination round, guys, so only the first one will make it into round 3. The second position will be out of the competition. But yeah, we'll thanks for having this contest here with the IBC. We're really looking forward for the next days. Looks promising, so let's see what's gonna happen. Myself, I know that the conditions are gonna get better, so it's good for me to start today. Good for all the divisions to start today, as the first rounds of every category are not elimination rounds, at least for the women and the men. It's nice to get out there and start the competitions, so stay tuned. We have the juniors and the women coming after this. And you see it's a little bit slow, this heat, but there's still some minutes left. So let's see if Jordan can change the situation, or if it's really Tien making it through into round number 3. Well, he will be facing, so for the ones that are just tuning in, this is a round number 2. This is the repechage round. We had the round number 1 before. And in that round, it was a non-elimination round, which meant that the first one skips this round, making it directly into round number 3. And the second, third, and fourth will make it into this round right now. We have in the water, round number 2. So they have a second chance to make it through. But in this case, the second one in this heat will be eliminated and will be the end of the road for this contest. So we see some sets coming through. Guys, it's still big out there, trust me. And you definitely don't want to be where Yellow just was. He just got caught by that set. Let's see what happens for this last 1.5 minutes. Is it going to be Tien, or is it going to be Jordan making it into round number 3? So after this, as I was saying, it's going to be the juniors. So it's going to be the younger ones matching it up out there in this condition. That's definitely gonna be really good to watch, seeing the new generations giving their best out there and making some. It's definitely gonna be a show. I can tell you guys, the local boys here have a really high level of bodyboarding, so we will see some big maneuvers, some big waves ridden by the juniors, so stay tuned. And yeah, it's getting down to the last seconds of the heat, and it looks like it's red making it into the next round. And yeah, Jordan just got caught there, unfortunately, and he needs a big score to make it into the next round. Will he be able to get a wave in the last 30 seconds, or is it going to be Tien that's just going to make it through with 2 really good scores? Really good performance by Tien with 2 good waves. He was really patient. He knew what he was doing. So he's going to be really happy with his performance, but also big shout out to Jordan for fighting and trying to make it into the next round. As we still go the last 5 seconds, is he going to take this wave? Yeah, no, he decides not to. So that's what it is. It's going to be Tien making it into round number 3. In the second position, also congratulations for Yellow. And guys, don't go anywhere. We will be back after a little commercial break.
Oh, thank you for the last heat. Joining us for the last heat of round number 2. Heat number 8, Hugo Nodia up against Vian Vorsi. Oosthuizen. Hugo Nodia, one of those Groms that's come out from the younger ranks, and really showing his mettle here amongst the big boys. It's been a very good battle to watch. Vian up against Hugo. Shot fun times, and looking forward to seeing Hugo with a bright future in bodyboarding. We're going to be doing some juniors after this, and then we will be doing the 4. So it's 2 juniors, and it's going to be I think it's one junior heat and 4 women's heats. That's what we have left for the days. So about another 2 hours of surfing coming up. Should be finishing around about 4 p.m. local time. Quiet heat, nothing has been ridden yet. The guys still hanging out, waiting for some sets. Thank you for holding it down, and yeah, I'm sure you'll be keeping a keen eye on the things at the moment as you prepare for your heat.
Definitely, yes. I've been watching all the heats. That's a good part of being here also in the live webcast, having the chance to watch how the conditions change. And yeah, I'm looking forward for the contest to compete. I was talking about it now. I'm looking forward to get started. Definitely not the best conditions, but it's good to start. It's a non-elimination round, so it's good to get in there and get into the game. So guys, don't go anywhere, because as we're talking, we still got 2 divisions to run, juniors and the women. And we see not much going on right now in this heat. It's a little bit quiet, but as we were talking about the whole day, when it's quiet, it means there's going to be a big set rolling in. And that's what happened in the last heat, actually. Yellow got caught there in the inside. Like he was kind of in the lineup, but more in the inside, so he got caught by the big set. And that's not a position I want to be in later. So, but I also want to catch waves. So it's a little bit of a risk. So I will be looking forward to catch some waves and hopefully not get caught that much. But yeah, I think all the girls are going to do an amazing job out there. We're going to fight and try to bring a good show. Same as the juniors. The younger ones are going to go after the men, and that's going to be epic to watch. I'm going to be watching that from the side while I'm getting ready, and I'm looking forward to see all the other girls also ripping out there. So make sure you stay tuned, because this is really important. This content is really important for the women, because this will be crowning the women's world champion here. But also, guys, I've seen the locals. You've seen the locals also today, and the guys ripping out here. So make sure you stay tuned the next days, because it's going to be a cracker of an event. There's going to be some good conditions. I'm looking forward to surf this wave with a little bit better conditions than today. And man, I'm just looking forward to the show that's going to be in this contest. I really believe that I've been hearing what's coming, the waves that are coming, so I'm positive to see how good the waves are going to get. As we see some paddling out there, we see Red up and riding on this left. Let's see what he does. He goes there, he goes for a reverse spin, trying to connect there with the inside, looking to get another maneuver done. It's just connecting and connecting. Let's see if the wave provides him, gives him something so he can show us what he's made of. Unluckily there, the wave didn't give him much, but he will be paddling as fast as he can back to the lineup and get a better wave.
Yeah, that's good. Hugo is one of those guys that is surfing both the juniors and the men's division. So definitely one of those kids to look out for, and it's a great ambassador for any sponsor that would be looking for some new, fresh talent. Vian Vorsiwursthuizen's fresh off a plane late last night, came in this morning, hands up, screaming, "I want to please surf," and we managed to squeeze him into the event, and let's hope that he can continue his charge here. But he's got his work cut out, because he's definitely going to take this advantage of this with both hands. Men's round 8. Round 2, heat number 8, 20 minutes to go. 2.83 for Hugo and Vian with that first priority. Again, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all our amazing sponsors and everybody who made this possible. A special shout out to Suzanne Ackerman for believing in this and supporting it wholeheartedly, making a lot of this possible. So I really want to thank you as humble and as amazingly as I can. And then the list of our epic sponsors. Guys, you rock. Crux. So shortly we're going to be starting with the women's division. And the women's division is brought to you by Crux South Africa. Crux, come as you are. And that's just such a great slogan. Come as you are, no matter who and what, no matter where you're from, excuse me. It's just the one thing that unifies all of us. And they have taken up the women's division here for the Walker Bay Pro, adding value to this whole event and emphasizing the importance of equality and the women's sport and Women's Month here in South Africa. As we celebrated Women's Day on the 9th of August, we celebrate women's throughout the entire month of August. So shortly we'll be throwing back to an interview with Giggs and a previous heat winner. But it's so nice to see these global brands identifying and seeing these opportunities and getting involved, and especially involved with women surfing.
Yes, we're going to have the women's going after the juniors, and actually after the women's going to be the repechage round of the junior. So stay tuned, but definitely really happy about what's going on for the women in this contest. We will have some fun times for sure. And really, really thankful for all the support, especially from Crux, supporting this women division down here and the women ones. And yeah, I heard we have the interview ready, so please take it away.
Winner of that last heat, doing double duty on the work crew for the event and now getting the work done in the lineup. How are you feeling there, Tian?
Yeah, I must say it's quite a paddle out there, eh? So yeah, big ups to all the riders that paddled today, and yeah, thanks for all the spectators also. Feel pretty beat at the moment, I can tell you that.
Well, you put Jordan under a bit of pressure there. I mean, you put a 6 on the scorecard at the end there, and really sort of put a high requirement on them. You kind of know where you are in the heat out there. Can you hear what's going on? I mean, it's pretty challenging conditions.
So yeah, you don't really hear much at the back there. So each time you just catch a wave, paddle back to the rip, and you listen what's going on, and you strategize from there. I just try to look for the cleaner waves. The sets they just close out the whole bay. So yeah, I was just trying to be more wave selective.
There's a very good vibe amongst the bodyboarders. It's like a tribe, and you're involved, as I say, you're doing work on the crew as well. What are you taking away from this level of event coming to South Africa?
Oh, I'm just stoked beyond. It's like we've been frothing for this for so many years, and yeah, it's just a blessing that it finally happened, and I'm still capable to compete in it as well. So yeah, I'm just very fortunate, and yeah, for the town and everyone, I think yeah, it's just more and bigger things coming forward. So yeah, I'm for it. Yeah.
Oh, well done. Good work in the water and behind the scenes. Well done.
All right, thank you for that lekker interview. Congratulations, Tian Hubben. Some good surfing. All right, I'm joined by a really cool dude in a loose mood, and Ross Painter. You're one of those guys, one of the absolute key event partners here. You and the Jackery crew, allowing this whole event to be run on battery and solar. Yes, it doesn't come without its challenges. I see you got a couple of beads of sweat dripping on your brow. But knowing you, I totally know that you handle it very well every day. So tell us a little bit more about Jackery, what the vibe is, and what type of units you guys have here, and where can people find them?
Thank you, Dion. Thanks, Dion. Thanks for the introduction. Yeah, it's definitely been a learning curve today. It's one of our bigger events that we've done. And yeah, so we bring Jackery portable power into the country. It's a US-based company. We launched beginning of last year. We're currently running this event on 3 different models: our little 250 watt unit, a 500 watt unit, and a 1 kilowatt unit. And yeah, and then we've got a whole bunch of solar panels scattered around in the background here. And yeah, it's been certainly interesting. So we're in most retail stores, Outdoor Warehouse, Cape Union Mart, Micah, Orms, Just Like Papa, just a couple of the stores we're in. Otherwise, you can have a look us up online, jackery.co.za. Yeah, and essentially it's a portable power unit, lithium-ion battery management system, all built-in solar MPPT controller, so you can actually use any solar panel to adapt to it, not just our Jackery solar panel. And yeah, no matter where you go, you can take it with you, whether it's the office, camping, hiking, no matter what, take it with you. It's great.
Nice. Yeah, I can attest to the fact that keeping the lights on, even though we're dealing with a lot of load shedding, and having your units here, multiple units. How many units do you guys have here? 20 plus?
We probably, I'm just trying to think now, 2 of our small units doing the live streaming cameras. We've got 2 of our bigger 1 kilowatt units driving the live streaming and all the computers and sound. 2 500 units with all the judges and live commentators. Yeah, so a couple of units floating around all over the place here.
Alright, well, let's talk about another unit. Look at this, Vian Vorsi going down the line there, and he's looking for something. Hails from Onrus, currently works on a farm in Mozambique, so I'm sure he's, I think, to see everybody. He just landed late last night. He's such a guy, always down for a good time, so great to have him on board. But again, you guys putting, and it's not just with this event, you've been doing other events as well. We're kind of, having this whole shift with having this equipment that we haven't had in previous years. Let's put it in perspective. You and I carried generators down to Cool Bay Caves. So people that knows that place, it's a horrible walk to be carrying a 50 kilogram generator to have bodyboarding or surfing events. Now it's a little portable unit, weighs a couple of kilograms, not even, and you don't even feel it. And boom, there you go. Even better, no carbon fumes, no funny business, plug and play solar panel, and that's all you need. How cool is that?
Yeah, I know, it's been a game changer. I think Dion and I used to carry Jennies for about 10 years doing all the contests, and yeah, it's certainly much easier just rolling in with our units weigh anywhere between 3 and 9 kgs for our biggest one, and it's instant power, no noise, no fumes, no petrol, no servicing, no nothing. So yeah, it's the ultimate game changer, so we're very stoked.
What's the lifespan on one of these if it's used correctly and looked after?
Dion, that's a good question. Almost indefinitely. So each of the batteries has 500 full life cycles from 100% to 0, and even after that, you'll still have 80% battery life. So we've been trying to kill them for a while now, and we haven't been successful. So yeah, pretty much indefinitely. Anybody who manages to get one to end of life, let us know. We're looking forward to meet the first person.
It's like one of those Toyota Corollas with 1 million kilometers on, kind of looking for that unicorn, and they are around. So jackery.co.za is where you can be found. Now you're also steep in the bodyboarding. You started bodyboarding. You're also a keen stand-up surfer. Your kids also take to the water. It must be cool to see a sport like this progress from its humble beginnings, where you and I carried those generators up and down stairs and into horrible places, and now we're sitting here on a live stream powered by your units, and the whole world is watching.
Yeah, I know, it's been a long time. I think I started bodyboarding when I was 14, so what's that, 25, 26 years ago?
Oh, you're that old?
Yeah, that old. Yeah, it's been cool. Went through all, the whole Western Province trials and contests, and then went on to having my own retail stores, and that was kind of when I got heavily behind, obviously carrying bodyboards and supplying the market, and that was where we reconnected doing all the contests all over the Western Cape. And yeah, as you mentioned, I'm a avid beach goer, as is my whole family, and I've got 2 young boys now who absolutely froth to be in the water every day almost. If they could have their way, they wouldn't go to school. So yeah,
good.
so
It's a good problem to have.
It's cool to be a part of it and give back, and kind of, yeah, I'm stoked to be a part of it 25 years down the line. So very cool.
Nice, man. That's super rad to have you. And let's talk a bit about the conditions today. We've seen all sorts. We've seen 8 to 10 foot offshore bombs offloading. We knew that after yesterday had taken an absolute beating here, this whole coastline. You know, that today is a whole mixed batch of everything. We've got onshore, we had offshore, we had big, we've got small, we've got, you know, a little bit of everything, and that truly is testing the riders to the maximum, you know, because Honors is a powerful wave, it's a powerful beach break, and you know, we've seen some upsets, but in your opinion, you know, like you've been watching things from the back, and you know, kind of seeing some of those big waves. I think I saw your jaw drop a few times.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, I've been coming here for, I don't know, probably a decade and a bit. Yesterday was definitely some of the biggest swell that I've seen out here. There's been some bombs from the outside. Yeah, I mean, conditions this morning were good. Unfortunately, the wind has turned a bit onshore, but still super contestable. But yeah, Onrus is known to hand out a good dose of beatings to anyone.
Yeah, there's no rest in red. So Onrus means, geez, what's the direct English? Unrest.
Unrest, yes,
Unrest.
correct,
So there's no rest in unrest. So the riders are really, they got to stay one step ahead of this rip current, one step ahead of this ears foam ball beast driving towards you. So super interesting. Here we go. That's a rider in a red Yugo, just sneaking in and out of that one, not getting anything. Super quiet heat, super slow heat. But you know, at least we're lucky to have you guys powering this entire event, and you know, keeping the lights on, even though our government decides differently. And I'm sure, just having these events and having these units here would hopefully solidify and kind of show the public that, and other event promoters from any kind, that this type of systems being used at its heaviest right now, given we have a priority screen that draws over 1,000 watts and everything is coping. So it shows them that this is possible. We can move away from the carbon gases. We can move into something a bit more green and a lot more environmentally friendly.
No, 100%. This definitely opens up a number of more options for us, and especially if you've got any events in like remote locations and that.
Yeah.
You know, like, and also, I mean, just think about the space that a generator requires, you know, and having to carry fuel and all the rest of it. So, yeah, I mean, you can literally go anywhere and do anything with any one of our Jackery units.
As we look at the fans enjoying their time here at Onrus, super packed day today. It was absolutely thumping when I was down there earlier, and you know, I was so humbled. We're so happy to have an event and happy to have you guys on board as part of the power partner for the IBCC World Tour and the Walker Bay Pro. Ross Painter, thank you very much for your time here, and looking forward to seeing you guys outperform everything else the next couple of days as we crown the Women's World Champion here in Onrus for the first time. How did that feel? Like this little event, and now we're banging in another little milestone, Women's World Champ, extra spice.
That's going to be it's going to be epic, and yeah, super stoked to have been included. So thank you very much. Yeah, this is going to be epic. If you haven't got down here yet, there's still going to be a good couple of days of competition, and yeah, plenty to see and really awesome vibe. Stoked. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, man. Finals day right now, as it is today, next week Saturday, so expect a lot of people on the beach. I think we said around 2,000 to 3,000 people throughout the duration of the event. It was 2,000 to 3,000 people today.
It was full. Support. It's been full, and
parking all the way past the campsite for those who know this place. That's a lot of That's
no,
that's
it was
this place
cool.
in
And
December.
Restaurant was pumping, coffee was flowing, people
Beers
were
going.
stoked.
I'm kind of thirsty myself now. Talking about beers.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Anyone got a cold beer?
Yeah. Cerveja Porto. I'm still on the clock, so I got the boss here is looking at me. So, but thanks, man. Let's why don't you stay in? Let's call the rest of the heat. There's about 5 minutes, less than 6 minutes to go. Super slow heat, super tough conditions out there. You got no idea. One of the young grumps holding it down, making himself trying to get into that third round, which is the next on elimination. So these kids are, he's one of those guys that has a bright future ahead of him. His parents support him wholeheartedly, gets him to all these events. I think they live in Muscle Bay or somewhere, and they're part of the Cape Town bodyboarding crew, so they drive in from the trials. He's here, he's surfing both divisions, junior and the men's division, and we're seeing the juniors taken to the water coming up after this one.
Jeez,
2 men's around today, Russ. We banged out 16 heats with that. Got the juniors paddling in right now.
You can hear the cheering from the crowd.
Yeah, exactly. It's so nice to have a junior division, have it included. It's not an IBC sanctioned junior division, but we got to start somewhere, because we need the numbers. We need the juniors to realize that, hey, this is actually the real deal.
The juniors is where it all starts. At the end of the day, they are basically the future of the sport. So the sooner you can get them all involved, I see it with my kids. Get them in, get them frothing, get them, seeing what the older and professional guys are doing, and you become a product of the people you surround yourself with. So it's always good,
Yeah, those are good words. You become a product of people you surround yourself, not only in the water, but in business, but in life. It's you definitely, that influence that you have around, and you're hanging out with guys that are always pushing you, and always making you question and question yourself to improve. And that is just one of the really key things that means a lot and can go a long way. Coming down to the just under 4 minutes super quiet heat. Waves are super tricky. We're going to probably see the juniors surf a lot more in the shore break and not out at the back. They are probably going to be looking at that reform, but who knows? We might see one or two. Might see Hugo Nadir also taking it out to the back. So then after this, we got the women's round non-elimination, and we've got the juniors repechage round, and then we're going to be calling it a day. So 3 minutes 30 seconds to go, Ross. This is the world stage. This is kind of, for us, the bodyboarding community, equivalent to the surfings in South Africa, like the JB. It's a big production. It takes a lot of things to put something up like this. What's your take on first glance? You haven't been around these events in a long time, but for a small sport like this that's gaining momentum, I think you might be pretty impressed.
I'm extremely impressed, and I know the amount of hard work that's been put in, by yourself and all the teams behind you to pull this thing off. It's been I think a year in the planning. And this is a massive setup. Definitely, in terms of bodyboard events, it's the biggest I've ever attended. And this is exciting. I'm excited to see what transpires from here to the coming years. So this is just the step. This is kind of the learning curve, and from here on, building it bigger, better. For first time contest of this size on African soil, this is epic for bodyboarding. Epic.
Yeah, it's pretty right on. And then the focus on the women's division, the world title, and brands like Crocs South Africa, international, global brand, seeing an opportunity to get involved with the women's division specifically. Crocs, come as you are. That's their slogan, and it just speaks volumes of what bodyboarding is, and it's great to have these type of brands involved and pulling into and just to support women's bodyboarding. They've made it possible as part with Suzanne Ackerman that we can have that equal prize money. Again, there's 3 milestones at this event. The first one in African soil, the first event to ever have equal prize money, and the second, the first event to ever have a world title. Can you get a better script?
No, and it's Women's Month, and I tell you what.
Shut the front door.
There's many guys are going to be. Oh, I'm getting shot. And there's many guys are going to be standing on the beach wishing they could charge as hard as some of these women. These women give it everything. This is a little.
That's Red up and riding. It's Hugo Nadir, and he's looking.
He's
for
hunting.
something.
He's hunting. Oh, unlucky. yeah, very tricky conditions. Yeah, Hugo Nordia is still currently in the lead. But yeah, bit of a slow heat, but yeah, challenging conditions. So got to be super selective. Difficult one.
Yeah, it's tricky at the moment. You know, we've had tricky conditions all around the world, and this one is right out there. But thankfully, the forecast for the next couple of days, especially moving towards the end of next week, is going to be really cool. Going to see the classic onerous, great sandbanks, a lot of sand here. So you're going to see the classic onerous, and yeah, we're looking forward to seeing it and seeing the crowning of the women's world champ, the Walker Bay champ, the Walker Bay junior champ, all of these guys. So this heat's coming down to the wire. Ross, thank you for joining us here. Thank you for Jackery for putting power in our pockets here and making sure everything runs. We're going to be back with some more high-flying action, or a little bit of groveling here from the Walker Bay Pro. Well, I'm joined here by Tristan Roberts. We got the juniors division in the water. Tristan, mate, I think neither you and I thought this is possible. Seeing the amount of people that we are seeing, and we're seeing Rider in red, staying in red, surfing back-to-back heats. That's Hugo Nordia.
Yeah, bro, it's an epic turnout here. The sun's out. The onshore did come up and ruin our vibe a bit, but there's still a lot of swell around. The next few days are going to be really intense, so we have no shortage of swell. So riders are stoked and excited to see what happens over the next few days, and all the spectators are so happy to be down here and seeing what's happening. It's pretty incredible down here, man.
I don't think I've ever seen so many people on the bank. Even now, earlier it was just, there's no room to do anything. It's still, we said 2,000 to 3,000 people. We see Ryder in red, I think, is coming in or something, or he's still busy. But we said 2,000 to 3,000 people over the entire period of the end, and today boom, that's it, 2,000 to 3,000 people on day one.
Yeah, for sure. I think, yeah, no, I don't think any of us expected this, and yeah, all the locals are just frothing to be here to support such an incredible event, right? So it's yeah, it's really incredible to see. I'm stoked everyone's behind it, and the vibes are really good down here, and the energy levels are really high, so everyone's stoked.
And Cornelius going for a roll through the lip there, the son of former South African rugby captain Corne Krieger. And how cool is that?
Yo, bro, stoked he's off the rugby field and in the ocean, bro.
That's it, eh? Tackling some other beast here.
Yeah.
The onerous. Let's talk a little bit about onerous, man. It's you and I have been in this place for a very long time. You have been here basically your whole life. And you know, we've spoken about these events and having something here one day, and you know, I guess it was pretty hard to believe that when you and I went to the tourism department earlier the year, that, you know, with our Sobby story, and please, like,
yeah.
can you help, you know, now we're here, and it's just,
yeah.
As a traveling athlete, how does it feel to not be on a flight halfway across the world, but actually just out of your back door. But take us through this heat. Who's in this heat first?
Yeah, so we have Cornelius in yellow, who's put on a bit of a score. He's got a 2, so he's definitely going to be back out there searching for better scores than that. The conditions are really tough. Guys are kind of just looking for 2 nice clean rolls off, and those clean-up sets are not helping. It's pushing all the boys back onto the inside when they ride in position, so it's been really hard. And then you got Hugo in red. Also, he's up there with a 2-point total, so there's a couple scores on the board, but nothing major just yet. And Yanku, he's actually a local boy from here who's actually over the last few years just came out of nowhere and he's been putting in a lot of time. And yeah, so I'm looking forward to see how he does. And then Henry Duplessis, he's still looking to open his score. So yeah, there's a couple waves, and man, I'm just frothing on this event. It's pretty crazy. I was saying to the boys, like, how crazy it is when we used to surf. We used to all make jokes like, oh, what would Jeff Hubbard do on these type of waves or whatever that is, and now we got the opportunity to surf against them in these heats, and it's pretty crazy to see. And yeah, I think it's incredible, man. I think it's going to do so much for the sport here. I think got so many Groms walking around asking for signatures today. They don't even care if you're actually a bodyboarder or not. They just see you in a wetsuit and they're asking for your signatures.
Oh,
so
that's what it's all about.
yeah, it's lacquer the and yeah, the vibes are so high down here. It's one of the greatest things I've been to in a long time. And yeah, like you said, for me to compete down the road, it's a bit strange. It's like I almost feel a bit too relaxed because it's like I'm normally living out of a bag, and you know, so like flying to another country with one purpose, and it's really hard to manage everything here at the moment, and there's so much happening, and so cool to see everyone, and you want to be social, but at the same time you've got a job to do, and it's hard to narrow that mindset. But yeah, it's super cool, and first for me, and I'm loving it, bro.
Oh, thanks. I'm loving that you're loving it. Sounds pretty great. Tell me a little bit about your strategy this morning, paddling in on far side, and what was the thought process behind that?
Yeah, just it kind of looked a bit soft on as you see now on the right hand side of the screen. It's like the river that broke out made it a bit deep there, so there's not too much sand there, so the ramps look a bit soft and bumpy, where on the other side of the beach it's almost as if all the sand filtered to the left hand side. So I was seeing very heavy ones on the other side of the beach, and just seemed like so much more scoring potential. Like, you know, if you had to hit one of those big ramps, you were for sure in the excellent range. So, you know, I really wanted to go there and get one of those. But then when I got out there, I just saw how much water is moving on that shallow bank. It's incredible, like, to try and be in the right place at the right time. It's really hard, and there was some big lines coming through there. I had some heavy duck dives. But yeah, I managed to get 2 scores, and I think over the next few days when it does clean up, I think we're going to see some good scoring rides on the left-hand side of the beach where all that sand is settled. So yeah, over the next few days we're going to have cleaner conditions. It's just a matter of finding those moments in between all this big swell. But the winds are going to be good. This is our last onshore day, so we're stoked on that. And now it's just a matter of, you know, fighting those big ramps and holding on.
Let's talk about the swell that's anticipated tomorrow afternoon. I mean, tomorrow looks like a good day. We're going to be running men's probably, and you know, it perfect winds, good everything. But then that 20-second monster is starting to lurk from around about lunchtime. Like, I mean, when last have you just, you know, as a honest resident or South African person down on the coast, when last did we have a swell of that magnitude with that period? I mean, this is like the second one back to, or the third one back to, the second one back to back, but without the rain and the heavy onshore stuff. So it's going to be super clean. Take us through that, and also what can we expect to see? Like, what type of, you know, what's going to happen?
Yeah, so that 20-second ground swell period is absolutely massive. I think that swell that's coming is going to have so much energy and so much power in the waves. Like, now we kind of have a bit of a wind swell. As we see the drop there of the parking lot, there's a little store running there, surf zone, so really cool. And yeah, all the coffee stands, all the food, it's actually incredible down there. You just see everyone walking around, and just been eating all day. It's incredible to be there. But yeah, that big swell that we got is going to be something something special. I think in the morning we can expect very clean conditions. We have very light offshore winds, with that swell being similar size to this morning in the morning, and I think you're just going to see heat by heat as that swell rolls in to a point of later on in the day where there's going to be one big clean out set and we're going to know that's the day, you know.
Time is TikTok.
So yeah, it's going to be exciting. I think that 20-second period, normally that swell does push a bit late, which might save us. As we have a rider in red up here, just skipping down this white face, sees there's not much opportunity there, so he kicks out of that one. So yeah, the next few days look really exciting. We got that. There's a couple more days in the week, and then the weekend looks really good to finish the event. And we can obviously expect a massive crowd on the weekend. When you see today, you can only expect huge things for next weekend for finals day. So I think everyone's super excited for that, and yeah, I think the energy is going to be so high on that day, and there's going to be good waves. So it's going to be sick.
Sick, bro. You know, this little town is giving you and I so much, and you know, just want to pay homage to this town and, you know, bring something like this here. But this is a perfect setup. As you see one of the riders just coming out of that one, I think it might just be coming in, or we might have missed that. I'm sorry, that does look a little bit like a red, you can know, Dion. I think you might be coming in and just getting a better position, because then with the rip washing them back into the middle, and you know, maybe he's just looking for one of those little insiders. So he was coming off the wash, getting back into position, and hopefully yeah, he will be able to post some good scores. Hugo Dia is one of those kids that's really come out the ranks, hasn't he?
Yeah, and as we see Ryder in white over here, just having a skip down that one, looking for a bit of opportunity. Yeah, he might try ride this one all the way to the inside and look if there's a bit of a reform.
Seems like it.
As we see Ryder
in blue, that's
Janku out the back. He did that reverse spin on the face, and at this point that's actually a score. So if he can link this in and do something off the front, he's going to be doing well. So let's see if he manages to kick on to find a little ramp to finish with, and that would be great.
Oh, there it is, on the nose.
Here he is. Let's see if he can manage to pull a roll off here.
And the crowd's going to love that if he can make it, but a lot of water moving in that little section.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's like, just like if you're in the rip there, so that rip bowl is pretty heavy for its size, and a lot of guys coming unstuck there today, and it's a bit tough, but yeah, they're in the rip now, so they'll have an easy paddle back out. I'm not sure, it's going to be interesting to see if they all decide to just sit on the inside and ride that rip bowl, just because there'll be easier, quick scores there, or if they're going to brave it and still go and sit out the back and fight those big wash throughs.
It's probably not the worst idea to try and link up with that one. You know, so it is giving good scoring opportunity. It is definitely, you know, so going to the back, it's, you know, yeah, you're going to risk it, but it's going to be difficult. So stay in the rip ball, surf to your potential, get one or two rollers, a little bit easier to land rollers for these grumps, and you know, make it into the next one.
Yeah, I think this is a non-elimination round, so at least they're just settling the nerves and getting used to being the competitive jersey. So I think it's a good day to push them out there and just give them a go, and then try and find, you know, more ideal conditions for them in the week, and which they're going to be stoked on. But there's for sure scoring potential out there, and if they decide to connect one at the right time, they're going to go flying for sure. As we see this replay here, he just gets there, and that roll was just at the wrong angle. He should have, you know, faced to the beach more, so he kind of ended up corkscrewing and landing sideways, which is not ideal for landings, so coming a bit unstuck there, but he might at least get a small score for that. And
well, he got those two spins, so, you know,
yeah,
we're still waiting for that score to drop, so let's keep a keen eye out on that. But yeah, 12 minutes 16 seconds ago, going into women's after this. You know, this event's focusing a lot on the women world champion. You know, quite the conditions, like quite the scenarios that need to play out for the crowning of the women world champion. Basically, all of them need to come and make from semis and up, you know, and then from there on it'll be like who makes it to the final and who wins.
Who wins, yeah.
You know, so It's so many scenarios. I don't think I can remember the last time we have had so many different scenarios to crown a champion. But dude, we're crowning a champion in our little zone yet.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy when the race is so close and you have 4 competitors that are in the race, and all comes down to the last event, because it just makes for a way more intense final event for them. And yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how it all plays out. I think in these big conditions that we're going to have, it's going to come down to who wants it the most, and biting down and chasing those big ramps and getting the scores. So it's going to be, whoever comes out on top is definitely going to be a worthy champion.
Sounds good, and I'm excited for that. Janku getting a solid score with a 4.67 combined score with that nice little double spin, and then unfortunately getting stuck with that Rolo. But nonetheless, you're going to deal with a 2.17. Cornelis Krieger right behind him with a 2 point, and Hendrik du Plessis with a 1.67. So it sounds like the Rip Bowl is the one right now for the junior division, and the guys just testing it out. It's a lot of energy, a lot of power in the water. So. It'll be tricky. It's just like you said. Thankfully, the last onshore day. We just got to deal with this mammoth swell. It's going to be dishing a couple of
hidings.
Not a couple of hidings, and we'll just be packing up everything and putting it down the tip of the mountain. Here we go. Rider in white, Hendrik du Plessis.
Yeah, as you see, he decided to just sit on that inside rip bowl, and unfortunately, bottom turned a bit late there and missed the ramp, but he could be onto something. I think he just needs 2 small scores there in the front. He's got 10 minutes remaining. If he gets 2 small scores in the front, could end up being enough to move into that first spot, but let's see how it all plans out. If someone gets a bomb out the back, it's going to be hard to top that score on the inside.
Yeah, no, for sure, but it's such a gambling game at the moment, where to sit, where to be. We got rips, we got currents, we've got big waves, small waves. You literally have a smorgasbord of a complete, of everything. I mean, this morning when you were out there, we were looking back, and there was a couple of, what can we call it, 8-10 footers maybe.
Yeah.
Sometimes. I mean, we're far from the beach, so but there was some absolute freight trains coming through.
Yeah, there were a couple that I got under that I was really stoked to not be a few meters back, and if I was any closer to the beach, those things would have offloaded in front of me and gave me an absolute nightmare of a paddle. A lot of the guys huffing and puffing, paddling some tough paddles and pushing ourselves out there, and 25 minutes goes by so quick when the conditions are so big, because you're trying to pick out decent scores and ones that aren't too much of a gamble. So yeah, it was really interesting, and stoked to just get that one done and just see how we go on for the next few rounds. I think those man-on-man heats are going to be super intense with those big conditions. You're going to maybe not even see the other competitor for the whole heat.
Exactly. Here we go. That's rider in white. That's yellow. That's Cornelis Krieger. Good-looking, nice little right-hander. And let's see if he can link one more little maneuver. Nice little wave, lots of speed, 2 little speed checks. Nice little cutty. He just needs a little roller. He's holding the rail. He's looking for it, Tristan. Got a little reverse spin there. Not too bad. Not too bad. Straightening it out. Oh, there it is. A little reform. All right. Can the little Grom do something? These guys are like 13, 14 years old. And unfortunately just fading out there. He's still going. He's changed directions. He got more mileage. Oh, and he hooks 10 points. Right. And, that's so sick. That's
and a 180 sinker to end it. That was cool,
jeez, bro.
For length of ride, I give him a 10 point. He rode that thing all the way from the back, all the way to the sand. That was crazy.
Nice.
And yeah, he did manage to do a nice clean roll. So yeah, and that spin out the back, that reverse spin. So
combo surfing,
combo wave,
basic surfing,
all the way from the back.
Yeah.
I think yeah, that's going to be one of the better scores of the heat, if not the best.
And here we go. This is blue. Our current heat leaders. We wait for the other score. Nice little cutback reverse, but he lost a lot of speed. The kind of wave also just fading and just kind of disappearing underneath him. So. Yeah, interesting time, but yeah, let's see. That Cornelis Krieger is definitely gonna go right up into first place. Named after his dad, I suppose. Cornelis Krieger. Cornelius, just
yeah.
Good to have these people. I was super surprised and quite stoked to have seen him at at the opening ceremony. He was like, man, you look familiar. And then he's like, all right, yeah, I'm that guy. It's like, all the rugby fanatics was like, hey.
Yeah, nice, right?
Super
That's
cool.
It's always, we've come from a country with so many big sports, and it's really cool when you see well-known players and participants in other sports getting behind another one and standing together, and there's nothing quite like the unity of sport. And I think he's going to definitely be pumped on his son's performance here today, and it's going to be super interesting to see how Cornelius does in the future, and if he pursues the sport to make a career out of it, or if he's going to end up tackling guys. So
tackle him in the water, can't take my wave. Super cool. No, it's great. It's great. It just shows again, bodyboarding is just another great sport. Other than all the famous sports that we have in this country, and to have his support, his dad over here now, he's look at the scores is changing. Like Hugo coming back in with a 7.34, Janko with a 6.33, and Cornelius with a 5.67, and we got like around about 5 minutes remaining. You and I are both avid UFC fans. What happened this morning?
Yeah, wow.
Did you even see
that's the surprise of sport. I think it's incredible, man. Like that was Usman losing this morning was a big rattling start to my day. And yeah, man, that's how it goes in sports. Sometimes the best just have a bad day in the office and come out losing. So I'm sure he's going to bounce back from it. I think any top competitor in their sport need to know how to deal with loss.
Yeah.
And just stoked that when I lose, I'm not getting knocked out.
Crazy. I mean, stranger of the emotions of high-level sports. The everything that goes with it. Your year this year has been very good. You've made South America, finals in Rico with Mars. You won in Iquique. I think you had a third in Antofagasta.
Yeah.
Was another third out in
second in Brazil.
Second in Brazil, that's correct. So, and then Maldives. Maldives also saw you.
Yeah, I got a third in the Maldives. I've been knocking at the door and on every podium so far this year. So I'm really happy with that performance, and I just hope to keep building on that. And it's been a real eye-opener for me to see what is possible. And just kind of look forward to seeing what the future holds and how many endless possibilities there are. And just look forward to keep pushing myself.
What are you working on currently? What's next besides focusing on the world tour? You're going to be around for a while still. You're probably the hottest property in the sport right now, or at least one of.
I think for me it's for sure my main focus is chasing that world title now that I'm so close to it. And we see Ryder in white having a paddle but a no-go. That's definitely where my main focus is now, but at the same time I'm also itching to go and surf waves that I've always wanted to surf as a kid, and hopefully next year I can get over to some of my dream destinations and produce some good content. And that's the dream. If I can spend some time in Australia next year, I would love to do that, and chase the heavy slabs there with all the talent around there. So that would be great. And just trying to stay fit and avoid any injuries, stay strong, and just keep building on my career.
Well, take us through your daily off-season routine. Like what does Tristan Robert do to keep himself in check, his mind right, his body strong? Like how do you manage that?
Yeah, so at the moment, which was really cool for the last year and a half, I've actually training for the Tides, which is actually a sponsor at this event too. They're doing the sports massages and the physiotherapy here, and also the biokinetics. And it's just they've been pushing me through my paces, identifying weaknesses, and we got Nelia, who's the biokineticist here in Amanus, Nelia Harding, and she runs her own office here, and she's just been after getting the reports back from the physios and what needs to be worked on, she's been applying and drawing up programs for me to work through with her, which has been really cool, having that team behind me and making sure that I'm doing everything correctly and, you know, actually avoiding injury. And well, you know, injury is always possible, but doing our best to avoid it. And yeah, they've been pushing me hard this year with strength and conditioning, and then obviously I've always just loved exercise, so for me that part is actually not so bad, and I really enjoy running and getting out on the track, so that's always cool. As we see Ryder in red having a look on this long left, he's going to try and milk it to the front. Oh, he just lost his speed on that reverse. So yeah, I think future generations are still going to see how important it is to do training outside the water, especially with the level our sport's going to and the high impacts we're taking nowadays. It's, you know, everything's just about how high you can go and how far into the flats you can go, and if you don't prepare your body for that, you're going to have a short career. So I'm trying to work on having a longer career, and, you know, still trying to be in peak performance in a few years, as the landings do take a toll on your body. And yeah, I think that's kind of my main focus in the off season.
That's good. And then we'll touch base more on some other activities after this heat. It was 20 seconds to go, and we're going to have one more junior after this, then the women's, and then the juniors repechage, and we're going to call it quits for the day. It is now 3 p.m. Central Africa time here in Onrus, Cape Town, and 7 seconds to go. Hugo Nadir coming out 11.17, and Janku van Noordwijk advancing into the next round, and Cornelis and Hendry will be surfing off again at the last heat of the day. We'll be back for some more action and some Tristan stories right after this quick commercial break. All right, back in the action. Junior men, round one. This is heat number 2, the last one for the day. Then jumping into some women's action presented by Crocs South Africa. Crocs, come as you are. The junior division proudly sponsored by Comfort Cool, and loving the input and the investment in junior riding from the boys at Comfort Cool. Here, rider in red, that's Braden with a nice little Revo at the top, cruising down the face on very testing, tricky, onerous. But you heard it from the Prince of Onrus that things are going to be getting a lot better, and we are super pumped to show you guys what this little beach break can offer. If you want to have a glimpse to see what this wave can do, jump onto Tristan's Instagram feed, have a look at a couple of these local waves at home, and also on the IBC Instagram, or on the Walker Bay Instagram specifically. Almost all the waves that we've posted are here from Onrus, far side, roadside, it's all out there. Had some great surfs out here. So Braden Hewitt coming up with a 3-point ride, a couple of spinneroonies in there. Seems like with these type of conditions, you got to spin to win.
Yeah, I think it's pretty soft at the moment out the back, and see how all the juniors are opting to sit on the right hand side of the beach, which is a bit softer than the left. The left side of the beach is a bit more gnarly at the moment. A lot of clean out sets on that side. So as we see here, we got Liam Prophet in this heat, and Braden Hewitt, Peter Malan, and Aaron Gimple. So
yeah, Aaron Gimple from the deep south. and Liam Prophet, Braden Hewitt, and Peter Malan. Round number 1, heat number 2 for the Walker Bay juniors. You know, the cool thing about this is, you know, they can call the Oma in Bloemfontein. Oma, ek gaan nou 'n bietjie surf. She can log in and she can see what a grandson gets up to, and that is the joy of it. That's a reach of the sport, and you know, bringing the juniors into the fray and having them, you know, get the same treatment as you guys. You know, that means a lot for them. And you know, Comfort Cool, they're the naming sponsors, and this junior division is brought it by them, by Comfort Cool, and super stoked. They identified that development in this country, and development in any sport, is key.
100%, and keeping these juniors motivated to come back in the future is what it's all about. And I think they are also stoked to meet the pro riders here and to see the level of riding that's going to be happening over the next few days is going to keep them pumped and excited to continue with the sport. And also we're going to be doing some development clinics here with the juniors and the Grams, so it's going to be really exciting. And I think yeah, man, it's just incredible to see how the public is behind this event and how they're all just sitting on the bank and really enjoying it and asking a lot of questions. And you know, all the awareness that's happening here at the moment is just so great for the sport.
Nice. Well, we got an interview ready with our previous heat winner. Take it away.
Well, back-to-back heat wins, that's something to talk about, and 3 heats surfed today. 16-year-old Hero Nadia, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit drained. There's a lot of water moving, as you can see, and the conditions are quite tough, but everyone has to surf in the same conditions, so yeah.
So, second heat, you got the elimination win over your opponent. It keeps you in the men's main draw. Do you know who you're coming up against?
In the next round?
Yeah, on the men's side. Coming up against Ian Campbell, world champion. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, like I've done clinics with these guys and like I look up to them like my whole life. I learned how to bodyboard off their videos, so like it's life-changing, like having conversations with them. Like it's so nice that it's here in South Africa, so we have the opportunity. So
amazing, well done. And then of course straight into a junior win back-to-back after that elimination win, keeping you in the main draw. Junior heat, how was it to transition from one heat to the other? You said that it was hard work. How are you feeling?
yeah, I'm feeling a bit tired. I had to change the mindset, definitely dig deep, because I was tired. I wanted to go for like a massage over here, maybe get some chow. But yeah, felt good to get back in the water competing after SA, so yeah.
Oh, well done, go rest up. You're in the draw next time we get going on men's.
Thank you so much.
All right, welcome back. Thank you for a really cool interview with our previous heat winner, Hugo Nadia, who's surfing in the men's division as well. One of the few juniors that's gone for both divisions, and he's got a bright future ahead of him. I think he's a South African junior champion as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And you know, just one of those guys that's really here to grow himself and develop himself. And dude, it's for a lot of these kids to have people like Jeff Hubbard here, to have people like you guys and Ian and Jerry that unfortunately can't compete, and Alan is very different than this morning.
Yeah, for sure. As we see that cross on shore has just come up pretty strong, and it's shutting down the rights a lot, so the guys are opting to kind of go for the lefts a bit more. But you know, that bumpy left at the moment is really tough, and yeah, I think it's just trying to make the most of it and find the heavier sections to put on the bigger scores. And yeah, the juniors are really going at it and trying their best.
Yeah, that's it. Brought to you by Comfort Cool, KZN company, investing in the junior division and in the bright future of development. On Wednesday, we'll be seeing you guys giving back. We've got oceanic safety talk, or beach safety talks from Henky and the boys. And then we're gonna have a beach cleanup attached to that, and then we're gonna do, you know, some one-on-one, and you know, teach the kids about that.
Yeah, sounds epic, bro. As we have
That's yellow, just
having a quick in and
Liam
out.
Prophet. Unfortunately, the wave and the wind just you know, kind of pushing him off the one there. So super tricky. It's just, you know, it's not ideal, but we just got to get through these rounds because we're in for an absolute show. Yeah, we got Peter Malan cruising down the face of this one. He needs to just keep his nose nice and steady. You know, little ramp approaching, runs away from it. Can he get another one? Yes, in the rip there, as you were saying, and just letting that one go.
Got real close to the rocks there.
That's also
There's a rock that's further shallower
Oh, there
that
it
you
is.
can't. And that end little roll bowl is a bit intimidating.
Fearless Groms.
Yeah, you have to do a bit of a cut back and stay well right of that rock, or else, yeah, we're going to see some injuries there, which we hope to not see. So Groms are clever and cleverly pulled out of that one. There's a lot more potential out there. You don't need to risk that, so it's all good.
Let's look at that. He was just a little bit too in front of the wave, and there it is. But yeah, nothing on that section really. Nothing much to hit there. So Braden Hewitt first position with a 4.33, and Peter Malan with a 1.17, and Liam with a 0.73. Aaron Gempel, he's got to pick up his socks and get some good scores. Really good surfer from down south, and one of those kids is part of the Cape Town bodyboarding team that went to nationals. So he's got all the tools in the bag. I think he's probably just a little bit rattled about the tricky conditions that we have here at the moment. So that's just onerous, and that's surfing. You can't have it all. You can't have it perfect all the time.
No, for sure, especially because it's a non-elimination round. We just push to get these out the way so that when the waves do turn on, we into the serious rounds over the next few days. And yeah, I think tomorrow is going to be, we're going to have a small window tomorrow before it does get too big. So if we do check in and it looks rideable, we've got to make the most of that before that huge swell kicks in. And yeah, I think it's going to be incredible, man. The next 2 days, you have incredible winds. It's just a matter of how big that swell actually does come in. Even if we look at Tuesday, we have an offshore all day. So even if it is too big for the comp in the morning, the riders are definitely going to be free surfing towards the end of the day when it drops off and it's clean and offshore and some big ramps out there. So looking for a few exciting days of bodyboarding.
Yeah, it seems like that swell comes Monday evening, hangs around till like midday Tuesday, and then it starts dissipating, and then we got that consistent like 2 to 2.5 to 3 meter swell, good winds, and that's just perfect for you.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the ideal size. As soon as it starts touching over 3.5 meters, you know, you're in for some horrendous paddles and some heavy duck dives. But yeah, up to 3.5 meters and offshore winds here, we're smiling all the way. So we do have some of those days later on in the week, and starting tomorrow morning, it would be around 3.3 meters to about midday. It gets to about 3.6. And then by tomorrow evening, you're looking at about 4.7. So that's what we're trying to avoid.
90 seconds, something
Yeah.
ridiculous like that. You know, that type of period is almost unheard of. But we've had them a few times, but they're very few and far between. Years few and far in between. Got the juniors here, and we've got a 4-man here. Aaron Gempel still needs to get onto the scorecard, and he's holding on to that priority, but well, in 4th priority at the moment. So he's out there. He's just looking for a couple of bombs. And 14 minutes 22 seconds ago here in the junior division, presented by Comfort Cool. It's really cool to have everybody here, and what a cool day.
Yeah,
what a cool day.
it's incredible to
and
see.
There's still a lot of people out. So a lot of people supporting. It's actually for a Sunday afternoon, 3 o'clock. Come in, watch the bodyboarding, watch the Grumps. Next up, we got the women's non-elimination round. Like I said, it's just good to get these non-elimination rounds out the way, and you know, just start focusing on what's to come and the rounds that mean something. You know,
100%.
These are for everybody, just to kind of dust off the cobwebs, get back into rhythm, and just kind of feel it out. This is a good-looking wave from Braden. Nice little Rolo. Yes, there he is, landing that one.
Yeah, he had a really nice bottom turn, came off the bottom. Got to the ramp a little late, but he's going to be stoked with that roll. And if he can link it into something else in the front here, he's going to be super stoked. And he pulls off another little roll. Oh, back down the double up section. He's now in the danger area. There's that rock should come up real soon. And yeah. Yeah.
As we would say, ish.
Yeah. He's
probably on a rock. What is that?
He's got a little cramp over there from
nice.
from that
Here we
spin,
go.
but he did really well on that ride.
Liam on a good looking wave, another nice little fast river spin. And yeah, let's see if he can get a nice little section to do a nice aerial maneuver. Unfortunately, look at that, the wave just gone flat in a double up.
Yeah, if he had cut back to this side, he could have maybe gone right and done a roll off there. You're trying to avoid riding too close to those rocks, because then you're in the rip, and as soon as you go into the rip, the wave kind of loses all its power, so and fades out. That rip's just so strong through there, so that's what you're trying to avoid.
Yeah, let's look at the replay for Braden. Let's look at it. How you say that's that second little insider one that when I blinked it was done, and this is where the rock comes, little spin and boom, right there. Hello, how are you?
Yeah, that was a really good ride from Braden. As you can see, there's still scoring potential for the juniors out there to just get their combos down and go back to the basics, and you know, turn on the groveling mode and put on some scores and make it.
Like conditions like these, the basic surfing. You know,
Exactly.
It is what it is. You know, your combination surfing, your little rollers and spin combos, nice little smooth bottom turn. The judges love that. I mean, Braden Hewitt 9.17 with a combined score. So it's really, it shows that if you can link up some of those other scores. Here we go. This is Liam's nice little revo. Unfortunately, like you say, when he got to that point, a little cutback, kind of back into the face of the wave, and to connect with that, but it's easier said than done from here. It's a lot of water moving and a bit choppy out there.
Yeah, it's so much water moving, and you can just see this wind is just pushing that swell a bit flat and making it really difficult. So these guys really have to make the most of every opportunity, and like you said, just clean combo surfing is what the judges are going to be wanting to see now, and going as fast as possible to come off the lip at the right time and trying to maximize any little opportunity. And I think Braden did really well in that last exchange where he did that roll out the back and linked it all the way to the front and did that second roll and the forward spin after. So yeah, the juniors are making the most of the tough conditions at the moment.
That's what they got to do, make the most of the worst, and I think they're really doing a good job to making the most of the worst. Here we go. This is Liam Prophet, a nice looking left-hander, comes out the white water. Now, can he learn from that previous one, get back into the face of the wave where the speed is? Seems like he is. Can he connect? No. Loses that speed of the wave, also just going a little bit flat. Yeah, it's tough out there. It's tough out there, and that is what it is. The wind making things hard. Aaron Gimple just in the middle. He's not in a good position there. He's sitting in the middle of the bay, and he's been looking for something, but he's just been duck diving for the majority of this heat.
Yeah,
white.
I've been just doing a little cut back and cutting back into the power of the wave, and hopefully he can stick to that power area to link this one into the front. Looks like this wave's going to go a bit fat on him, and he's not going to get into that little round section in the front. So quick paddle back out for him. He's in that strong rip, so he's going to be stroking back out there to back up that score of his.
Nice. Yeah, it's good to have your input here. Just kind of how the mechanics of this beach break works.
Yeah.
You know, it's not ideal, these conditions, but it is what it is. It's non-elimination, so it's cool. But it still kind of always has the same formula with a rip going on both sides. You took the rip and far side, you use that to your advantage, you got out quite quickly. Not as strong as the one that's here by the river, which is the one that's predominantly used. But I mean, you know this place better than anyone. You saw something there that the other risers didn't even bother looking at, and there were a couple of bombs offloading here for sure. Like
for sure.
In the heat before yours, they caught my attention for sure.
Yeah.
And then when I saw you coming in, I was like, interesting. And then you went that way, and I was like, okay, I kind of see what you were doing. And then I was just kind of trying to watch you, and you know, it's not everyone will go out there in that size and that space. But you know, it's competition. You gotta roll the dice, and you kind of know what you're doing. So very interesting selection there.
Yeah, I think it's super tough at the moment too. You know, when you see two possible peaks, and you need to decide which one to go and sit on. Especially it's nerve-wracking to leave your competitors alone and for them to go and sit on a separate peak from you, and you kind of feel like you lose the little bit of control that you have over them, and kind of just surf the way you want to surf and the peak you want to surf. So that was a bit risky on my behalf for sure. Maybe if it wasn't a non-elimination heat, I'd probably go back to a different strategy. But yeah, I just felt like I needed to risk it and go and sit out there, and I was actually wanting to get one of those big double up ramps there, which have so much power, and if you connect one of those, you're getting sent
all the way
far to the flats.
to the old harbour.
Yeah, so I mean, if it was a free surf, I would have been sitting there too. So I guess that was kind of just my mentality into going out here, was just to do what I do in a free surf and try and find those big scores.
Yeah, how do you approach your heats? Do you always have that attitude and I'm gonna try and have fun? I mean, sometimes you can't. I don't think I've never been in your position, so but I'm just let's first talk about Braden Hewitt's wave here, current heat leader with 6 minutes 37 seconds to go. Hoping he can get that link up. Unfortunately, not. But you know, how do you approach these heats? Because it's not always fun and games. I mean, let's talk about Arica. You got into the final, right?
Yeah.
At the beginning of it, I said, before this thing started, Tristan's going to be hunting those rights, Mars is going to be going left. All right? Bang. We all know that there's 10s left, there's 10s right.
Yeah.
Hands down. And we know, or I know, or a lot of people know, but you don't have a preference, but with that type of conditions, the right-handers are maybe a bit more suited to your power surfing. Had you landed the air reverse or the invert, 10s. Okay,
Yeah.
now we're sitting with a even battle. You got Mars all alone. Like, when you're in the water there, do you still like, oh, I'm having fun? You're trying to approach the heat? Well, how do you approach the heat? Let's just quickly look at Liam's here. Yeah, that is Liam Prophet. And hoping he can get that link up. Unfortunately, you can see the frustration, the conditions. You know, it's tough. Whatever. So, now you're in a final. The approach surely can't be the same. You go, hey man, go out and have fun. Like, yo bro, this is my job, you know, like
For sure.
I'm not gonna always have a good day at the office and have go to work skipping like Red Riding Hood and now I'm gonna have some fun. Like, this is business.
sure.
So how do you separate the two, even though when you're surfing in the World Tour arena?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you're at a professional level, you're trying to have fun, but the fun factor kind of disappears when you're having to commit to 10-foot closeout ramps and trying to put on the scores. And in that case, in Arica, it's kind of all or nothing, and you kind of just fire yourself up to put on a performance and to prove to yourself that you're worthy of being there. And I think that fun factor kind of goes out the window, and you go into like a full frenzy of trying to hit the biggest section you can see. But as you see right in red, here's looking for a section. He's got a really good score in the beginning of this heat, so he's just trying to back that up. And if he can cut back even more towards the inside of this left, he could maybe get onto that. But you see, he just took that wide line and kind of missed that.
Back on it, yeah, for sure.
Missed that inside. But yeah, back to what I was saying. I think that fun factor is definitely what a lot of people say to calm the nerves and to try and relieve all the pressure,
You know?
and also to relieve the pressure of themselves. They're trying to convince themselves that they're trying to have fun, but we spend a lot of money doing the tour, and there's definitely no one that's chasing the tour to have fun. They want the results, and they're putting all the pressure on themselves to achieve those results. So it's all business when we're out there, and we're trying to, show the world how hard we've prepared to be in those situations and to put on a performance and show bodyboarding in the best light possible. So,
well, yeah, no doubt that on that day, bodyboarding was the winner. This is right in yellow. Oh, a little pop shove it there, a little poppy there. Liam Prophet also probably just trying to have fun and keep the scores going. But yeah, that day in Arica, bodyboarding was hands down the winner. But a masterclass from both you and Mars, and every dog has his day, and that day was Mars's. Let's be honest. But man, I felt some of those bone crunching landings that you've done, but without a shadow of doubt, like the commitment to go up to those ramps. Take us through your mental process. Sorry if I'm asking you all these questions.
No,
I mean, it's
for sure.
I'm sure some of our viewers that are watching will also have these things like it's you, it's Mars, it's Dave Hubbard, it's Jacob, you're all cut from the same cloth
Yeah.
in some way. And, you know the risk associated with hitting that section and projecting down to the flats, but it's a calculated risk. It's not like,
for sure.
You prepare yourself for that physically and mentally, but now you're cutting down the line. You're chasing big numbers. It's all or nothing. Like, where do you go? Do you have like this happy place and this little song you sing? Like, how do you do it?
I think what's crazy about it is that when you're going up to those ramps, you kind of forget about how big it is, and you're trying to focus on the technical part of it, on timing it right. Because at the end of the day, the timing of hitting that ramp is going to determine how painful the landing is. So I think you kind of, you switch off and you're trying to focus on getting to the lip at the right time to get the projection you need to boost out from it and then to do the move. I think those calculations kind of take away all the fear of what you're actually about to do, because you're trying to focus on, timing that thing perfectly so that you don't end up hurting yourself. And so I think that's kind of my take on things, is when I'm going up to a big lip, I'm just kind of just drawing my line to try and get to the timing right. And I think sometimes I forget how big the ramp actually is, and I only end up feeling it once I'm in the air, which is already too late to pull back then. So I think it's just all or nothing, and trying to focus on that critical timing.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. I just want to just keep talking about these things, because Fronton last year, you went up and you still, I got a photo embedded in my head, and that section you went up and you did a backflip on that, or
Air forward, yeah.
Air forward, yes, but my goodness, that was one section to hit. Photographically, you could just see the fatness of the wave, the absolute mutantness of this thing. But that was also a very interesting final. PLC used his priority on you. I think I saw you both smiling at one another, because he popped his shoulder. Yeah, he's in there still sending it, and that wave, you needed it, and that ramp was it had air all over it. But it's the name of the game. The priority, it's there to use. You do it, he do it, everybody can do it.
Yeah, 100%.
But what's the question is, like, the safety issue around using that priority in a wave like that with utmost consequences. Like,
yeah,
do you guys consider that?
Yeah, that can be really harsh. I think we're just playing to the rule book and doing what we need to do to make the heat. So sometimes it does get a little tough when you have to burn someone and drop in on them because you have priority and it's a 10-foot wave, and maybe they'll paddle into it and it's too late for them to pull back. But I think that definitely adds a whole nother fear factor to that surfing. Yeah. And I think they've actually adjusted the rule book accordingly, and they've tried to make it as safe as possible for all riders. And yes, it's it's a narrow, thin line of getting sucked over the falls and being able to pull back. So
nice.
It's scary times for sure.
Well, let's touch base on that again. We're coming back to you after this ad for the Crocs Come As You Are Women's Division.
Right, as we see this big cleanup set come through, and these are just the juniors that are pushing through onto the shore, trying to get out of there, and the women are somewhere in the back there pushing under these big white waters. But they're all right. They've dealt with some heavy water in their careers, and we have our lifeguards on duty who are definitely some of the best in the business, and you know, we've got a jet ski on standby that's ready to go if need be, and all the safety aspects are in place. So, you know, there's not too much that can go wrong here at Onrus, and besides a couple of few second hold downs, but that's about it. And I think the women dealt some tough conditions for sure, but so were the men earlier in that elimination round in round 2. So at least this is a non-elimination round where they can kind of just settle in and get used to the temperature of the water and competing in that, and they'll be in the serious rounds when the conditions do get good. So see, we got Teresa and Alexander Rinde in this heat, and then we got Danny. So it's going to be a good battle, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. This women's division is proudly brought to you by Crocs South Africa. Crocs, come as you are, and we're super pumped to have them on board for the women's division. Non-elimination rounds, ladies and gentlemen, non-elimination rounds, so don't fret too much. We got Teresa from Portugal, we got Alexander from the Canary Islands, and we got Daniseli from Chile. When Daniseli landed here, I think it was last Saturday, I picked up at the airport, and it was before that you know, one of the big storms came in last week Saturday. And Tristan, the next morning, so it was raining quite hard, and next morning I asked her, when was the last time that you saw rain? You kind of know the answer to that question, but she said, like, the last time I saw rain was in 2018 when she was in Australia.
Jeepers. Wow, that's insane, yeah.
Dude.
And did she see rain?
Yeah,
that was a heavy
she
downpour we had.
Her Instagram was flooded with rain.
Rain posts.
How do we take that for granted? And someone that comes
For
from
sure,
Chile, with Atacama there, one of the driest places in the world.
For sure. I wish at some point we can get a drone shot from the surface point of view towards the mountains, because you know what we have going around here is really incredible, and the backdrop that we have, and
yeah,
you know,
give us a little shot, Mr. Drone Man. Swing it towards the mountain. Let's show the people what the whole valley looks like behind you. We do have the sun glare to deal with a bit, but here you go. You got the river coming out here, and yeah, take us through this. This is your backyard.
Yeah,
dude.
I've had to grow up with that beautiful scenery
I'm so
of these
sorry.
mountains, and yeah, it's actually incredible. Sometimes we have those perfect glassy days and the beautiful sunsets and sunrises and all the colors on the mountains, and you know, the big contrast between the blue and the green. It's really incredible, and something that's absolutely amazing to look at when you're in the lineup looking back at land. And so yeah, it's something special for sure, and something I definitely take for granted some days, but I'm sure to soak it all up at times, and you know, realize how privileged I am to grow up on such a crazy coastline that's greeted with those massive mountains. And
What do we see there? We see Sunbai in the background.
Yeah.
One of your favorite waves.
Yeah.
And we are ready with an interview with our previous heat winner. So take it away.
Well, getting a win in that second heat of the juniors, the opening round, Braden Hewitt. Braden, you're doing all kinds of stretches on the beach there. What's going on?
My calves are cramping up after we've done a few spins.
Water temperature?
Very cold, not used to it at all.
Well, hometown for you up in KZN, Amanzimtoti, lot warmer water. Did you do a lot of preparation for this event? Did you work on fitness a bit? What are you learning from this visit to the cold water?
I didn't really do much fitness as it was late planning, but yeah, just came to bring my name out here.
Lekker. And stoked to be amongst world champions, hanging out. I mean, it's the first time you're meeting some of these guys. What are you taking away from this experience here at the Walkabout Pro so far?
Definitely, it feels unreal watching them when I first started bodyboarding and getting to meet them and talk to them every day and surf with them. It's fantastic.
So go get yourself some bananas, some magnesium tablets. That'll help with the cramp, and you'll be up again when we get going tomorrow, perhaps. How are you going to change your approach overnight?
I'm going to look at my reviews on my heat now and see what I did different, and then change a little bit now and then.
Well, learning step by step. Braden Hewitt's into the next round of the juniors.
Gigs. holding it down for the boys there at the post-heat interview booth. Alexander Renner, Teresa Pedrela, Taniseli Valajos. We've got 3 nationalities in the water right now. Ladies opting to surf in the late afternoon because the waves were really absolutely pumping big and pretty messy. And well, today is just one of those days that it just threw out everything.
Yeah, it's been changing heat by heat, and this morning when we arrived there were definitely still some really solid sets, and it has got a lot smaller now, which does make it a bit more manageable with the paddle out. As you see them using that rip, they could actually be paddling slightly more to the right hand side of the screen just to make that paddle a little more easy, as you see them kind of making their way towards that rip to get out to the back. But yeah, a couple of small scores, a couple of change being thrown around, and yeah, it's going to be an interesting heat for sure.
And the start of the women's campaign towards the world title. Non-elimination round though, remember that, nobody's going home here. It was getting kind of rid of these rounds today, a lot better conditions, and probably going to be seeing some of the heats being run a little bit longer time-wise, but that's up to the judges and up to the contest director to decide. But especially when we have good conditions, we're going to be seeing a lot of 2-man heats. We're going to be seeing that format. Do you prefer that format?
Yeah, I was saying it's pretty intense. Like it's an intense format, but something that's really, it's something great to watch, and the crowds definitely love it. Man on man is my favorite for sure to watch. Sometimes really stressful to surf, but from a spectator's point of view, man on man is definitely something great to ride.
Yeah, that's the way to go. It really is, because you get the best out of it. It's 2 guys. Everybody gets a chance to get the pick of the litter. Nice set waves. That priority system actually being more used and more, it becomes more of an arsenal, a card that you can play. And talk about priority mistakes and things like that. People do make them. People, you got to understand the dynamics of it. It's something that you learn over time. I mean, I think you yourself has made a couple of, rookie priority mistakes, but you've learned from that,
For sure.
And then, coming off the back of Maldives, we've seen a few of those ones, and it's just people just trying to understand how it works, especially on this man-on-man format. So not make a mistake, especially if you're holding that priority, you're in the lead in the last couple of seconds or last minute. Use it to block the opponent instead of taking away and handing your opponent that last-minute priority, because that could be dire. It's a roll of the dice, make or break, but that wave comes in, I'm sure you're going to regret that.
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes it's definitely the make or break situation, and what's going to be really interesting over the next few days in man-on-man is like, when the swell's that big, you might not actually see your other competitor for the whole heat.
Yeah.
They're going to be stuck on different, timelines on paddling out while you're sitting out the back waiting for one, and it's just going to be big, and you might not actually see the other competitor for the whole time. So maybe priority won't come into such a big play after all.
Correct. Well, yeah, especially over here with this beach break conditions. But for the reef conditions,
of course, in the last 5 minutes, you're definitely going to be wanting to have priority and sitting on your opponent and making sure that you've got your own back, and avoid making those priority mistakes. As you see, Alexander Rinde in red here, I'm not sure if she had anything out the back, but she's trying to link this in through to the front and find that little rip bowl, as you see her kicking here, and she's going to look for a little roll section in the front here. Let's see if she can find one. Oh, just went really foamy and white on her, so she didn't manage to get that. See that rip bowl just being really challenging in the front there, so I think it's definitely a good call to try and find a score out the back, as you see that white wash just rolling through and making it really difficult for the girls. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, thankfully this is non-elimination. Thankfully everything is getting a lot better. We're on the back of these storms. We got 4 days of competition. We've got maybe 2 good days coming to the end of next week, and it's just bombarded by monstrous waves. Yesterday, today, tomorrow afternoon is kicking in again. Tuesday is going to be hanging around. So from Wednesday you start getting a little bit of reprieve. We got super strong offshore winds, gale force winds coming in on Wednesday again. It's changed. We had a good day set for Wednesday, but who knows now. And so far, after this front has pulled away and things are looking a lot better for all the athletes come the later part of this event. Now that's the thing with waiting periods, Tristan. It's a waiting period, and you've got X amount of days to choose the best day to run the competition.
Yeah.
We all knew this morning was going to be a roll of the dice, but you've got bigger conditions tomorrow, bigger conditions Tuesday, gale force winds on Wednesday, then it starts cleaning up, but it's offshore at least from Tuesday, So then you've got workable days, and you want to finish the final on the Saturday. You want to continue, have the crowds, you have the spectator value attached to that, So it's all about elevating the athletes and having you all here, and the crowd supporting them. We've got the women's world title on the line here in the Walker Bay Pro on West Beach, Hermanus, South Africa, the southernmost tip of the African continent. For the first time in history, there's a full-fledged event. It's thanks to you, thanks to Ian Campbell, it's thanks to Jared Houston, Sasha Specker, that has tirelessly fought to put this on. And it's sad to see that, or to know that the recognition wasn't there, but now it's changing. The whole vibe is changing, and the public and the people's approach to bodyboarding. We've got global companies looking in at these things. We've got Seaf, you've got Crux. This whole division is presented by Crux South Africa, and it's a global brand, and that means we're moving forward, and it's for the athletes, putting it back to the athletes, making sure you guys that's putting up a show for us have kind of a bit of a career in this, a deeper career, a more sustainable thing.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was a big part on the athletes to bring this event here, but it was a massive part on your behalf to bring this event here. You took on all that risk and all the stress to organize everything, and for sure, bro, without you, none of this is possible. And it's incredible to see what this event has come out to be, and if you see how many people are at the beach today, and the turnout is absolutely huge. Like even now it's a bit cold and onshore, and there's still people sitting on that bank watching and super entertained by what's happening in the water, and that's incredible to see. I think when we close on that final day next weekend, there's going to be so many people down here, and it's going to be, it's incredible to be a bodyboarder when you see how many people are around and how many people are loving the show. I think it's, it's that much more motivating, puts that much more pressure on us to perform, and I think it just really lights the fire under us to send a couple big punts and put on a show. And obviously all we want to do is show bodyboarding in the best light possible and show people what the sport is about. So that's what we're going to be trying to do over the next few days, as we have those big clean swells coming. And this actually looks way smaller on the screen compared to if you actually hear looking at these clean out sets.
Over your shoulder, like, oof.
Yeah, it's
that's a 6 to 8 foot.
Especially from the drone angle, it does look a lot smaller than what it is, but you can tell by how much white water there is left behind there that is not a small set. And these women are paddling for dear life at the moment, and I think it's survival of the fittest out there right now. Non-elimination heat, get that blood flowing. I think it's also been hard for them to get into the cold water lately, and to get them used to competing in this colder water and these beach breaks where you're duck diving a lot, because we've had so much rain the last few days that it really has been unpleasant. So a lot of the athletes that arrived didn't actually get much opportunity to to spend some time in the water. So
it's spot on there. We've had bombs after storm after storm.
And
so
the rain is.
You might criticize the decision of putting the women's in, but they also chose to road, and it's because of that reason they haven't had water time or the opportunity to have much water time.
For sure, and we just want to get this out the way and have the best rounds, in the best conditions, and make it as fair as possible for the women to battle it out for that world title, because this is all about them. This is their show, and that's what we're trying to do. So. As deal with them as they fight through these white waters, and you see Alex whipping around a quick spin over there.
Stick the drones bang on it.
Nice little reverse, and she's going to look to maybe try do an air move in the front, and even just doing that little roll and linking out and getting out of there before that rock greets her.
There's it. There it is.
Yeah, she's done well, making the most of the tough situation. You could actually see like the left side of the beach at the moment. It's hard to see on the screen. There is some bombs offloading there. As you see on the screen at the moment, it's mostly only the right side of the beach that you're seeing, but on the left they are, and I see why the girls decide to sit on the right side of the beach, because the paddles on the left are even more gnarly, and there's some big closeouts on that side, so they're trying to look for these softer, longer waves that they can link through to the inside, and you know, that's a little more user friendly at the moment. And yeah, hats off to the girls for pushing through and, you know, showing the world what they're capable of doing in the tough conditions they're able to deal with, and you know, just the fitness and everything that goes into being prepared for these conditions. Your heart rate is constantly high as you paddling and working hard. But yeah, you see that replay of Alex, just that little carve reverse. She did do a forward spin before that, and then she just pushes a roll off this end little foam. So, you know, nothing major, but a combination wave and making the most of a tough.
Yeah, exactly.
Tough wave.
It's that basic surfing. You know, there's just water time. Here we say Teresa finally getting onto the scorecard. Hails from Portugal, and I just managed to get a little spin. But it's just, yeah, basic surfing. Water time right now, because the water's cold. You know, you got the river open, and that's a mountain water. We've got the snow up in the higher areas. You know, so the water does have the rain and the snow that we've had over the last couple of days, definitely playing a big factor and a big role in terms of the temperature of the water. I mean, yes, it's been pretty wild. That's why it's called the Cape of Storms, and it's called the Cape of Storms for a reason.
Yeah, these storms have been really brutal. It's been a lot of the rain that we've had through this year have come down in the last few days, and you know, pushing those dam levels to high, and also that's why we had so much water coming out of this river the last few days. The first day it broke was absolutely insane to see all the tree stumps and everything that was coming down that river. It was really incredible to see the power of that water moving down there. And yeah, man, now it's sunshine. We're not going to have much rain for the rest of the period. I think there's maybe a few drizzles predicted for Friday, nothing major, might not even come. Other than that, we have sunshine offshores and a lot of swell around. So yeah, we're looking forward to getting the show on the road, and yeah, please tune in for the next few days, because I think it's just going to get more and more exciting, and you're going to see some of the top dogs in the sport sending a couple big ramps for sure.
That's correct. This is the Crocs division, the women's division presented by Crocs. Sorry, it's been a long day, and you know, Crocs South Africa, come as you are, and it's really testament to what it is, what the sport is, and who we are. But let's talk a little about World Tour titles. We've got, obviously, we know we're going to be crowning the women's world champion. It's quite a road and a lot of scenarios. But you know, let's point our attention while we have a lull in, the men's world title as well. So. Oh, there we go. That seems like a rider in blue, Daniselli. Nice little spin there, Rooney. It seems like she's got a hoodie on, and quite clever. So let's talk about the men's title race. Currently, you know, you've got Alan Munoz here, who's third in the rankings. You're number 1. Tanner's not here, which is number 3. Who was number 4?
So we have first it's me, and then Tanner's in second at the moment. We have Alan, and Mars will be in 4th.
Okay, then I think we got
so yeah, it's going to be it's definitely going to come down to the last event in Fronton, and it's going to be a battle till the end. Very different from my first world title race, where I was coming from the back, where, as we see,
That's yellow, Teresa Pedrella from Portugal. Finally gets a little good looking wave. Can she hook a roll? Nice looking roll. Can she hold on to that landing, that impact right there with the right in the shore with the rip and everything? Just made things really, really difficult for that one.
Yeah, I think that was such a nice roll, as well as actually off a closeout section. As you see the lifeguards, they're all on duty, sitting right at the back, ready to jump off the rocks if anything does go wrong. And like to thank Sia and Sun for their commitment to having these lifeguards there all day, right on the edge of the water, ready to, you know, jump on and get any rider out of distress. So thanks to them. And yeah, I think it's really nice to know that you have them looking out for you while you're out there.
Take us through this replay, and let's look at specifically what went wrong here.
Yeah, as you see, she drew a really nice line and she had the perfect bottom turn. She got to it a little late and tried to extend that roll a bit too much, and I think that's what made her get caught up, as she tried to make the most of that ramp and really extend her arms, and didn't seem like she was able to actually bring the board back under her in a good position in time to embrace that landing. So sometimes trying to make a roll look too big is actually comes back to bite you. So let's hope she gets back out there. As we see Alexander Rinde, she's drawing a fast line to try and get her ramp out the far back, and she manages to push through this, I think.
There she is.
She's there.
Nice.
So she's done a roll at the back, and she's going to try and milk this wave all the way to the front and see if she can get anything extra off the front. There's not much time left in this heat, so she's going to try and milk this wave and make the most of it to back up that score of hers.
There she
So you
goes.
see she does a roll off the foam, and she's going to kick down into this heavier part and finish with another roll. So that's great competitive surfing from Alexander Rinde. I think she's really done well there.
She has. She's been watching this for the majority of the day. She's been part of the commentary here, and she said she's going to look for those link ups. She's been watching it. I mean, I'm sure the other athletes also been watching it non-stop, but I guess watching the live stream, it kind of gives you a different perspective, and instead of the real-time perspective, it kind of gives you can kind of see more what each athlete is doing, what the wave is doing. Yes, she goes again. Oh, this is a replay. Nice little long right-hander, and there she is. Booms, little up and down a roller, and then she's stuck with it. Went right. Sees that the left hand is now starting to show, which she likes, and clocked another 2 rolls off of that, and a 6.67 for her efforts. Biggest score of this heat so far. So yeah, the conditions might not be all time and stuff, but there's scores there, dude.
Yeah, you can see why she is a contender for the world title this year. She really knows how to make the most of a wave, and that was a perfect example of great competitive bodyboarding. And yeah, she made the most of it, linked it all the way through from the back to the front, managed to do 3 rolls on that, and got the highest wave score of the heat. So that was really great surfing from Alex.
Yeah, we'll take that. And this heat's coming down to the last minute. The women's division presented by Croc South Africa. Croc, come as you are, and we are super proud to have them part of the women's division here on the IBC World Tour as we pave the way towards the women's world title here in South Africa, and the Walker Bay Pro. Onrus and Daniseli opting for that nice little reverse spin. Now the hunt is on for a little section. Tristan, can she get one through there? Can she manage to squeeze that roll? Yes, she's gonna get it. Daniseli will be happy with that. The smallest little frame, quietest little girl, and she is just going at it.
Yeah, she's absolutely, that was cool, man. I think it was a very important score for her, and might have been enough to just, stamp authority and get that second position if Teresa didn't get anything after that, but let's see.
All right, well, that's the end of this first heat of round number 1 of the non-eliminations for the women's, presented by Croc South Africa. Alexander Rinde right on the buzzer, still going, and she's probably going to be improving her score quite by a bit, but let's wait for Daniseli's scores. But we're going to be back with some more lovely action in the women's division here, presented by Croc South Africa, after these quick ads. All right, welcome back to the Crocs Women's Division. Yeah, at the 2022 IBC Walker Bay Pro, proudly presented by Crocs. Crocs, come as you are. Isabella Souza, Madalena Valero, Portuguese legends going head-to-head on this one. And this is round number 1, heat number 2. And we're going to see 2 more women's heat and then the closing of the juniors repertoire. So Madalena Valero from Portugal and Isabella Souza from Brazil, but currently living in Portugal, both speaking Portuguese. And Isabella Souza, well, not much to say about her. She needs no introduction. World champion, one of the most technical riders out on tour, and there she is, up and riding on the good-looking bomb. Look at that, sniffs out an absolute hammer, goes straight, knows there's not much happening, but she might be holding on and cuts back, trying to find that double up. Very clever surfing, utilizing this place, and hoping she can get that little link up. It doesn't seem that it doesn't seem that she'll be getting anything. So just to let you guys know, we're gonna bring a quick little replay here. Let's have a look. All right, there she goes, straight down the face. Not much happening here. Remember, this is non-elimination, and non-elimination, what it means that the first and second riders make it into the next round if there's 4 or more, but both of these ladies will go into the next round, and then third and fourth will make it into the repertoire. So right now, all staying coy and cold in the water here with the sun out, and Isabella Souza up against Madalena Valero. Thank Tristan Roberts for his time. He's going to support his girlfriend, which is taking part in her first ever event, on first ever World Tour event, and Vicky is a great bodyboarder as well. So thank you for his time and the great insight of what goes on in the head of Tristan Roberts, current World Tour leader and 2019 men's world champion. Women's division proudly presented by Crocs South Africa. Crocs, come as you are, and I cannot find a more fitting brand to be working with and alongside the women's division here at the 2022 Walker Bay Pro. Super pumped to have you all. Long day of action, and we'll be coming down to the end of our broadcast with 3 more heats to go. All right, ready with a beach interview with Alex Randa and Gigs.
Well, a little bit of heavy breathing next to me. Alex Rinder, tell us about the work rate out there.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, and I think actually in my heat we got a lot of sets on the head, but it was good to start the contest, and I was lucky to get that last wave and secure my first position. I'm happy to skip 1 round, and yeah, just looking forward for the next days.
We were lucky enough to do a bit of chatting on the webcast a little earlier. You kind of spoke about strategy, how you would approach it. Did it unfold as you kind of thought while we were doing through those chats?
Well, definitely it did in how I work on my heats. I always try to have a good wave at the beginning, or at least to be.
Even though we lost the feed there, the feed getting a little bit tired, but here we go. Madalena looking at another screamer. Look at that thing bouncing down the face. Nice, there's your mid-face ride, looking for that little section. Can she get something? Pulls in, little cutting a little bit too late, too early. Unfortunately, no section for all that effort. She's going to have to make her way back to the rip and get herself back into position. Kind of takes about between the 3 to 5 minutes for that. So we'll just see how quickly she can go out there. The women's division again, proudly presented by Crocs South Africa. Crocs, come as you are. Isabella Souza and Madalena Valero going head-to-head on this one. The IBC at the forefront of bodyboarding development as we see a full-fledged World Tour inclusive of the juniors, the junior women and the junior men as well. DK will never die. And we got DK at Antofagasta. We had some DK action at Maldives, and heading into Sintra for the next one, where we'll be crowning the DK World Champ as well. So super cool, a lot of divisions, and DK is probably one of those raddest divisions. Dave Hubbard, Sammy Morantino, a couple of those guys. Mars even dabbles. Ian Campbell, we know that he's an absolute machine on the knee. So yeah, drop knee, love it. Such a cool thing to watch, especially when the guys are standing in super good ways. People like Paul Roach, just like incredible style. Manny Vargas, it's just icons of the game. And DK Shredders, just to name a few. All the DK lovers, don't hate me. It's I can't remember all the legends, but there's many legends, South African DK legends as well. We've got ST has always been down on the knee. Guys like Nick DeJesus from back in the day. Simon Hagen. It's just a lot of like DK specialists. It's so cool to watch them. Well, all action, 20 minutes, 19-minute mark here. Isabella Souza with a 2-point ride, and tongue twisting myself. Madalena Valera with a 1.33. Really difficult conditions. Still a fair amount of people out on the banks enjoying it. But as Tristan said, the next couple of days we're in for some really fun conditions. Good conditions, in fact. After tomorrow's another massive swell coming, and then hopefully we'll be back to normality. This is kind of the beginning. When the onshore comes in, there's some big waves coming here. So we'll just see what tomorrow brings. Tomorrow we'll be running the mains, and probably around 3, and hopefully up until round 4, until such point where the waves become too big. You'll notice that when it happens, that the sets just become bigger and bigger every time they come in. 18 minutes ago, Crux, South Africa, is presenting the women's division here on the IBC World Tour. And super pumped to have them by. Milk has been incredible. Thank you to our sponsors, the Ox, Jackery, Surf Zone. So many to mention. We got Seaf, we got Red Bull, we've got Pick and Pay, GoPro. You guys are legends. Thank you so much for believing in us. And Suzanne Ackerman, thank you for believing in this, and thank you for just putting your hand up and helping us. Yeah, so we're all very appreciative. But all focus on the women's, as they are about to duck dive. A couple of big ones coming in. Isabella and Madalena enjoying their time out in the water. Non-elimination, round 2, no real pressure. Just feeling out the water, getting some water time, and just kind of keeping themselves warm. Not much water time has been available for the athletes since they got into the country. We've been inundated by massive Atlantic storms coming from the Arctic. So it's been fun. But nonetheless, all good. 16 minutes to go. And we got 2 more heats in the women's division, and 1 more junior repechage will be then the end of a super long broadcast day here of day number 1 here at the Walker Bay Pro. And we're super pumped to have you guys in the African continent, down in the bottom of the old African continent. Yes, Cape Town, so nearest city, close to Hermanus, which is one of the best tourism destinations. There's a rock jump off the tide now, getting a little bit higher, so it's an easier jump. Jump straight into that rip, and it just takes you out nicely around the corner and in safe hands. You can see how far back some of these waves are breaking. Onshore just pushing them down. It's gone from cross-shore, offshore, cross-shore to now full-fledged onshore, the word we all dread as surfers. Crux, come as you are. Presenting sponsor of the women's division here at the 2022 Walker Bay Pro. A little bit of a quiet one. Ladies getting back into position. Isabella Souza in contention for that world title. She's in red. And Madalena Valero, she's from Portugal, chasing the titles with the ladies and chasing the good times here in South Africa. Welcome to the Walker Bay Pro. This is the non-elimination round in the women's division. Round number 1, heat number 2. And looking forward to bringing you guys a lot more action throughout the course of the week. All right, sounds good. Isabella Souza looking for something out there. Very tricky conditions. We're going to be, I'm going to be joined by the IBC technical director, and his name is Daniel Hernandez Biekus, and look. All right, well, thank you. Isabella Souza hanging out. So Wednesday we're going to be having a free development clinic, bodyboarding coaching for anybody that wants to come down to the beach at 3 o'clock. That is 3 p.m. in South Africa. Funny. Anyways, Dan, welcome to South Africa. You've been here many years ago. Things have changed, and now you're here for different reasons. You're here for, the first ever IBC event here in African soil, and to have that with the IBC, it must make you pretty stoked.
Yeah, totally. It's amazing. It's amazing to see this event coming to the continent, to Africa, having this bodyboarding event from the world tour just stopping here. It's such a, it's a country that has a lot of world champs, and it was incredible that for so long we didn't have an event running here with Tristan on the tour and everyone else, like other legends like the Campbell brothers or both, and it's been. You guys have a lot of riders here.
Oh, just look at this right quickly. Isabella Souza linking it in from the back and manages to pocket a really good roll in this super tough conditions. Man, this world title is it's going to be a tough one. There she's still going. Clever, smart surfing all the way from the back, Danny. Hooks a nice little roller. Now she's hunting for a last little in maneuver. There it is. Nice little extended arm roller. The crowd loving it. And again, the world title is wide open. I mean, you were talking about world champions. Well, yeah, there's a lot more coming.
Yeah, totally. That's how you could see Isabella just he's nailing the place. This is the first time they're going out there, and they surfed it before, but you see they're going to use all the wave. You know how they're reading all the way through, and they're trying to get into the current to get back out and everything. But as I was saying, having an event here and in South Africa is great. This environment, how friendly everyone has been, and how helpful everyone has been to make this possible. There's a lot around bodyboarding, and it's a lot about making this event happen. Just being working along with you and Bianca and all these human force we have here, to make this event possible. And I'm telling you, without that incredible, enthusiasm about the event and the sport and everything, wouldn't be achievable. It's been a great time here making this possible.
I'm really stoked to hear that. And what did you expect when you knew you're coming here? Like, it's very uncharted waters for all of us having an event in Africa. But what was your expectation? But let's just pause that. Isabella with an 8.67 for that last ride.
That's
biggest
incredible.
Score, almost one of the biggest scores of the day.
Yeah. She's Isabella. She will find the window. If there is a window, she will find it.
Yep.
She's pretty strong. I mean, she's the one who's got the most possibility to get a world title here. And as I was going through the technical judging director, Chico Gaetanes, she, in order not to get the title, she has to get knocked off before quarterfinals, right?
Oh wow, that's going to be hard to do.
Oh, totally.
Difficult. She's an absolute. She's a seasoned campaigner. She's one of the best, most technical riders as well, and doesn't shy away from the big stuff.
Totally. We got the replay here of the wave of Isabella there. There you have it.
Top to bottom, links it. Now she's still got. That was right. Now she's like, cool. She knows something is coming towards the ripple. It's a big set wave. Took her all the way to the ripple with that beautiful small little roll at the end just to get that 8.67 massive score.
But you gotta have the vision. And for sure, Isabella, she's been watching the whole day.
Yeah.
Which way will they make it all the way to the shore and everything. That's where you get the talent and the professional view of how the bodyboarding it's all about. But anyway, as I was saying, just you were asking me what my expectations were in order to come over here. Well, this is, when I first came here in 2009, I knew, I saw the whole coastline, I saw the waves. There's a lot of potential, and there were a lot of people bodyboarding and everything. But then again, for me, I was coming here as a tourist. I didn't know anyone here or anything, so I didn't know how to run an event over here. But I didn't know what to expect, to be honest, because I've never seen besides J-Bay, I've never seen an event in South Africa.
Fair enough.
But then the sport is there, and you guys are here to make it happen. And I'm surprised, everything how fast everyone is pitching in just to make it work, and everyone's just putting a lot of effort to make it happen. And I totally, I'm surprised about how everyone's super keen to help and to make this event,
Yeah, that's cool. I think that's also the spirit of being South African, and also, the bodyboarding community frothing for this opportunity. Being very excited about it. Albeit our entries are maybe not as what we were hoping, but that's besides the point. It's about the people here working behind the scenes tirelessly, surfing their heats, like Tian, like Tegan, surfing their heats, coming back to work. After this, they're packing up, they're doing all these things for us. Tomorrow morning, they're back at it again. It's incredible, and Bianca and her team, and it's just for one person to do this, it's impossible. You come from the biggest event around. It's not possible.
No, I agree. You have such a big team in here. It's not only about team. It's about the heart, the passion you give it to the sport, to the event. Everyone's pitching in the energy, that 5 minutes or 10 minutes they can give up for the event to make this possible, to make it possible. And everyone is just super energetic about it, super hyped. There you go, the wave there.
Spell on a bomb.
Whoa! There you go.
That's what you're gonna hit that thing to the left there for a minute. Wow, that's some dedication. It's tough out there.
Yeah.
She's
It
just making it look
like they're playing
it's
around for it. Yeah. We did. They're gonna fight for it, and that's what they are here for the world title, and they are competing to each other here, and then they're making the most of it. And for sure we're going to have some showtime here with the ladies here.
Damn straight, and the conditions. We it's just so fortunate and unfortunate that we're getting absolutely smashed with massive waves the last couple of days. Tomorrow and Tuesday will be the last days of this big Arctic storm that's almost the size of Chile that's been turning around in the South Atlantic. So hopefully, that's going to leave the banks all shifted and looking good, and with a smaller, cleaner swell. We're still saying 3 meter plus swell. But like the 2.8 to 3 meter swell that we're going to be seeing. You're going to be seeing the banks coming in shape. You're going to be seeing far side showing itself, and the athletes are in for a show. The spectators are in for a show. And let's talk about the location. I mean, Onris, you obviously didn't know much about the place. I mean, when you got here, what was your first impression about this little slice of heaven?
Yeah, it's really nice. I mean, when I came here, it's like a nice family neighborhood. Like everyone, each other. And it's a little cove here where you have this beach, which is incredible. Set, this is a very nice wave, and I've seen it. Like it's on shore, and as soon as it turns offshore, it just boom, cleans up, and then you got the currents on the side, and you got the banks there, and they move a little bit, but it's a lot of wave. It looks small, the bay, but it's quite. When you're out there, you see the speakers around, and it's got really good lineup. We haven't been unfortunate, especially this afternoon. But this morning could have seen it a little bit too big.
Yeah.
We were expecting it to see it better after this storm, as you were saying. But then you can see it. I mean, this is a bodyboarding. It's all about. You got to be good on all conditions. Too bad we got it onshore right now.
Yeah.
But with this swell just dropping, and it would have been offshore, of course, it would be better. But then we got many more days to run it, and it's looking good, promising for next week.
Absolutely,
And
looking forward to that.
it's going to be fun. I mean, it's going to be
Change
great.
the game for sure.
But definitely, it's a really nice place. It's right next to Hermanos, which is the very popular touristic destination. But over here, it's way more relaxed. So it's got like this family vibe. Everyone's super nice. Everyone's saying hi, and it's super cozy place. And the restaurant around, and the food is amazing. I mean, it's a really, really nice place to stay.
And how was your first braai experience?
That was crazy, yeah. The bride. You can't call it barbecue. That's what I was told. The first thing I do, when I came to the airport, you cannot call barbecue. It's forbidden. You have to call it braai. That's it.
Braai. You gotta push that arm.
Yeah.
That's the thing, and that's just it's our way of connecting and our way of having a social and making food over the fire. And just, I mean, you saw it turned out a lot of people didn't even know each other, and by the end of the evening, laying on the floor laughing, and everybody's friends afterwards. And then we woke up the next morning with everything getting washed away by the big storm.
Oh, yeah.
My head was thumping a little bit, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. So it was a really great night, and then we had totally had the experience of having the braai indoor, which I never had a barbecue. Let's say, so everyone can understand indoor. Like we had this. You have it in South Africa, where you have an indoor barbecue.
For weather like
yeah,
we've
yeah,
been
I
having.
understand.
Because we like to braai, and we like to braai almost.
Yeah.
If we could braai for breakfast, we would.
Yeah.
No problem. Braai for dinner, okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, it makes sense though. But then again, the very nice wine you have here in this country, and of course the company. Everyone's like super, super nice, and we just team up. The whole team came out together, and then we had a really good time.
It was. I think it was. It was kind of like needed as well, just for everybody to gel a bit and get to know each other. Then you had something we call, which is a very, very sacred thing. It's called the braai broodjie. It's not a toasted sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
The one you had on the fire. I mean, what was your thought about that? There's many ways to do this. There's different ways, but I mean, that was pretty delicious.
Incredible. When I saw that coming out of the barbecue, like, going, what the hell is that?
Out of what?
Out of the braai. Out of the braai. Yeah, I thought the same thing. Like, they squeeze this sandwich. Is it like a filled up sandwich with tomato? I don't know, with a lot of onions and then cheese.
Some cheese and a little bit of chutney.
That was great. It was amazing. Then again, you're doing it with like proper wood and everything. And get all those flavors. It's really nice. Really nice. I mean, you have to come to South Africa to experience all that. It's not all about the braai or the wine. It's about the vibe of these people. Everyone's super nice. I think I haven't been in a place like this. Everyone's super nice, super polite. Everyone's keen to help and everything, and everyone says hi everywhere. So it's.
You see, that's the spirit of Ubuntu. That is just us. That's what you can expect, and people appreciate travelers and foreigners coming in, and always want to show them a great time. So that's just part of who we are, and it's just great to have you here, and for Chico and just everybody. I mean, you saw today. I was blown away by the amount of people on the beach today. It's just incredible.
Yeah.
Isabella Souza, 10.67. And we've been saying how bad the conditions are, but she goes and hunts those big right-handers, links it up with the shorey. Alexander Render in the previous heat, clever, smart surfing, putting up some big scores. So, just water time is the most important thing.
Yeah.
And I think we might have to make another braai very soon.
Oh, for sure.
A few more braais before you
load
you up.
Please, we need to upgrade the thing. Yes, as you were saying, yes, the conditions are there. The girls can make it up. I mean, we've seen it, how Alexander did it, and Isabella as well. They just connected. You just got the vision and go for it. I mean, they've been demonstrating for the last years that they're there. They push the limits as well, and they have the vision for it, and they do their show. It's good. It's good to see the girls out there and having good time and getting the competition running on these conditions as well, and they're strong. I mean, it's like they are aware that they're going to be, we're going to crowning world champ here, and they want to make the best of it, and they want to show what they are up to.
Yeah, that's correct. Here we go. Red up and riding. That is Isabella Souza again on the good-looking left-hander. Now pulls out of that one. Probably saw something we can't see on the screen, and going down to the 1 minute mark. Thank you, Dan. It's yellow up and riding. Madalena, now she's hunting a 6-point ride. Can she get it on the left hand side? The cameraman just missing her, and unfortunately we are able to see what
that was a
Madalena
shame.
got.
It's kind of rough, to get it on the view with all the white water, having these two cameras, but we will be missing some of the stuff. It's pretty hard to get it out there because we're kind of far out of the peak, and we can miss some action, but we definitely we get it there. It's first day of the streaming, and the boys are doing a really good job, and it will get better and better, but definitely with the conditions clean, it will be easier to catch up with the riders.
Yeah, absolutely. It can only get better from here, and believe me, we have had worse days around the tour where we managed to pull it off, and today it hasn't been all that bad. But on the buzzer, Madalena Valero, can she come out swinging?
Oh, nice roll there. That's it. She's on it still. She's scoring in there. She keeps it going. She probably is looking for this little inside section. Well, she missed it there, but well, she did a really nice roll. And let's see what that scores comes dropping in there. I don't know if that will make it off for her heat, but it was definitely a good, nice, clean roller inside the section.
Yeah, that was a good roller on a rear left-hander. A lot of them looking like a right. So here's a little quick replay before we head into our next commercial break. But nice. There's a little bowl. That's a ripple showing itself. Punches through the lip. Takes the elevator. Drop down to the ground floor. And then after that, she was looking for that, that little
Unfortunately,
second.
didn't get it inside. But well, no, never mind. I mean, she did a good job, and that's what the competition is about. You got a contender, you know who you're gonna go against it, and they are in the non-eliminatories here. We got the updated scores.
Oh, with a 5.33, narrowing the gap for 8.5 versus a 10.67. We're gonna be back with some more high-flying action here in the women's division right after this quick ad break. All right, that's the start of heat number 3, round number 1 of the women non-elimination. Joined again with Alexander Rinder. And Alex, you had a proper heat out there. Isabella Souza coming out of this one, the last one. So how was your heat? Take us through it. What's the water temperature like? You know, that rip current. It must be hell of a tricky.
Well, I was worried about the temperature, but after getting a few ones on your head, that was not the issue anymore. I actually came out sweating. But yeah, definitely tough conditions. It's pretty big out there. You get some sets on your head. But it was good to start it. I managed to get some waves, as we have in the water. Sari O'Hara. We have Valentina Diaz and Pamela Brown, the local rider, the South African.
Yeah, Pamela
That's
Brown,
going to be
one
a
of
sick
the
heat.
legends here in our sport. So one of the great ambassadors of bodyboarding in this country, a school teacher, a very active sporting coach as well in the hockey division. So Pam, a little bit of all sorts. Yeah, we're ready for an interview with Gigs. Not yet. Well, okay. Don't tell
That
me
would have
if I'm
been
ready
fast,
for
I was
interview.
saying. No.
But, we will
I was
be.
like, whoa, someone wanted to come out of the water. No,
Right.
definitely some tough conditions
But
out
tell
there.
me a bit more about your heat. Like, just get some insights here. It is tough. Luckily, next time you surf, it's not going to be like this.
Yeah, no, but it's part of the game, as we were talking the whole day. It's part of what we have to do. It's our profession. We have to know how to compete in any kind of conditions, and it's actually good. It's better that it starts like this and it gets better than it's like ripping at the beginning and then it gets bad. You know, so I was happy to manage and find some ways in there, get the scores in, and make the heat in first position. So really looking forward for my next heat, but definitely not easy. Isabella got that one good ride, but then, as you see, she didn't find another one. So you have to be also a little bit lucky to, get that wave that maybe also connects with the inside. And yeah, I was lucky at the end to get that ride with a few rolls in. Not the best ones, but it made the score. And yeah, just really happy, and happy to be out of the water, though. I'm feeling warmer now again in my in my dry clothes. But yeah, all the girls there, they know how to deal with these conditions. Also, Maddie in that last wave, really good roll. It's difficult, but you see the girls are doing the best, and this heat and the next one definitely going to be ripping.
Yeah, the women's division presented by Crocs South Africa. Crocs, come as you are, and it's one for all and all for one when it comes to Crocs, and amazing, really cool to have Crocs as part of the presenting sponsor for the women's division.
Yeah, definitely. We're really thankful for that. Women's they're really I know we have like a big group of all the girls on tour. The ones that are on tour, the ones that have been on tour, the ones that are just doing a few contests this year, and there's a lot of them that are motivated to do the tour next year, and it's definitely coming from the work that's been done this year. So thank you and congratulations for pulling all of this and putting that women's division and real high and doing the best out of it. I think we deserve it, but same as I think what it should be is just equality. Same as the men. The men always have been there and doing the best, and the juniors. I think it's just important that we all have the same possibilities and the same conditions. We do travel to the same places, so I think it's really good, and it's showing off that the quality is coming into the sport, and it's going to be reflecting into the next years, and I'm positive that's going to be really good for the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the women's division is such an asset, and you know, you guys are. It's amazing to have you guys on tour. So this is a change of the tide, literally, figuratively, and you know, we just hope to be able to pull this. Look at this bomb offloading at the back. I mean, we're a good 300 meters away from that, and if you turn over and you see it, you know,
Yeah,
it's gonna be big.
it's a good cardio session in there. Like, I'm gonna definitely not feel bad having a big meal later, because I do definitely deserve
25
it
minutes
after
of, like,
just duck diving. I think I went into like 50 duck dives. Not
I was
lying.
about to
Like,
ask, do you
yeah,
keep a little duck dive counter, because you know?
No, I didn't count them, but like I was just now when I'm thinking about, I think there has been
Easily.
easily 50.
That's a lot of water moving around, yeah. And I mean, I think tomorrow afternoon is going to be something special. It's going to be massive. You know, that
man, I'm
big
looking
pier we're
forward.
coming to. It's just for us ocean lovers to see the ocean do that and just deliver these absolute bombs. It's intimidating. Look, we're not surfing, but it's a treat to watch the ocean and the raw power. And just what the ocean did to our setup here, just completely. And we're far back. We literally we're and the water washed in, and folded these pallets and these floorboards in half like it's nothing.
Yeah, no, but definitely like for the people that are not here, yesterday was crazy. I've never seen something like that. It was, well, Nazaré, it's like that, but
Yeah.
it's different because Nazaré, you used to seeing those waves, you know, but this was something different. The whole coast was just huge, and it was beautiful to watch from the outside. But yeah, I can imagine it's just take everything with you. The current is so strong, even if you just walk by the river, or when you walk inside the water to get in, just to jump in, it's really drags you. Like, you have to be careful that you don't fall, because it's really strong current. You can tell it's different to other oceans, and you can tell it's a rough one and strong. But I'm looking forward for just better conditions, you know, not so wobbly, like, you know, a little bit more hollow, so we can see more airs, bigger moves maybe, but definitely has the potential this wave. I have to see Sari O'Hara.
Nice.
Big roll there on that left. Sari O'Hara, no stranger to big rolls, and she kicks out of there.
That was
Really good
really
wave there to start for Red.
Yeah, great wave. I'm sorry. We're going to jump into an interview with previous heat winner Isabella Souza. Gigs, take it away. Japan dishing all types, but a small little shore break. If you put Sari into small technical serve, she's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, definitely. That's why I had to step up the game in the Maldives also. But yeah, there's no sound. There's no sound. My mom is telling me.
We got no sound, boys.
So yeah, now.
Sari O'Hara. Dan, just check if the sound's working there.
But now it's. Yeah, we see the last seconds of this. Last seconds of the heat running down.
Sari looks exhausted. Absolutely exhausted, Alex. Well, that's the end of that heat. That's the end of heat. The number 3 round of one, a non-elimination round of the women. A tough day at the office for the ladies. A tough day for everybody down here. Here in Carmanos on the beach, trying to keep them all motivated. Neymar, Joanna, Victoria coming in the next one. We're coming back right after the quick ad break with some more action here in the Crocs Women Division. Neymar Calvaro. We got Joanna Schenker and Victoria Uruguay from Argentina. And Joanna, she is from Portugal. And Neymar, multiple world champion, legend in the sport, seasoned competitor, icon. And she's from Brazil. Did you compete in the Wahine Challenge? I can't remember if you made it there or
no, it's the only contest I didn't. Yeah, sorry. It's the only contest that I didn't do this year, actually. It was one of the... Because the tour has a few stops where they only count 4 bets, so I really wanted to do the Maldives and this one, so I had to do some stuff back home. But definitely looking forward to do the whole tour next year and go to that competition, because I've got told it was lovely. All the girls were there. So many legends were there.
So rad to have
I'm
like
actually
a
a little bit sad I couldn't
event,
go.
It's a women-specific event. That's really cool.
Yeah, that was really cool.
It shows that the pendulum is shifting within bodyboarding. For the first year, you got a women-specific event. Now we're crowning the world champions here. You've got sponsors, solely wanting to sponsor the women's event. You've got prize money, so there's that forward momentum. There's that forward momentum, and all the other promoters, everyone else, would be looking closely at this and looking at new ways to generate more income for the riders, and adding a bit more love and a bit more spice to these to your division specifically.
Yeah, definitely. It has been great this year. I think there's been a lot of improvement, and it's gonna, as we were talking, it's gonna reflect in the next years. I'm really positive. I'm really happy to be part of this also, and especially not only women's bodyboarding. I think the IBC is really working on the whole bodyboarding sport, as we see Joanna Schenker in the seat, Neymar Carvalho, and Victoria from Argentina. We all know also Tristan's girlfriend, so she definitely got the best tips from her coach and boyfriend.
Coach
Tristan.
and lover.
Yeah, coach and
sounds
lover.
like a soapy.
Yes.
So were the days of our lives here in Honduras.
Well, definitely really nice girl. Also, we have been having a lot of fun together. really kind. Joanna, really good friend of mine, and Neymara is just a legend. It's an honor to compete every time against her, and she is one of the 4 World Tour contestants, World title contestants. So let's see how it goes in this heat. Let's see how she managed with these conditions, as we are in the last heat of the round number 1 of the women's division. And don't go anywhere, because after this we're still gonna have 1 round of juniors.
That's correct. 1 round of juniors, then we're gonna call it quits for the transmission of the day. A big Sunday, solid 8 hours plus, getting through the early rounds. You know, we saw all types of conditions today. We've seen the offshore with the banging pits in the morning, the big swell. Then we got the cross shore, and then we had things shifting, and now we had smearing onshore. And then just looking back now we've got this offshore starting to groom the face again of the wave, and the wind is starting to pick up and starting to move towards the the offshore side of things, coming from the onshore, swinging cross shore, and slowly moving towards that northwest into the offshore. Low tide now. The river mouth still gushing out a lot of water from the massive amount of rain. It was very interesting fact when Danisele came to Cape Town. I picked up at the airport, and we had this literally the start of a big storm. And the next morning I asked her, because she was shattered. It's a long flight from Chile. Like, I've done it a few times now. I can tell you it's horrible. It's 42 hours. So but alas, so she was sleeping, and the next morning she woke up in like a big rainstorm, a lot of rain falling. And I said, like, when was the last time? No, I've mentioned it before in the live feed, but I asked her, when was the last time you saw rain? And she's like, 2018 in Kaima in Australia.
In Australia, whoa.
Something we take for granted, and something that we think, it's not raining again.
Yeah, but well, if it rains in Chile though, it's pretty dangerous, because they're not ready for it.
Crazy.
So yeah, definitely, like, it doesn't really rain much in the Canaries either, but we're used to this year actually. We had a few days raining, but I was actually glad that it rained a bit when I arrived, coming from a really hot country.
When we stopped to get the pie at Peregrine's, I mean, first and foremost, how good was that pie? But
that was okay. I must say that was the best pie I've had till now in my life. So that's on you. And I was so happy to have like such a good coffee. It was also so good.
All right, getting a repeat start. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, some technical issues have forced a repeat start, but wow, that's breaking deep, and you got Neymara sitting way in the back there. Well, we're going to come to an interview with Sari and Giggs.
So winner of that last heat, Sari Ohara from Japan. Yeah?
Yeah.
How was it? Tell me.
As you can see, it was so tough. It was really tough. Like, just like waves just broke in front of ourselves. Then it was so tough. But I caught like a 2 or 3 good ones, and yeah, it was just tough.
You had one wave, you did the roll, and then right on the inside another one. So you must be stoked with that one, eh?
Sure, I caught the 5-pointer, which I didn't know how was the score. But so I knew like I needed one more wave. Then I was looking, I was struggling. So like, and then it was like 2 minutes left, or like 1 minute and a half left. So I caught a nice one. And if I didn't get it, like I was like,
And your first time in Africa?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I love this place. My brother surfed and my mom traveling, so they warned me something about like here. It's not like really safe, but when I got here, I felt safe totally. And then this place is really beautiful, and then we went like around the Onras, and then we see the nice view, and then everything's so good.
And you're going to go see some animals while you're in Africa, have the whole experience?
Definitely. We have like 3 days after this competition, so we definitely go to the Table Mountain or safari stuff or something. Yeah, we can't wait.
And of course, your country hosted the Olympics. Very exciting for the sport of surfing. Do you want to send some thoughts to everybody in Japanese?
Okay. すごいタフなヒートでもう すごい大きな台風というかスウェルが来てるんで今週中とか来週中もこんな感じですごい大きいんですけどでも自分の力を信じて世界チャンピオンに向けて頑張りたいと思います応援よろしくお願いします Thank you guys for watching it was a really tough hit but like you guys watch me and they support me so that's why I passed the heat I caught a good one so please keep watching it and support me for the world title Thank you very much
Arigato.
Thank you, Gigs and Sari, always smiling. Neymara, Joanna, and Victoria going toe-to-toe on this one. The ladies out in the water, couple of nuggets out there, and sure, it's tough, but at least this is the worst it's going to get, and it can only get better. Definitely. Seems like we're going to have to do back-to-back interviews. We're going to have Gigs and I think it's Isabella Souza as well. So we're going to find her quickly and then we're going to give her
I think he's looking for her.
Wind are turning. We've got that offshore starting to show a little bit. Look at that, grooming the faces of the wave. And let's see where the ladies are sitting. They're sitting super deep. A little bit, I mean, the tide is now on like the lower side of things again. So yeah, there's on the lower side, look at them sitting really yellow. Joanna sitting super deep there. We've got Neymara paddling back into the rip. She's like in the middle of everything. I'm just looking for Vicky, trying to see if I can see.
We see actually Joanna paddling into that wave.
The back there, I don't know where she is, so we'll see what her heat strategy is and what Tristan has told her where to go. Tristan's decision this morning to get out here on this other side was
yeah, we see Victoria on this left. Let's see what she can do. Oh, she kicks out of there. Some tough conditions out there, guys. It's no joke. And we saw actually, I think when we went to the interview, we just saw that the first wave of Neymara looked really good and big, but then unfortunately didn't fold out the way she wanted and just got a 1.83, but it looked really good from the outside, but it's so different when you're in there and paddle into the wave. So let's see how the waves are gonna be getting in this heat. It's pretty slow till now, only 2 wave rhythm from Neymara and 1 from Victoria. So let's see what happens here. We have Neymara in first position. She is she has a 1.83 and a 1.33. We have Victoria in second with a 1 point, and Joanna with a no ride for now. But there's still 20 minutes, plenty of time in this heat to make some good scores. It's enough waves out there. You just gotta see and choose the best ones to make the scores to make it into the next round. But we remind you guys that this is a non-elimination round, so this means that first and second advance into round number 3, and the third one will have one more shot at the round number 2, which will be on in the next day, so stay tuned. But yeah, this is a good system we have for the girls. Top 8 is non-elimination round, so we have this first round non-elimination, which makes it really good to get into the rhythm of the competition and makes it good to get to know the wave. But well, as we know, this can change a lot. It will be really different in the next days, so we have to come down here, look at the conditions and work with what we have.
That is absolutely correct, but tomorrow in for another stonker day. Big clean conditions, and we'll see the men's round 3 take to the action. All right, let's check in 7:15 a.m. so we can make a call for the day, and then later in the afternoon we're going to be definitely pulling the plug and running for the heels as a 5 to 6 meter swell will be making landfall with a 20-second period. Gigantic, absolutely gigantic. Now you're going to see a different side. Yesterday we had gigantic and onshore. Now you're going to have gigantic and offshore. And that's going to be something to watch. You know that just there's so many of the little reefs and the smaller bays is just going to activate. You guys can surf in the middle of the peak. There's like in the bay next door. There's a couple of ones that will be showing his face. It just doesn't show on other conditions. A couple of spots down the coast in the sheltered little bays. Some right hand wedges that could work. So I mean if. There's always places to surf when this big play, but this I think tomorrow might just be on the the entire coast is unsurfable unless you're surfing dungeons or you're surfing, table bay or some one of those big waves, which is like
sounds like
not fun.
A big swell. I think because of the period is gonna be so big, so we will see some bumps. We will have a check-in, I guess, tomorrow. We'll update you at the end of the day, or you can always follow the Instagram of the Walker Bay Pro or the IBC World Tour, and you will see all the news and updates there. But if we know something, we'll let you know what's gonna happen. We still have 17 minutes and 15 seconds for this heat, and we have one more heat of the juniors after this, and then we will call it an off day. Long day of competition, first heat, first rounds out there. It was a tough day of waves, but doable, and we still got the girls out there. Let's see what they're gonna do with this 16 minutes and 50 seconds left. Not much done yet. Let's see if the girls can get a good wave and make some good scores, and see who gets the first and second position, making it through into round 3, and the third position will have another chance in round 2. So this is a non-elimination round, so girls out there, don't worry too much, because you will have a second chance.
That is correcto mundo. 16 minutes 27, another slow one as we're staring at the ocean and the crowd slowly dissipating, going home. It's getting pretty cold now, and getting ready for the new week that's approaching. Remember, tomorrow check-in 7:15 for the possible run of the men's division in some epic conditions. There we see rider in red coming in, Neymar Cavallo looking for that link up, taking a leaf out of fellow countryman Isabella Souza's book, and hoping to get a little bit of a link on, and hooks a nice little spin there, and now she's cruising down looking for that reform. Can she get that reform? Is this thing going to just wash all the way through? Holding. She is desperately looking for something, kicking, and hoping she can link it with something. Connects with an oncoming right hander, got a little bit more speed, nice little roll, and unfortunately the wave just going flat, and as she went all the way from the back to the front. Took a long way home, and now she's right on the shore break, and she's going to get herself back into the rip and making her way back to the back. That leaves Joanna and Victoria, aka Vicky, at the back, and we see someone paddling there at the back. That is Joanna getting on the scorecard finally. Can we see a little spin, a little roll there? That's a nice little roll, top to bottom. Good roll on the set wave, and just in time as a big set explodes behind her. Now she's racing this white water to get that reform. She's got her hands on the nose, trying to get it, pushing, kicking. Unfortunately, nothing in it for her, Alex. Really difficult at the moment, and Neymar getting a 3-point ride for the last one, and we'll see what Joanna will be getting. Completed maneuver on the outside. So quite possibly.
I think the judges will like that one.
Here we go. 5.33 for her first wave. So Joanna Schenker coming in, firing, finally getting one after waiting quite a long time. Take us through this.
Yeah, we see she really looks for that best section there, goes for a clean roll. Best roll from the heat, so a good 5.33. She will be happy with that, going back to the lineup, putting her straight into first position. But there's Neymar and Victoria there that really want to have the spots also. So let's see what's going to happen in the next minutes. As we are, let's give some shout outs. Steve Jackson is there watching. Thank you, Steve Jackson. He's saying, yes, of course, 3 world champions, 4 world titles in total in the last years. But then we have also Andrew Bota years back. And he says, of course, it's only proper way to do a contest down here, for sure. Also, Begonia saying thank you to Dion for putting this together. Thank you, Dion. Yeah, we're all really thankful that you did this. And then
thanks
we have
to
a lot of
HT for the kind words. Sasha Talia, DK, a legend, and the stalwart in the industry. And you know what? Thank you to everybody.
Yeah, thank you everyone tuning in from everywhere, from Chile, from Brazil, saying the ladies are charging. Of course, the ladies are charging. Difficult conditions out here, but we are doing our best, as we just saw Joanna Schenker with a 5.33. making it into first position right now with 13 minutes left, and let's see how this heat unfolds. Still a lot of time, there's still a lot of opportunities out there. There's some people also from Australia. Thank you guys, everyone. Seriously, it's really important for us that you guys tune in and watch. It's a show and you will definitely have a good time. And yeah, it's just trying to get through all the shout outs, but it's coming from everywhere. So a lot of Brazilians, of course, now from Neymar, rooting for Neymar in this heat. And a lot of Argentinians saying, vamos Vicky Argentina Necochea presente. So un saludo a todos los españoles mirando. Estamos aquí en el último hit de la ronda de mujeres, ronda número 1 de mujeres. Después de esto tendremos un hit de junior y acabaremos el día. Ha sido un gran día, un largo día de competición. Las condiciones han sido difíciles, pero hemos intentado hacerlo mejor. Somos profesionales, tenemos que saber cómo competir en todas las condiciones. Y estén ahí, manden sus saludos e intentaremos saludarlos aquí en el live webcast. As we have some action at the back.
Rider in blue in the middle of the bay, absolute bomb.
Yeah, going for that big set wave, Victoria. Just going down that big ride. That was a massive wave. That was some good advice from Tristan, maybe. I think she's been surfing this wave quite a lot in the last month, so she's no stranger to this wave. And now she will definitely try to look and get back to the channel to get back there and maybe put in a better score. Into
Alex also being stuck out there with these sets coming, because now it's basically low tide, so it's breaking super far back, so it's kind of trying to get back into this maybe the ripple and the mid-sized waves, the glare, and because they're so far back, it's just a bit hard to spot. So I think she did that out of maybe not wanting to be alone at the back, because it's big and it's far.
Yeah, it's there's some pretty big sets. Every time I was paddling to the lineup, it was just getting on me, and but yeah, I think she also loves to charge. She has spent a lot of time in Mexico also, and Mexico is a tough wave, so I think she was just trying to get a good score in there, but unfortunately it was a small score, 1.43. She still got plenty of time to get back there and better her score. She needs a 3.4 to get into second. Neymara only has a 3 and a 1.83. And Joanna's standing there with a single wave of 5.33, which is really good, but I think she will need another one to secure that first position to make it through the next round, to make it into the next round.
Yeah. Especially, given it's such a tight heat, that it's just going to take anything for these ladies to, one little roll will get you right up there. Super close scores, and we're trying to find our rider in red, which is Neymara, in the water, having a tough time spotting her. So I'm sure the lifeguards, everybody will be out there looking. We can see red is far back right. She is in line with the river, but she is really, really deep. So she's sitting in the rip there. You can see Neymara far back in the right as the set's approaching. She will have to be dealing with this one as well with Joanna Schenker.
Yeah, she's maybe looking for the wave of the day there, but I think she's a little bit too far to the right. But it's tricky out there, Dean. I was there, and at one point I was looking outside, and I was like, oh, I think I'm too close to that rip current, to that side of the rock, so I paddled more into the middle of the beach, but then I got caught by the set, so I don't know what's the best idea actually to be there. I think
right now, these conditions, it's being in the right place at the right time and just having a lot of luck. It's big waves washing through. No matter, you think you're going to be sitting here and you're going to get a wave, and then you're going to get a whole set, and you think you're going to be safe over there, and then again you get a whole set on the head. You can look at the reef indicators exploding now, so give it a couple of seconds. We're going to have another set standing up right in front of Joanna and Neymara.
Yeah, it's a tough one today, but we are strong and we're built for this. So it's good to see everyone riding in these conditions and seeing the strategy that everybody does. So I think I know a little bit. I know Joanna now for a few years, and I think she feels now pretty comfortable with that. Even if she only has one wave, she will definitely just wait a bit to get another good one, so she has that first place secured, so she can make it into the next rounds. Skipping the round number 2, but yeah, the other two girls, Neymara and Vicky. Vicky is no stranger to this wave, so she definitely can get a good score. And Neymara is just, we know Neymara, she's a really good rider, so she will try and better her second score. She has a 3 as the best score, but she definitely needs a bigger score to get into first position with a safe score, to say it in one way. If she makes imagine she makes a 5.33, then Joanna only would need a 3.01. So Joanna really in a really good position there with a high score, but still a lot of time there as we see those waves breaking onto the rocks. You definitely don't want to be there with the seaweed. But yeah, that part is actually when we paddle in, that's like that current we paddle in, but then we have to skip a little bit to the left to get out of those rocks because it's pretty dangerous. But yeah, let's see how the last 7 minutes of this heat unfold, as we still don't have much going on out there.
Yeah, I don't want to say bad, but it's extremely challenging for the athletes right now. The water there's a lot of water moving. The tide is now gone completely out, so you've got waves breaking way in the back. You don't have any waves breaking in the shore almost. So the juniors definitely going to be sitting here in the shore break looking to connect a couple of winners. We have the last heat of the day in the shore break for the juniors, and right now 6 minutes 39 seconds to go in this heat, and you've got the Joanna, Neymara and Victoria just fighting for position, jostling for position, trying to get them out, get themselves into a good safe space so they can continue surfing. The ladies sitting really deep, Neymara and Neymara sitting on the right, and Vicky and Joanna together with each other. So we're gonna have to just wait and see as we're counting down the clock on this heat. Had to restart this one, so yeah, it's been a long one. Thank you for joining us for the first ever Walker Bay Pro for the whole day today. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you guys. We're looking forward to bringing you some more action. Everything's going to be cleaning up. Onerous will be back, and the last storm that we're dealing with tomorrow. And then closer to the end of next week, we'll be pumping out all the finals, crowning the Women's World Champion in some good, fun, onerous conditions. Very contestable, favorable winds, and at least some time on our hands to focus on the women's world title and to focus on the winners of this event, continuing the campaign on the IBC World Tour as we go around the world promoting and celebrating bodyboarding. Alright, that is red up and riding in the middle of the bay. Neymara, nice little sprint. She's going to bring that one all the way in. You can see she's immediately setting her sights on the left-hander, looking for something. Can she get something there? Something happening. Gonna have to go right, unfortunately. Still on it. Still on it. There she goes. Hooks a nice little roll. Can she hold on? At least she does. She's popping out. There it is. Boom. Completo, por favor. Gracias. Oh, that's Spanish, not Portuguese, but you get the picture. Look at this replay as she turned it around right there in the shore break, almost losing it, manages to get back on the right-hander, quick turnaround, hooks a nice little Rolo, and that is going to catapult her back into that first position. 4 minutes to go. Are we going to see Neymara getting out of the water, or is she going to go back into the water? That is the question. She's a fierce competitor.
Nah,
she's hungry for the world title.
Yeah, she's
she
hungry.
Gets back
she's
into
hungry.
the onerous conveyor belt, back into the rip, and there she goes.
Yeah, definitely will paddle out again. Still some minutes on this heat. And yeah, let's see what the judges say. So yes, she got a 4.83, which puts her in first position. Now Joanna is in second, even a 2.5. And we have the last 3 minutes 40.
Alright, that's Blue up and riding at the back. That is Vicky on a screamer, foot on the gas, bounce, bounce, bounce. Unfortunately, the left-hander not showing anything. It's tough out there. Unfortunately, it's tough out there. We got at least a little bit of offshore grooming, but that's almost nothing.
Yeah,
Joanna
definitely
sitting solo at the back.
Sorry for interrupting you there, Dion. I thought you were finishing with your speech. Yeah, looks really windy out there now. Joanna still with one wave only. She needs a 2.5 if she wants to get back into the first position. yeah, Victoria in that last wave, it's a small score. I don't think that's going to make any difference. We see Neymara's down there. It's really hard to paddle back. So I think she's making a decision if she wants to try it again or not. But she still has enough time to get out there. I would definitely try and paddle back. But everybody is different. But yeah, she is. She is paddling back. And let's see what happens in this last 2 minutes and 35 seconds of the heat.
What a replay, and Vicky
there
just
is-
bouncing around on this replay, and yeah, unfortunately not getting it. So news you're seeing is going to be the last heat of the day. No reprocharge for the juniors. They can report back next weekend and do the reprocharge, as we will be seeing the juniors out next week. We'll be making contact with our little young riders to come and surf in safer conditions. Last heat for the day, freezing, but we're here, and thank you everybody for joining us. 2 minutes ago, Neymara 7.83, Joanna Schenker with a 5.33 as the sun sets next to the Overberg, and the last heat of the day being ridden. It's been pretty rough.
Yeah, so we see yellow up and riding on that ride. Joanna looking for the lip to hit, but no, doesn't manage to get a score there, to get a maneuver on that ride. It's pretty difficult out there now. It's it has changed a lot, actually, just in the last minute. So this is going to be the last heat of the day. We'll call it off after this. It's been a long day, but we had a lot of action. We had some good scores coming in. A few eights with rolls, big rolls. For now, the highest score of the day, single wave score, goes out to Isabella Sosa in the heat number 2 of the girls, with a big roll in the outside and connecting it with another one on the inside. And now we have the last minute going out here in the last heat of the day, last heat of the round number 1 of the women. We have in first position Neymara Carvalho, second Joanna Schenker, who got a 1.27 there, if I'm not wrong, and then 1.7, sorry, and we have Victoria in third. Victoria is in third position in the last minutes. Let's see if she gets a chance to get a wave and make the score. She's on third, needing a 5.08, which is possible in these conditions. We have seen higher scores. So let's see what happens in this last 30 seconds, 25 seconds of the heat. Will Victoria manage to get a wave and make it through? If she doesn't, she will have another opportunity in the round number 2 of the women. So let's see, last test, 10 seconds. Doesn't look like much happening out here. Looks like Neymara and Joanna are gonna make it into the next round. And yes, that's it for the heat, and that's it for the day today. And has been a long day of competition. We had some tricky conditions, but we had some good ways also, and it looks better for the next day. So guys, stay tuned for what's gonna happen. We're gonna repeat this. Neymara makes the first position out of this heat, winning with a 7.83 total score. Joanna in second with a 6.5 total score, and Victoria on third with a 2.43. Unlucky there for Victoria, didn't quite find a good wave to make a big score, but you know what, guys, anyone that goes out here owes a big respect, because it was really big. You get a lot of sets on your head, and there's going to be more action the next days. We're going to have some really good days of competition, so you got to stay tuned. We will have definitely, well, I don't know if definitely, we will see if we have a check-in for tomorrow. The conditions are going to change a lot. It's going to get bigger also. Looks a little bit clean in the morning, so we will see and decide what's going to happen in the next days. It looks bright for the upcoming days with the swell. First, it's going to get real big, and then afterwards it will go down a bit, and I think we're going to have some really good conditions. Look, we see that's Joanna, if I'm not wrong, there on the shore, waiting for the rest of the girls to come out. Really good performance from all of the girls. Really tough out there. And yeah, I think it's starting to get cold here at the beach. So maybe a good call to finish off the day for today, as we will give you a little bit of an update about the day and about everything and what's going to be happening the next days around this beach. For the ones that just tuned in, it was the last heat of the day. Stay tuned though, because we're still gonna be giving you some information about the competition, about the heats today, and about what's gonna happen in the next days. And if you tuned in, you know this is the first time we have a contest down here in South Africa for the IBC World Tour, the Walker Bay Pro, and this is the first day with a lot of heats going down today. It was a long day. We had the men's, we had the women, we had the juniors, everything in the water today. And the next days it's gonna be looking good. Probably gonna be running the men tomorrow, but it's not 100% sure. So stay tuned. We will give you more information.
Back to the beach here, ladies and gentlemen, as we're closing off the day here at the first ever Walker Bay Pro here in Onrus. And couldn't thank anybody enough for this. Trying conditions, we're on the back of a big storm. Things are only going to get better. Tomorrow's going to be an epic day. Men's check-in 7:15 a.m. and from there on out, all fun and games in all divisions. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Mumbles out.